Chapter 37-35. Since he could clearly see the situation of the entire mountain cave, Xiaohua's figure didn't stop and flew towards the depths of the mountain cave. Because at the center of the mountain cave, there was a small pond. On top of the pond, there was a small jade table. On top of the jade table, there were 3 things of different sizes. Xiaohua didn't fly fast, and his divine sense quickly swept around the pond. Moreover, the Fa Li in his body surged, ready to receive attacks from the jade table at any time. But to Xiaohua's surprise, when he landed next to the jade table, he didn't encounter any restrictions. Everything was normal. Hee hee. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth couldn't hide the smile. He stretched out his hand and looked at the space around him. He really didn't dare to believe that he could get the treasures in this cave so easily. Gotcha. Just when Xiaohua's Fa Li touched the 3 items on the jade table, a layer of small thunderbolts appeared out of thin air. These thunderbolts hit the back of Xiaohua's hand with lightning speed. Although Xiaohua's thunder-attracting technique was successful and his body was tempered, under these thunderbolts, half of Xiaohua's body was numb. The condensed true essence was completely dissipated by the thunderbolts. Xiaohua couldn't even stand steadily, and with a piyub sound, he fell in front of the jade table. Fortunately, there were no restrictions in front of the jade table. Xiaohua stood straight for a moment and silently circulated his heart sutra several times. Only then did the numbness gradually dissipate. Damn, this senior Zonglongzi is too stingy. Xiaohua looked at the items on the jade table with some envy. He touched his nose and bitterly smiled. No matter what, this Xiao is still a junior of the Dao sect. Since I'm already here, why don't you open the door? Xiaohua carefully looked at the jade table. On the left of the jade table, there was a black cloud pupil. In the middle was an inch-long magic weapon. It looked like a flute with a few small holes. On the right was a jade bottle with a talisman. If he didn't guess, there should be a spirit pill inside. Cultivation method, magic weapon, and spirit pill. Xiaohua secretly thought. It seems that this must be Senior Zonglongzi's cave. These 3 things are left for the Dao sect's disciples. Hee hee, this Xiao is rich now. While speaking, Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan the surrounding stone walls. He didn't see Zhai Xingzi and the others coming in. He knew that if they hadn't been delayed in the maze, it meant that Zonglongzi's secluded abode was not the only abode. However, looking at the platform behind the jade table, Xiaohua didn't think that there would be any other immortal's cave behind this maze. Thinking of this, Xiaohua unceremoniously opened his delirium dharma eye. If there were benefits to be had, he would naturally make the first move. Hiss. When Xiaohua saw that the 3 treasures were covered in thick, ball-like restrictions, layers upon layers of restrictions. Each layer had many runes flowing within it, and each rune contained a powerful might. Looking again at that unremarkable jade case, it similarly had unparalleled runes flowing with light, truly blinding Xiaohua's dog eyes. Ah! Motherfucker! When Xiaohua saw the stream of light below his feet, he suddenly jumped up from the ground. This pool of water also has a restriction? Could it be that the pond water was also a treasure? This jade case's restriction is connected to the entire Immortal's Cave's formation? Of course, he saw that the entire pond was flashing with 5 colors, and within the 5 colors, there were also black and white auras floating elegantly. The brilliance of the 5 colors was connected to the flowing light of the jade case. As for the depths of the pond, there was actually a restriction that blocked Xiaohua's delirium dharma eye. With Xiaohua's current cultivation level, he couldn't see to the bottom. Withdrawing his delirium dharma eye, Xiaohua looked with his naked eyes and once again sucked in a breath of cold air, almost crying out involuntarily. Because not far from Xiaohua's feet, there was a spiritual tree that was standing in the water like a swallow. The spiritual tree looked very withered, but the clump of purple cloud-like fluff on the top of the swallow's head was extremely eye-catching. This is spiritual wisdom? Could it be that Senior Zonglongzi also prepared to cultivate the scattered nascent soul? After recovering from his shock, Xiaohua carefully examined it, and only after a while did he dare to confirm it. After all, this was a spiritual object of heaven and earth needed to cultivate the scattered nascent soul. Although Xian Songzi's ink cloud pupil only mentioned its name, and this object wasn't necessary to cultivate the scattered nascent soul, it was extremely important to the cultivation of the scattered nascent soul. Xiao Hua originally placed his focus on Renjing, but he didn't expect that after searching high and low for so long, he would find it without any effort. Renjing was actually the mother-child spiritual fruit. As for this spiritual wisdom, Xiao Hua had never thought about it, but strangely, when Xiao Hua saw this spiritual tree, he naturally thought of spiritual wisdom. Sure enough, this is a memory that I don't know where I got it from. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment. After confirming that it was the spiritual tree, he thought for another moment and slightly shook his head. Unfortunately, there's still no heaven soul and earth soul in these memories. Perhaps these two spiritual treasures are the same as Renjing, completely different from the names in ancient times, so I can't find them. Although Xiao Hua had more than 100 nascent soul cultivators to cultivate the scattered nascent soul, this spiritual wisdom tree certainly couldn't meet the needs of these scattered nascent souls. Looking at Xiao Hua's space, he wasn't afraid of not having enough. As long as he had this spiritual wisdom tree, it wouldn't take long to meet the needs of all the scattered nascent souls. Finished thinking, Xiao Hua stretched out his right hand and gently waved it. Ka-cha-cha, sure enough, a layer of fine thunderbolts appeared out of thin air and fell on Xiao Hua's right hand. Fortunately, Xiao Hua was already prepared and hurriedly pulled back his hand. Who knew that the thunderbolt would still mercilessly fall in the direction of Xiao Hua's hand? See. Just now the left half of his body was numb, and now the right half of his body was numb. Xiao Hua grimaced as he stood beside the jade table and shook his hand vigorously. He looked very uncomfortable. Seeing this, Xiao Hua didn't dare to try again. He squatted down and looked at it with his illusion-breaking eyes. He pinched his chin and secretly thought, spiritual will hammer or wishful staff should be enough, but the counterforce of this restriction is also huge. This is a restriction set up by a tribulation-passing cultivator. If I don't handle it well, I might cause some trouble and end up losing the rice used to lure it. The safest choice is still spiritual fire. Thinking of the spiritual fire that didn't even have any heat, Xiao Hua had a headache. Although this thing has been tempered, he didn't see any special effect. Moreover, the spiritual power consumed by activating it once was also particularly huge. It simply didn't care how deep Xiao Hua's spiritual power was and directly consumed half of it. Therefore, after the Kunlun mirror and overturn the sea seal were successfully refined, Xiao Hua would only consider using it in a life-and-death situation. However, now that Xiao Hua wanted to use the spiritual fire, it was obvious that Xiao Hua could only use it twice. At most 3 times. Then his spiritual power would be exhausted. Even if he had a nascent soul, it wouldn't be enough. In other words, Xiao Hua had to choose where to use it twice or thrice. At this time, although Xiao Hua, who didn't care much about vitality stones, greedily looked at the 3 treasures and Yan Lingji in front of him, he was quite unable to make a choice. The magic treasure left by Senior Tsong Longzi is definitely not ordinary. If it's not a spiritual weapon, it's a spiritual treasure. Maybe it's even a heavenly spiritual treasure. Xiao Hua thought to himself. However, I can refine spiritual weapons now. Moreover, green-robed Xiao Hua also said that although some of the magic treasures in my space aren't very good, after the separation of yin and yang, they may become heavenly spiritual treasures. In particular, the Kunlun mirror is now complete. Although it hasn't been refined successfully, the possibility of it becoming a spiritual treasure is very high. The Overturn the Sea Seal also has a weapon spirit inside. In the future, it will be promoted to a spiritual treasure as soon as possible. Therefore, I don't need to consider this spiritual treasure. Then there are the medicinal pills and cultivation methods. I now have Do Shanjuan's Mo Yun Tong, which recorded almost complete cultivation methods. Although Senior Tsong Longzi was a tribulation-passing cultivator, what he left behind may not be better than Do Shanjuan's. Therefore, I don't need to think too much about Mo Yun Tong. My target is the jade bottle. Then, there's this spiritual intelligence. This thing is not necessary to cultivate a scattered soul, but it's the key to it. With this thing, the scattered soul, whether it's spiritual sense or spiritual body, can be close to the physical body. As for what it will achieve in the end, the Mo Yun Tong didn't record it. However, since I want to do it, I'll do it to the best of my ability. After making up his mind, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and spat out a dual-colored spiritual fire. Under Xiao Hua's careful control of the divine fire art, it turned into countless fire threads and entangled the spiritual intelligence restriction. Sure enough, the spiritual fire threads were so gentle that they didn't have any spiritual power. When they fell on the restriction, there was no attack. Xueqi was overjoyed and used all his spiritual power to control the restriction. Although the spiritual fire was powerful enough and Xueqi's divine fire art was superb, this restriction was, after all, set by a tribulation-passing cultivator. Xueqi spent a full hour to break the restriction and put the spiritual intelligence back into the space. As the spiritual intelligence disappeared from the surface of the water, a layer of light ripples appeared on the surface of the water. These ripples were very strange. They actually moved inwards from the surface of the water to the jade case. The place where the ripples contracted was where the spiritual intelligence was. Good. Xueqi put away the spiritual intelligence and was overjoyed. He didn't dare to waste too much time and didn't look at anything else on the surface of the water. He hurriedly went to the jade case and opened his mouth to release another dual-colored spiritual fire. However, just as the fiery threads were about to reach the restriction on the jade bottle, Xueqi suddenly stopped and hesitated. My nascent soul is different from other nascent souls. The number of pills it consumes is also different. In particular, according to my Dao sect cultivation method, when an ordinary cultivator reaches the late stage of nascent soul, they have to imprint their primordial spirit into their nascent soul. It's the same as the sword cultivators of Xiaoyu continent controlling their flying swords. Because the nascent soul is a spiritual body, it is different from a life source magic treasure. When the primordial spirit imprint matures, that is, when the nascent soul cultivation method reaches large success, the cultivator needs to cut off the connection between the main body's primordial spirit and the nascent soul. This way, the nascent soul can freely leave the cultivator's main body. This is the so-called leaving the body. When the nascent soul matures again, it can independently roam the sky. Especially when the cultivator's primordial spirit reaches small success, they can use a secret technique to split their soul from 100 li or 1,000 li away. This is called soul splitting. Chapter 37-36. However, I'm different from others. The nascent soul in my body is not only formless, but my primordial spirit is already complete. If I leave a primordial spirit imprint in the nascent soul according to the cultivation method, I can't guarantee that the imprint will form a complete primordial spirit. Even if it succeeds, why would I not use the green robe Xueqi and use a primordial spirit that needs to be cultivated? If that's the case, my path is different from Senior Zonglongzi's, or even Do Shanjuan's. I'm afraid Senior Zonglongzi's elixir won't be of any use. Also, my alchemy skills are not inferior to anyone else. As long as I have enough spiritual herbs, I can even refine a third-grade elixir. Why should I bother with elixirs? This Xiao should focus on the cultivation technique. Xueqi had already thought it through. Now that I want to create my own cultivation method, the more techniques I need, the better. Senior Zonglongzi's cultivation method may not be as good as Do Shanjuan's, but I can use other techniques. That's right, I'll use this ink cloud pupil. Xueqi finished thinking for a moment and waved his hands. A wisp of spiritual fire landed on the restriction on the ink cloud pupil. This time, it took twice as long as the previous time. Perhaps the restriction was different, or the power of the spiritual fire was not as strong as the previous time. Xueqi took out the ink cloud pupil after 2 hours. When Xueqi touched the ink cloud pupil, a layer of strange cloud patterns appeared on a stone wall in the distance. The cloud patterns moved like a vivid painting and a thumb-sized human figure flew out from the cloud patterns. As it flew out, the human figure became bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, the human figure turned into the cultivator Xueqi saw earlier with about the 3rd grade of essence force. The cultivator's face was filled with excitement and his eyes were tightly shut. He did not open his eyes at all in the cave. He casually sat down cross-legged and meditated like Xueqi and the rest. It's really the same destination. Xueqi calmed down and confirmed that this was the real abode where Zonglongzi cultivated. He then turned around and placed the ink cloud pupil on his forehead. Ah! When he saw the records in the ink cloud pupil, Xueqi could not help but exclaim. His voice was filled with ecstasy and disbelief. How is this possible? Is this the complete fire escape, wood escape, and earth escape techniques? After Xueqi cried out in alarm, he couldn't help but take a closer look. He completely ignored the other cultivators that had fallen into the stone wall like dumplings. After carefully reading the ink cloud pupil, Xueqi's heart was completely at ease. This ink cloud pupil not only recorded the cultivation methods of fire escape, wood escape and earth escape, but also recorded some strange escape methods and secret skills, and even many pill recipes. Although Xiaohua's wood escape, earth escape, and fire escape were different from these basic escape techniques, it was clear that they were all of the same origin. Only the details were slightly different. Alas, if I had known that Senior Zonglongzi's cave mansion had these escape techniques, I wouldn't have spent so much effort to find them elsewhere. Xiaohua took back the ink cloud pupil and handed it to Xiaohua in the green robe. Yes, the things left behind in the cave mansion of the ancient Taoist cultivators were all rare. No wonder so many cultivators searched all over the world for this cloud mountain maze formation. If this cave mansion could not be moved, it would have been found in Yongzhou Cloud Mountain long ago. What a pity! Xiaohua looked at the other two restrictions again. He knew that the spiritual power in his body could no longer break any of these two restrictions. He felt quite regretful. He really wanted to know whether the one in the middle was a spiritual treasure or a spiritual weapon. Taoist Xiao? You're really fast. Suddenly, a slightly surprised voice came from another stone wall. The same cloud pattern emerged and Gusu Chodi's figure flew out from it. However, Gusu Chodi's situation was somewhat similar to Xiaohua's. Although she was very excited, her eyes were not closed. Haha, Xiaohua turned around and laughed. Chodi didn't take too long. I just came in. Swish swish. As he spoke, another cloud pattern appeared on the stone wall again. A disciple of Zhang Daoran flew out from it. Looks like everyone went smoothly. Gusu Chodi smiled and flew toward Xiaohua. Chodi. Xiaohua hurriedly reminded. Don't use any spells. Oh, don't use any spiritual energy. There are restrictions all around. Is that so? Gusu Chodi's eyes flashed with a clear light as if she was looking around. Unfortunately, after looking for a while, she only saw stalactites and stalactites. She did not see any special restrictions. This is Northern Underworld breathwater? Gusu Chodi's gaze fell on the pool and immediately cried out in surprise. Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Yes, how could a pool that could give birth to spiritual intelligence be an ordinary pool? Xiaohua used his spiritual eyes to see that the pool was extraordinary. However, he did not have any thoughts of collecting it because the restrictions in this cave mansion were really too powerful. But Gusu Chodi was different. She reached out and the imperial copper cup immediately appeared in her hand. She activated her spiritual energy and was about to collect the so-called Northern Underworld breathwater. Chodi, be careful. Xiaohua could only remind her again, hoping that the lightning that he could not resist would not cause too much damage to Gusu Chodi. Unfortunately, this time Xiaohua's eyes fell out again. The pool water followed the suction force into the copper cup and did not produce any lightning. Oh, I understand. In an instant, the embarrassed Xiaohua immediately thought of the ripple when he collected the spiritual intelligence. Then Xiaohua smiled and said, Chodi, I'll give you half a cup of tea's time. I'll take the rest of the Northern Underworld breathwater. Gusu Chodi's copper cup did not look like an imperial tool that specialized in collecting water. However, it was already filled with a lot of water in a moment. Gusu Chodi thought about it and immediately agreed. Sister Chodi. While they were talking, Gong Shu Isin also flew out from the stone wall. When she saw such a huge cave mansion, she immediately shouted happily. Look, it's not out of little sister's expectations. Behind that huge stone array must be Cong Langzi's cave mansion. Is this Langlin stone? It's the one used to refine the array diagram. Gong Shu Isin did not fly up. Her eyes only swept around and landed on a place not far from the stone wall. She cried out in surprise and flew over. Damn it, I miscalculated. Xiaohua secretly stomped his feet. He first looked at the stalactites, then he saw the jade table and the pool of water. Although he used his divine sense to scan the area, he didn't look carefully. He didn't expect that this cave was full of treasures. If I knew this, I would have cleaned everything and not left a single stone for them. The stingy Xiaohua regretted it very much. Who is this? At the stone wall where Zhang Daoran was, the second person to fly in was a nascent soul cultivator. However, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, he was a bit surprised because this cultivator was very unfamiliar and was not someone he knew. Looking at Gusu Chodi, who was concentrating on collecting the Northern Underworld breathwater, and Gong Shu Isin, who was collecting the Langlin stone, Xiao Hua hurriedly transmitted a message to the two. The two were also surprised and hurriedly looked up. However, they saw the nascent soul cultivator sitting cross-legged and ignoring Xueqi. They looked at each other and transmitted a message. Taoist Master Xiao, carefully monitor this person. If there are any strange movements, then make a move. If there is no accident, it should be because we caused too much of a commotion when breaking the array. The nearby cultivators were attracted and then entered the misty mountain maze to meet Zhang Daoran and the others. And Xiao Hua's heart jumped. He immediately thought of Fairy Su Ming and vigilantly looked at the cultivator. Gusu Qiudi and Gongshu Isin left Xiao Hua and hurriedly went to collect their treasures. After half a cup of tea, the cultivator did not move. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Fairy Qiudi, it's my turn." "All right." Gusu Qiudi took a deep breath and put away the imperial cup. Her gaze fell on the plan behind Xiao Hua. However, when Xiao Hua's figure flew up and took out the clear water bottle, she shifted her gaze away from the jade table. What a joke! Even with Xiao Hua's divine ability, he could not collect it. Naturally, she would have to use her true qi. Rather than that, she might as well see if there were any other treasures in the cave. Seeing Gusu Qiudi fly to other places in the cave, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. People were really different. Greed was also different. Others only knew how to go to other places to look. He, on the other hand, fought with the restrictions right from the start. He took the most difficult ones first and left the rest of the treasures that he obtained effortlessly for others. However, Xiao Hua did not have the time to look at other things. He pretended to take out the clear water bottle, but his mind had already sent a large amount of northern underworld breath water into his space. It was still beyond Xiao Hua's expectations. No matter how much northern underworld breath water he collected, the pool of water did not decrease at all. Instead, when ripples appeared, there was still some surplus. Taoist Master Xiao? What treasure is this? Zhai Xingzi also flew out. His face was flushed, and starlight flickered around him. Obviously, he also obtained many benefits inside the stone wall. Northern underworld breath water. Do you want it? Xiao Hua replied with a smile. Yes. Zhai Xingzi answered without hesitation. He reached out to take out the artifact. At this time, Gusu Qiudi coquettishly scolded in the distance. Zhai Xingzi, don't listen to the spiritual master's nonsense. I have already collected it. Go look elsewhere. Senior Tsong Zi's cave really has too many treasures. Hee hee. Zhai Xingzi rolled his eyes at Xiao Hua. He chuckled and also released his divine sense. Damn, I thought I was here first. I didn't expect you all to be here. Sun Kong Shangren also flew in at this time. However, he only closed his eyes for a few breaths. He immediately flew up and shouted, Brother Xiao, this jade table." Without waiting for Sun Kong Shangren to finish, Xiao Hua immediately interrupted. That is the most difficult one. Wait until the end. Okay. Sun Kong Shangren was even more cunning. He already understood Xiao Hua's meaning. He swept with his divine sense and quickly flew to another place. Chapter 37-37. Xiao Hua collected the northern underworld breath while paying attention to the stone wall in Zhang Daren's direction. At this time, Zhang Daren's disciples and a few cultivators with Xueqi also came out from the stone wall. There were even 3 nascent soul cultivators that Xiao Hua didn't recognize, but Zhang Daoran still didn't appear. Xiao Hua frowned. Swoosh. Another cloud pattern surged and a nascent soul cultivator flew in. This cultivator had a strong build, fair skin, and somewhat thick eyebrows. This cultivator, like the other 3 nascent soul cultivators, didn't open his eyes. He also chose a place to sit cross-legged and comprehend, but didn't see any abnormalities. Strange, there are also 4. No, there's also one more low-level cultivator. Xiao Hua looked at the cultivators below the stone wall in surprise. Could it be that these 4 nascent soul cultivators have the same purpose as Fairy Su Ming? I killed Reverend Chu Feng and Reverend Xiangtian at the Yaotai conference. Reverend Yuan Qing already said that he would spread the news of their deaths. Fairy Xu Ming avenged Reverend Chu Feng, so the one who avenged Reverend Xiangtian was naturally Fairy Xiangfeng, right? However, it seems that there are no female cultivators among these 4 nascent soul cultivators. Oh, perhaps. When Xiao Hua saw the unfamiliar low-level cultivator, he somewhat understood. These 4 nascent soul cultivators might have been invited by this cultivator. However, no matter what, I have to be careful. However, at this time, rumble. A huge tremor came from all sides of the immortal's cave. The entire cave was shaking. Xueqi watched as the pool water, which hadn't decreased at all just a moment ago, disappeared in an instant. Brother Xiao? What's going on? Amidst the rumbling, Zhang Daoran flew out from the cloud pattern on the stone wall. When he saw the entire cave shaking, he couldn't help but feel strange. Without waiting for Xueqi to speak, a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar resounded, and the figures of 4 demonic beasts appeared beside the stone wall where the 4 cultivators came from. At the same time, the entire stone wall cracked open, revealing a beast-shaped cave. The entrance to the cave was pitch black, and it emitted a cold aura. Xueqi felt strange. Is this the exit of the cave? While thinking, Xueqi put away the water bottle. Although the pond water was gone, Xueqi took advantage of this time to collect a lot of northern underworld breathwater. After instructing Xueqi to implant the northern underworld breathwater into the northern underworld breathwater, Xueqi used his spiritual force to scan the 4 caves separately. That's not right. Why do these 4 holes have the same aura as the previous maze? Xueqi frowned. Suddenly, an unimaginable thought emerged from the bottom of his heart. Without waiting for him to speak, Gong Xueqi in the distance exclaimed in joy. I understand. This wasn't Senior Cong Langzi's cave abode. This was just a place where he rested, or rather, his front residence. When the old man left, he set up a part of the maze. This misty mountain maze formation has more than 1 layer. Who cares if it's the first floor? With a sweep of his divine sense, Xueqi collected the few jade crystals at the bottom of the lake, as well as a few array discs and other objects into his space. Then, he turned his gaze to other places. Senior. Fu Jiwen flew over and bowed. Senior, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and find treasures. Xueqi didn't allow him to finish his words. He hurriedly shouted, no matter what it is, as long as you can take it first. Yes, master. Fu Jiwen hurriedly called out his master and immediately flew off. Seeing Xueqi like this, Zhang Daoran simply didn't ask any more questions. He hurriedly released his divine sense and began to search around. Fu Jiwen came in first. Moreover, he had only completed the wordless heavenly book, so he woke up faster than the others. The other Dao sect disciples weren't as lucky as him. After all the nascent soul cultivators opened their eyes and began to search the cave abode, they woke up one by one. Of course, these cultivators also hurriedly got up, very familiar with avoiding the nascent soul cultivators and looking for their own treasures. In just less than half an hour, the entire cave abode, except for the 2 restrictions on the jade table, was as clean as a dog licking the jade table. The low-level disciples were still searching around to see if they had left anything behind. The nascent soul cultivators naturally had to worry about their face, so they all landed beside the jade table. Xueqi looked at the unfamiliar nascent soul cultivators and said with a smile, Brother Daoran, what's going on with these fellow Taoists? Hee, it's all a coincidence. Zhang Daoran smiled and pointed at the nascent soul cultivator who flew out earlier. This is Taoist Master Di Quan. He and Taoist Cheng are friends despite the difference in age. Taoist Cheng didn't believe that Brother Xiao could break the formation, so he went to find fellow Taoist Master Di Quan. Fellow Taoist Master Di Quan invited Taoist Master Han, Yi Mingzi, and Yun Mingzi over. When they arrived, the outer formation had already been broken by us. Of course, they also thought of it and hurriedly entered a cave. They thought that they could meet Brother Xiao inside the cave, but who knew that they would meet this old man? Since they were Tao sect disciples, this old man also came in with them. During this period, we encountered many traps. The 4 fellow Taoists also put in a lot of effort to protect this old man's disciples. Brother Daoran is really lucky. Master Sun Kong smiled bitterly. If this old man met the 4 fellow Taoists, this old man's 2 disciples wouldn't have fallen in the maze. That's true. Zhang Daoran nodded. This old man has 5 nascent soul cultivators here. Fellow Taoist Master Zhai Xing has 3. Although Brother Xiao is alone, his cultivation far surpasses ours. You are alone and can't do anything alone. The key is that this ancient maze is too powerful. Xueqi waved his hand and said, Even the few juniors with this Xiao suffered no small amount of damage. Zhang Daoran smiled and looked at the cave in the shape of a beast on the stone wall. He pointed at it and said, "These 4 entrances are the entrances to the second layer of the maze. Presumably, it's even more dangerous inside. Since we are already here, we have no choice but to continue forward. This second layer of the maze. We have to carefully ponder over it." Brother Daoran. At this time, Taoist Master Di Quan smiled and pointed at the jade table. "Let's first discuss how to break these 2 treasures. I am already somewhat afraid of such a dangerous maze. Moreover, when I passed through the stone wall just now, I gained something. It's very useful for Ai's cultivation. If these treasures are lucky enough to fall into Ai's hands, I don't intend to go to the second layer of the maze." Yun Mengzi's expression changed slightly and he said with displeasure, "Fellow Taoist Master Di Quan, this is not what we discussed before. If you give up halfway, what should we do?" Haha. Taoist Master Di Quan laughed and covered up. "Just now at the stone wall, old friend Yun Mengzi must have gained something. This is an opportunity. We haven't had such an opportunity for hundreds of years. Now that we have encountered it, why not cherish it?" When Yun Mengzi still wanted to say something, Gong Xueqi stepped forward and said, "Since we want to break the maze, we naturally have to follow the rules. On this jade table, there should be 3 treasures just by looking at the positions. Now there were only 2. The one on the edge must have been taken away by someone. How should we distribute the remaining 2? Gong Xueqi interrupted Yun Mengzi and Taoist Master Di Quan. It was rather reckless, but he didn't miss the opportunity. Taoist Master Di Quan hurriedly said, "I and the others came later. We still want to hear Brother Daoran's opinion. Then, how about we make a decision again?" When Taoist Master Di Quan was speaking, Gong Xueqi intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was very helpless. He touched his nose and thought to himself. Gong Xueqi was obviously warning him not to reach out again. Next to him, Gusu Chodi smiled and shook her head. When she came in, Xiao Hua was standing in front of the jade table and also warned her that the maze inside the cave was powerful. He must have suffered on the jade table. The treasure Gong Xueqi mentioned was secondary. The most important thing was that if the maze was not powerful, Xiao Hua would have already taken it away. Why wait until now? Since Xiao Hua couldn't take it away, it was unlikely that they and the others could either. Gong Xueqi's warning was really like taking off pants to fart. Sure enough, Zhang Daoran said, if this was an ordinary matter, we would follow the rules and see who breaks the maze first. But this is the place where Senior Tsang Longzi meditates. The maze inside must be incomparably overbearing. We don't follow the rules. It belongs to whoever can take it. Furthermore, I would like to remind all of you, fellow Taoists, that no matter who makes a move or who obtains it, the other fellow Taoists are not allowed to attack. Otherwise this old man will kill without mercy. Taoist Master Di Quan's heart chilled, but he was even more pleasantly surprised. After all, he had seen clearly that dealing with 5 cultivators above the 4th level was one more than him. Moreover, Master Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran's spiritual power fluctuations were obscure. They seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Although Zhai Xingzi and Xiao Hua couldn't see clearly, since Xiao Hua could kill Taoist Master Shengtian, his means must not be weak. In this way, he and the others were clearly at a disadvantage. Zhang Daoran's rules were absolutely beneficial to them. Thus, Taoist Master Di Quan cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for Taoist Master Di Rant's righteousness. Then please make the first move." Zhang Daoran was about to speak when Xiao Hua's voice sounded in his ear. After a moment, he smiled and said, "How about this, let's discuss first. It won't be too late to talk later. We will listen to Taoist Master Di Rant's orders." Taoist Master Di Quan smiled. Taoist Master Han and Yi Mingzi walked over naturally. Yun Mengzi pondered for a moment and could only come over. The 7 4th grade Essence Force cultivators were divided into 2 groups as they discussed in low voices. The other cultivators stood quietly in the surroundings. Xueqing's gaze was fixed on Dao Cheng, who was standing with the other cultivators in the distance. Dao Cheng's expression changed slightly. Taoist Dao. Xueqing thought of Li Xiao and the others and Fairy Su Ming's craziness. His heart tightened and he asked, "What's going on with these 4 seniors? Chapter 37-38. Dao Cheng might not have expected such a situation, but he was naturally able to deal with Xueping's words. Moreover, Xueping did not know who Xiaohua's enemy was. The two of them talked for a while, and Dao Cheng's answer was watertight. Xueping did not ask anything, and Dao Cheng would definitely not reveal the fact that Fairy Xiang Feng had disguised herself as Yun Mengzi. The discussion between the Dao sect's elders ended very quickly. Zhang Daoran was the first to speak. Fellow Taoist Di Quan, this old man feels that the restrictions on these two treasures are definitely not small matters, so this old man's first suggestion is, we should break the restrictions together. Ha! Taoist Master Di Quan was stunned. Zhang Daoran's suggestion was truly out of his expectations. After looking around at Taoist Master Han and the others, he turned his head and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Dao Ran's suggestion is excellent. However, there are only two treasures on this jade case. There are so many of us, I'm afraid it won't be easy to distribute them. It's better to go our own way. Taoist Master Di Quan's words were very obvious. They were afraid of giving Zhang Daoran and the others a wedding dress. Zhang Daoran was not surprised and said with a smile, since that's the case, the four of you should make a move first. The four of you can freely choose between these two restrictions. However, regardless of whether you succeed or fail, this old man will have to make a move. All right. Of course, Taoist Master Di Quan and the others were surprised, but since it was given to them, it was impossible for them not to take advantage of it. However, just as Taoist Master Di Quan and Taoist Master Han were about to move, Yun Mengzi suddenly called out to them via sound transmission. This was because the attentive Yun Mengzi had already heard something from Zhang Daoran's words. Taoist Master Di Quan and the other three discussed via sound transmission for a moment before walking to the side of the restriction where the jade bottle was located. However, when the four of them gathered, Yun Mengzi hesitated for a moment. However, this hesitation only lasted for a moment before Yun Mengzi returned to normal. Fellow Taoists. Seeing that the four of them had already stood in four corners, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, this old man has to remind you that the restrictions on this jade case are no small matter, and the power of the counterattack is great. You can't hold back, but you must also prevent yourselves from getting injured. Thank you. Taoist Master Xiao. Taoist Master Di Quan raised his brows and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. He looked at Xiaohua with some gratitude and then intentionally or unintentionally looked at Yun Mengzi and said, fellow Taoists, did you hear? You and I must act according to our capabilities. Yes. Thank you for your reminder, Spiritual Master Xiao. It seemed that aside from Yun Mengzi, the other two all spoke. As for Yun Mengzi, he was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, Spiritual Master Xiao is truly kind. We have no choice but to thank you. Xiaohua smiled faintly but didn't say anything. He thought that Yun Mengzi had misunderstood and was mocking him for reminding Zhang Daoran of the power of the restriction first. So Zhang Daoran had Taoist Master Di Quan and the others test it first. Taoist Master Di Quan and the others stood still and looked at each other. They each slapped their hands on the top of the door, and 4 streaks of light shot into the sky. 4 small nascent souls in spirit armor appeared in the air. The 4 nascent souls were similar in size, and although the lights flashing around them were different, their magic power fluctuations were similar. However, when they summoned their magic treasures, their power was different. Taoist Master Di Quan had a silver spear that was more than a foot long, engraved with many flowing talismans. Under the activation of the nascent soul, the talismans emitted a dazzling brilliance. The brilliance was like a wave of water drifting between the silver spear and the nascent soul, and an incomparably sharp aura was born from the nascent soul. Taoist Master Han held a light flying sword in his hand. The flying sword was like a thin thread, and thousands of willow catkins fluttered in the air, either hiding in the void or falling into the nascent soul. Although this flying sword wasn't as sharp as Taoist Master Di Quan's silver spear, the cracks in the void created by the flying sword were enough to make Zhang Daoran and the others' eyes light up. Yi Mingzi held a pearl in her hand. There was a faint shadow of a strange beast inside the pearl. When Yi Mingzi's nascent soul activated it, the strange beast came out of the pearl. This strange beast looked like a dragon, but it wasn't. A strange and violent aura instantly filled the entire cave. Although the strange beast hadn't truly transformed, its thunderous roars were incessant. Yun Mengzi held a chipped disc in her hand. The brilliance on it was restrained, but the edges revealed teeth. Clusters of tiny light rays spurted out from the teeth. Although it wasn't completely activated, the origin chi of heaven and earth surged out from the left side of the disc, and the light rays of the disc fiercely shrank and contracted. Seeing that the 4 nascent souls of the 4 cultivators were all male, Xiaohua's heart finally relaxed. It seemed that he was really paranoid. The so-called fairy Xiangfeng didn't come here by coincidence. Fellow Taoists, attack! Taoist Master Di Quan lightly reprimanded, and the silver spear in his hand turned into a silver bolt of lightning that pierced towards the side of the jade bottle. The lightning was dazzling, and the group of low-level disciples couldn't help but close their eyes. Within the light, Taoist Han's flying cotton seemed to be blown by the wind and was even more invisible. It also landed on the restriction. Roar! Yi Mingzi activated her true essence. The strange beast that had been circling around the pearl let out a long roar and turned into the thickness of an arm before charging towards the restriction. The strange beast's scales were exceptionally clear, and strange runes faintly appeared within them. A fist-sized horn grew increasingly larger as it approached the restriction. Yun Mingzi's nascent soul didn't grasp the timing to swing the disc well. It seemed to hesitate slightly, or perhaps the direction was inaccurate. However, the light that was leaning towards Xiaohua distorted and immediately followed the other 3's magic treasures to attack the restriction. It was only because of Yun Mingzi's momentary hesitation, but the sound of thunder once again filled the jade table. The 3 magic treasures that stabbed into the restriction were immediately entangled by hair-thin thunderbolts. Ka-ka-ka-ka sounds like glass cracking. Twisted cracks appeared on the silver spear and the silver light dimmed. Yi Mingzi's strange beast was even more pitiful. With a whoosh, all the scales on its body were lifted by the thunderbolts and layers of blood-red runes flowed out like blood. On the other hand, the unknown Taoist Master Han, following the thunderbolts, the sword threads turned into thin green threads, dodging most of the thunderbolts. Very few thunderbolts landed on the sword threads, only trembling slightly a few times before gradually disappearing. It was very clear that Taoist Master Han's flying sword was a rare wood attribute. Puff puff. With 2 muffled sounds, Taoist Master Di Quan and Yi Mingzi's nascent souls opened their mouths and coughed out half a mouthful of blood. Their nascent souls were already dispirited. Sizzle. Seeing this, Yun Mingzi was shocked and hurriedly took back the disc. Just as the disc stopped, there was another light kachub sound. A thin lightning bolt hit the edge of the disc at lightning speed. A small crack appeared on the disc after being hit by the lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, the disc fell into the nascent soul's hands. The nascent soul didn't stop and entered Yun Mingzi's body. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. Fellow Taoist Yun Mingzi actually listened to my advice. The other fellow Taoists don't seem to care. Taoist Master Di Quan and Yi Mingzi's faces were slightly red. They withdrew their nascent souls and looked at each other before looking at Taoist Han. Although Taoist Han wasn't injured and his magic treasure wasn't damaged, it was even more impossible for him to break the restriction. Therefore, Taoist Han smiled bitterly and withdrew his nascent soul and magic treasure. He said to Zhang Daoran, "Fellow Taoist Daoran, it seems that we have no fate with this spirit pill. Now it's your turn to make a move. We will rest on the side for the time being." "All right." Zhang Daoran nodded. "After this old man and the others make a move, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, the 4 of you will make a move again." "Let's do as fellow Taoist Daoran says." Taoist Han nodded and flew to the side. He frowned as he looked at the jade table and pondered. Taoist Master Di Quan and Yi Mingzi flew to the side and took medicinal pills to heal their injuries. As for Yun Mingzi, she looked at Xiaohua and the others with a slightly gloomy face. The so-called Yun Mingzi was of course Fairy Xiangfeng. The reason for her hesitation was of course Xiaohua. After all, Xiaohua was close at hand and unguarded. As long as she activated her magic treasure, it was very likely that she could kill Xiaohua on the spot. Unfortunately, when Fairy Xiangfeng sent a sound transmission to Taoist Master Di Quan and the others to discuss, the 3 of them did not agree. Not to mention the treasure, the 3 of them had already set their eyes on the jade bottle. Just the presence of Zhai Xingzi and the other 4 was enough to deter the 3 of them, making them not dare to make a move. The moment Fairy Xiangfeng activated her magic treasure, she saw the beast-shaped black hole in Xiaohua's direction from the corner of her eyes. Only then did she put away her magic treasure and continue to attack the restriction. Of course, it was only when she was hesitating that the counterattack of the restriction did not severely injure Fairy Xiangfeng. At this moment, seeing Zhang Daoran discussing with Xiao Hua via sound transmission, Fairy Xiang Feng couldn't help but feel lucky. Zhang Daoran asked Xiao Hua via sound transmission, "Brother Xiao, this restriction is indeed as powerful as you said. Taoist Master Di Quan and the others. They didn't listen to your suggestion and made a move themselves. As expected, they suffered a huge loss. What do you think we should do now?" "What do you think, Brother Daoran?" Xiao Hua did not directly answer, but instead asked a question. "This." Zhang Daoran pondered for a moment and smiled bitterly. "To be honest, although our cultivation is deeper than Taoist Master Di Quan's, the difference is negligible. If they can't break the restriction, we can't break it either. This old man wants to see what Brother Xiao can do." A smile appeared on Zhang Daoran's face as he looked at the empty space on the jade table where Mo Yuntong had been placed. Xiao Hua shrugged and said with a smile, "If I had a way, would I have waited until now?" "Oh." Zhang Daoran was somewhat stunned. "Just now? Didn't we discuss in vain?" "Haha. How could it be for nothing?" Xiao Hua said with a smile, "If it was for nothing, why would I discuss with you?" Zhang Daoran scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Xiao, just now when we were discussing how to break the restriction, you didn't mention making a move yourself. I thought you had the confidence to break the restriction at the crucial moment, but if you don't make a move now, with how powerful this restriction is, I'm afraid we won't even be able to touch a hair of it." Chapter 37-39. Xiao Hua touched his nose and smiled. "Just because I don't make a move doesn't mean others won't make a move." Who else can make a move?" Zhang Daoran was puzzled as he looked at Fu Jiwen, Xueqi, and the others in the distance. Zhai Xingzi didn't disturb them. When Zhang Daoran looked at Fu Jiwen and Xueqi, he immediately observed their expressions and smiled. "Fu Jiwen, come over here." "Yes, Senior." Fu Jiwen was startled and flew over. Zhang Daoran stopped transmitting and looked at Fu Jiwen, asking curiously, "Brother Xiao, you said it was Fu Jiwen who made a move?" "Of course it's him. Who else could it be?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. Xiao Hua's stingy and protective nature was revealed again. Although he couldn't make a move now, he still didn't forget to pull his disciple into the group. If he had directly asked Fu Jiwen to make a move, Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong might have objected. But now, even if they wanted to object, looking at the injuries of Taoist Master Di Quan and the others, they naturally felt that Fu Jiwen was qualified to get a share of the loot. They couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Since they didn't say anything, with Fu Jiwen's seniority, no matter if he got a magic treasure or elixir, others wouldn't treat him badly. Sure enough, Sun Kong frowned and said with some displeasure, "Brother Xiao is joking, right? What can Fu Jiwen do?" Gidge. Xueqi also understood Xiao Hua's thoughts and covered her mouth with a smile. "Taoist Master Xiao, you're really Gu Clan." "The men of Gu Clan are all good men," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "You female cultivators must cherish them." "That's..." Xueqi looked sweetly at Zhai Xingzi and said, "This concubine understands better than anyone. What can this brat do?" Gong Shu Isin also asked coldly. Fu Jiwen naturally understood what Xiao Hua was thinking. He stood there quietly and didn't say anything. Xiao Hua ordered indifferently, "Fu Jiwen, take out the thunder amplification wood." "Yes, Senior." Seeing that there were outsiders, Fu Jiwen immediately changed the way he addressed Xiao Hua and took out the wooden box made from the thunder amplification wood. "How's the time?" Xiao Hua seemed to have a plan and asked with a smile. "If nothing unexpected happens, there should still be a few more moments." Fu Jiwen replied respectfully. "And?" Xiao Hua nodded. "Then let's wait a little longer." Taoist Master Xiao. Zhai Xingzi sighed helplessly. "If the pills are taken out, how are we going to distribute them? You've given us a huge problem." "Brother Zhai Xing." Hearing Zhai Xingzi's confident tone, Zhang Daoran asked in bewilderment, "Can't we just go with what we discussed earlier?" "What do you mean by that?" "Right, let's do as Brother Daoran said." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Fu Jiwen is a junior, so he should have the awareness of a junior. Don't you agree, Fu Jiwen?" "Yes, I will listen to your instructions." Fu Jiwen was even more cooperative than Zhai Xingzi. Zhai Xingzi looked at Xueqi helplessly and shook his head. This time, we are basking in Fu Jiwen's glory. Let's bask in it." In the past, This concubine also basked in it a lot. In the future, this concubine will probably bask in it as well. Xueqi smiled like a little fox. At worst, we'll just give Fu Jiwen some more benefits. Sister. Gong Shu Isin was unhappy and said loudly, "What do you mean? Can Fu Jiwen break the restriction?" "If Taoist Master Xiao says he can, then he can." Xueqi also started to keep them in suspense. Sun Kong seemed to have realized something and looked at Fu Jiwen up and down. However, Zhang Daoran was still not at ease. He smiled and said, "Since Fu Jiwen is going to help Taoist Master Xiao break the restriction, then, how are we going to cooperate with Fu Jiwen?" Xiao Hua shook his head mysteriously and said, "What Brother Dao Ran wants to do is indeed very important, because you have to choose which restriction to break first." Even though Zhang Daoran was half a step into the out-of-aperture realm, he did not have the slightest confidence in breaking the restriction. Now that he heard Xiao Hua's tone, it was as if the treasure in the restriction was in his hands. He could not help but be shocked. Hee. Seeing that he had enough of showing off, Xiao Hua's expression became serious. He coughed and said, "Fellow Taoists, let's follow our previous discussion and stand still." "All right." Xueqi was the first to agree. She pulled Zhai Xingzi to stand at a corner of the jade table. However, Xueqi did not take out any imperial equipment, while Zhai Xingzi took out Falling Star. Of course, what puzzled Taoist Master Di Quan and the others was that Zhai Xingzi did not use his nascent soul. Since Zhai Xingzi moved, although Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran were puzzled, they also took out their magic weapons and stood in front of the jade table. Seeing that Xueqi did not take out her imperial equipment, Gong Shu Isin was a bit hesitant. She did not know if she should take out her imperial equipment like what they discussed before. Seeing this, Xueqi smiled and said, "These are all Taoist treasures. You and I have no use for them. We can help. However, Zhai Xingzi and the others want to take the pills first. We don't have to interfere." "All right." Gong Shu Isin was also full of doubts and stood beside Xueqi. "Senior Xiao, it's time." Fu Jiwen reminded in a low voice. "Do it." Xiao Hua nodded. Fu Jiwen received Xiao Hua's order and carefully opened the Yanlei wooden box in his hand. The Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal was revealed in mid-air. Heaven Punishment Prison. Gong Shu Isin was from a famous sect and recognized the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal at a glance. She could not help but call out. However, after calling out 3 words, she immediately felt something was wrong and quickly shut her mouth. Her gaze looked very frantically at Xiao Hua and then at Xueqi. She really did not think that Xueqi and Xiao Hua actually had something to do with the Immortal Palace's Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal. This was a great crime against the immortal law. Carefully place it above the restriction. Xiao Hua instructed in a low voice. "Yes, senior." A kind of warmth appeared in Fu Jiwen's eyes. He slowly placed the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal 1 qi above the restriction. "Slowly descend." Xiao Hua instructed again. "Yes, senior." Fu Jiwen still complied. As the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal slowly approached the restriction, the hearts of Zhang Daoran and the others were all in suspense. "Hold on tight. When it's about time, let go." Xiao Hua reminded Fu Jiwen. "Yes." Fu Jiwen stared closely at the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal. His fingers slowly loosened. Gotcha. Just as everyone was staring at the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal, several bolts of lightning suddenly appeared. They were like horned dragons that appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The moment these bolts of lightning appeared, they immediately attacked the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal from all directions. However, just before these thunderbolts appeared, Fu Jiwen's fingers loosened. The Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal landed on the restriction of the jade bottle. Although most of the thunderbolts landed on the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal, there were still some that affected the restriction. Rumble. The fine thunderbolts that had just injured the 2 nascent soul stage cultivators also flashed out from the restriction and struck the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal. Wang. The Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal made a rumbling sound in the lightning threads. Inscribed chains floated and overflowed from the lightning threads. A kind of indescribable solemnity, a kind of orderly and irresistible feeling was born from these chains. Waves of purple thunderbolts followed these inscribed chains and landed on the restriction that dared to challenge them. Gotcha. Rumble. Endless rumbles sounded on the jade table. Not only were Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong dumbstruck, but even Taoist Master Di Quan and Taoist Master Han were dumbstruck. Even Fairy Xiang Feng, who originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak attack Xiao Hua, opened her mouth slightly and threw her plan aside. She blankly watched the entanglement and struggle between the Heaven Punishment Lightning of the Immortal Palace and the Heaven Punishment Lightning of the Dao Sex Tribulation Transcending Stage Cultivator. Xiao Hua was really a little proud. Song Longzi was a Tribulation Transcending Stage Cultivator, but he was much weaker than the Immortal Palace, let alone the Heaven Punishment Lightning of the Immortal Palace. Seeing that the restriction on the jade bottle had become thin in a moment, if they didn't make a move, the jade bottle might be destroyed by the lightning of the battle between Confucianism and Taoism. Xiao Hua had to remind them, "Hurry up." Zhang Daoran and the others only woke up at this time as if they had just woken up from a dream. They each urged their magic treasures to hit the restriction under the lightning. Boom! In a flash of brilliance, the 3 magic treasures hit the restriction with lightning speed. Whoosh! But just as the brilliance was born, Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and used the Heaven and Earth sleeve technique more skillfully than anyone else. He forcibly grabbed the jade bottle in the restriction that had just cracked a little. However, before Master Sun Kong could frown, Xiao Hua's hand flashed in front of Fu Jiwen's eyes like a dragonfly skimming the water. The jade bottle instantly fell into Fu Jiwen's hand before Fu Jiwen realized it. Even if Master Sun Kong wanted to say something, he was afraid that he couldn't. After all, Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen were master and disciple. Although Xiao Hua himself said that he wouldn't snatch the jade bottle, it was reasonable for him to snatch it for Fu Jiwen. Especially, with Fu Jiwen's cultivation, he couldn't use these elixirs at all. Senior Xiao. At this time, Gong Xueqi hurriedly called out, "Hurry up and put the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal on another restriction." Unfortunately, Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at her and said lightly, "If you have the ability, take it yourself." You. Gong Xueqi was a little breathless with anger. Looking at the lightning above the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal, she also realized that this was the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal. The thunder of Heaven Punishment represented the wrath of heaven. How could an ordinary cultivator trigger it? But thinking of this, Gong Xueqi couldn't help but look at Fu Jiwen again. Yes, this kind of lightning punishment. Why wasn't Fu Jiwen afraid? Seeing Xiao Hua take the jade bottle so easily and she didn't even have the thought of making a move, Fairy Xiang Feng was really ashamed and angry. She couldn't help glaring at Immortal Di Quan, whose eyes had already fallen to the ground. When Immortal Di Quan noticed Fairy Xiang Feng's gaze, he unconsciously swallowed the saliva that almost flowed out. He looked at Immortal Han and Yi Mingzi with a bitter smile. He really regretted that he didn't agree with Zhang Daoran's suggestion. Chapter 3740. Fu Jiwen, quickly let me see what kind of elixir is inside. Gusu Chodi smiled and stretched out her hand. Yes, senior. Fu Jiwen obediently raised his hand and the jade bottle flew into Gusu Chodi's hand. His gaze still fell on the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. Although the thunderbolts on the restriction had already subsided and the lightning on the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal was now extremely weak due to breaking the restriction, Fu Jiwen's heart still clenched when he thought about how he didn't use the thunder-amplifying wood to block the lightning today. Damn it, why did I take in such a stupid disciple? Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and scolded. What are you looking at? Wasn't the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal the same when I didn't give you the thunder-amplifying wood? Today, the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal has been worn down by the restriction lightning and doesn't have much power anymore. Don't worry. Yes, master. Fu Jiwen was a little absent-minded and answered, but his gaze didn't move away from the lightning. Brother Daoran, come and take a look. The jade bottle in Gusu Chodi's hand had already fallen into Zhai Xingzi's hand. After seeing it, Zhai Xingzi's face flushed red. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly beckoned Zhang Daoran over. How could Zhang Daoran not know the rarity of the elixir in the jade bottle? Looking at the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal that no longer had any lightning, he chuckled and didn't rush over. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal in his hand. His figure landed beside Fu Jiwen and placed the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal in the thunder-amplifying wood. He then said to Taoist Master Di Quan, "Taoist Master Di Quan, according to our agreement, it's time for you to take action. After the 4 of you take action, if you succeed, we'll immediately enter the final maze. If you fail, hee. After saying that, Zhang Daoran used his hand to pull Fu Jiwen and said to Zhai Xingzi and the others, "Let's go over there and talk." Immediately after, Zhang Daoran and the others walked away with their heads held high. The 7 of them gathered in a corner of the cave. After Zhang Daoran set up a restriction, they hid inside to discuss how to split the teams. Although Xueqi and the others were a little jealous in their hearts, their jealousy varied from person to person. For example, Xueqi immediately realized that Xiao Hua accepting Fu Jiwen as his disciple was not as simple as he had thought. When he thought about his encounter inside the stone wall, he had long since calmed down. Looking at the strange expressions on the faces of the people around him, he sighed in his heart and closed his eyes to comprehend. Taoist Master Di Quan and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of the 4 nascent soul cultivators, 2 were injured, and 2 had suffered under the restriction. How could they still have the strength to break the restriction? Although Zhang Daoran's words weren't sarcastic, there was a hint of mockery. However, the 4 of them exchanged glances. Their minds were already spinning as they pondered on how to break the seal. However, Fu Jiwen relied on the heavenly punishment prison crystal to break the restriction. This method couldn't be used casually. The 4 of them racked their brains but couldn't find a way to resist the restriction of a tribulation passing cultivator. Half an hour later, Zhang Daoran removed the restriction. Everyone, including Gong Xueqi, had a smile on their faces. Taoist Master Di Quan and the others felt even more bitter in their hearts. Obviously, a bottle of panacea refined by a tribulation-passing cultivator had been cleanly divided up by these shameful opponents. If they couldn't come up with something to break the restriction, they would lose the qualification to break the restriction. Of course, when Zhang Daoran and Taoist Master Di Quan discussed before, they didn't mention the time to break the restriction. However, Taoist Master Di Quan didn't think that the 4 of them had any qualifications to delay the time. Sure enough, without waiting for Zhang Daoran to speak, Sun Kong looked at the restriction on the jade table that hadn't moved in the slightest and said with a smile, "It seems that the 4 fellow Taoists are very polite. You had to wait for us to be present before breaking the restriction. In that case, I ask the 4 fellow Taoists to make a move. We've already discussed and prepared to wait for the 4 fellow Taoists to try before getting the last spirit channeling magic treasure." Spirit channeling magic treasure? Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He knew that on the hidden immortal continent, spirit channeling magic treasures were spirit tools. Hearing Sun Kong's confident tone, Taoist Master Di Quan looked at Taoist Master Han and the others and asked helplessly, "What do you 3 fellow Taoists think?" This Taoist Master Han wasn't as depressed as Taoist Master Di Quan. He had been looking at the jade table with narrowed eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. Now that he heard Taoist Master Di Quan's question, he hesitated slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Sun Kong, can you give us a bit more time?" Why not?" Sun Kong waved his sleeve and laughed loudly. "Then I'll give the 4 fellow Taoists 20 hours. After 20 hours, we'll make a move." "Many thanks, fellow Taoist." Taoist Master Han cupped his hands and replied. At this time, not to mention Taoist Master Han, even Xueqi and the others knew that Fu Jiwen's heavenly punishment prison crystal would definitely produce heavenly punishment lightning again after 24 hours. Taoist Master Han. Seeing Taoist Master Han take the initiative to speak, Taoist Master Di Quan's eyes lit up and he asked tentatively, "You?" Taoist Master Han nodded slightly and took out a few formation plates. He formed hand seals and the formation plates landed on both sides of the jade table. The formation plates flickered with obscure fluctuations and enveloped the entire jade table in a moment. Then Taoist Master Han took out a few formation flags and rubbed them with his hands. Strands of strange brilliance fell into the formation flags. These formation flags floated and landed in the void above the jade table. When everything was ready, Taoist Master Han smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, please come with me. I just saw Taoist Master Xiao break the formation. I have some insights." "Okay." Taoist Master Di Quan and the others were delighted. Only Fairy Xiang Feng was a bit hesitant, but she still flew with the 3. When Taoist Master Han set up a silent barrier, the 4 began to discuss. Lady Gong Shu." Xiao Hua looked at the formation set up by Taoist Master Han and said with a smile, "How confident do you think Taoist Master Han is in breaking the restriction?" Gong Xueqi rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua and said coldly, "I should be the one asking Senior Xiao this question, right?" Taoist Master Han is your Tao sect cultivator. You should know better than me. I can't see it either. But it seems they came prepared. Xiaohua touched his nose and completely erased the doubt in his heart. He shook his head and said, "Perhaps this Taoist Master Han is the instigator of entering the Cloud Mountain Maze formation. Yes, this Taoist Master Han knows formations. Moreover, his magic treasure is a wood attribute flying sword. Presumably, he has already thought of a way to restrain the restriction lightning. This Taoist Master Han is amazing." Xueqi nodded and said. However, Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong were Zhai Xingzi. The three people's eyes revealed doubt. Sun Kong asked curiously, "Brother Daoran, have you heard of this Taoist Master Han's name?" "No." Zhang Daoran replied flatly. "I haven't even heard of that Yun Meng Ziv. It's really strange. A Jade Pavilion gathering actually involved so many nascent soul cultivators of my hidden immortal continent. It's really out of my expectations." Zhai Xingzi was also stunned. He even looked at Xiaohua. Let's not talk about others. With Taoist Master Zhao's cultivation, although I'm not close to you province, I haven't heard of any rumors. Am I a bit ignorant? Seeing everyone talking about his background again, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said with a very mysterious smile, "I'm not surnamed Gusu. Why do you know me? Besides, don't ask about a hero's origin. Miracles are naturally man-made. There are so many nameless great experts in this world. Who knows where a divine clone is hiding?" Different. Zhang Daoran shook his head. Hidden immortal continent of Confucian cultivators. How can there be too many miracles? What about Grand Mist Ancestor? Xiaohua hit the nail on the head. When these words came out, everyone was speechless. Their faces were filled with envy and reverence. Clearly, this Grand Mist Ancestor had long been a legend of the hidden immortal continent. Not long after, Taoist Master Han and the others had finished their discussion. Taoist Master Di Quan and Yi Mingzi's faces were filled with excitement. On the other hand, Fairy Xiang Feng was biting her lips with a helpless expression. "Fellow Taoists, this time I am the abbot of breaking the seal. According to our previous discussion, I ask that you all do your best." Taoist Master Han and the others sat in front of the jade table as before. Taoist Master Han raised his hand and cupped his hands towards the three of them. "All right, we will listen to Taoist Master Han's instructions." Yi Mingzi was the first to answer. Taoist Master Di Quan and Fairy Xiang Feng did not speak. They only nodded slightly. Seeing this, Taoist Master Han raised his hand and took out a fist-sized bead from his Taoist robe. Thunder-devouring bead. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and was secretly shocked. The thunder-devouring bead in Taoist Master Han's hand was very similar to the thunder-devouring bead that Xiaohua had brought back to the thunder-controlling sect from the Dawn Rain continent. However, the thunder-devouring bead in Taoist Master Han's hand was clearly a bit shabby. Although there were some threads of lightning inside, they could not cause the lightning to change. In particular, the outer layer of the thunder-devouring bead actually had traces of golden lines, and on top of these lines, there were many strange lightning runes that were as thin as ants. These lightning runes floated along with the light, and their shape was also like a horned dragon. Damn it, what is the background of this Taoist Master Han? He actually has a thunder-devouring bead in his hand? However, it seems like this thunder-devouring bead is not his life magic treasure. I don't think it's that important. Xiaohua sighed and immediately understood what Taoist Master Han was thinking. Fellow Taoists, please prepare. Taoist Master Han raised the thunder-devouring bead, swept his gaze across the crowd and said in a low voice. At this time, Xiaohua suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Taoist Master Han, I have a suggestion." Taoist Master Xiao, please speak. Taoist Master Han was slightly startled as he said in surprise. Xiaohua laughed. Taoist Master Han, how confident are you? 30%. Taoist Master Han replied without hesitation. So it's like that. Seeing that Taoist Master Han did not hide anything, Xiaohua nodded and said, "Since Taoist Master Han is only 30% confident, and after 20 hours, we are 100% confident. In order to save time, I have a suggestion. If Taoist Master Han feels that he is about to fail this time, can you remind me, or if I feel that Taoist Master Han has reached a critical moment where he is about to fail, I can help. I only need 40%. Chapter 3741. This? Zhenren Han really didn't expect Xiao Hua to have such a suggestion. Even Master Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran were somewhat stunned. Zhenren Zhao's words. Can you speak for the other fellow Taoists? Zhenren Han thought for a moment and whispered to Zhenren Di Quan and the others. While they were discussing, Xiao Hua also transmitted his voice to Zhang Daoran and the others, telling them about his sudden decision. Zhang Daoran and the others had already obtained spirit pills, and they were all half a step into the out-of-body realm. That life source magic treasure was very important. It was a communication channel between the main body and the nascent soul. They couldn't give up their life source magic treasure, even for a spirit weapon. In particular, there was only one spirit weapon on the jade table. It was not easy to take it out, so they all agreed with Xiao Hua's suggestion. Hearing that Zhang Daoran and the others didn't object, Zhenren Han naturally didn't have any objections. If Xiao Hua made a move, they would have a 60% chance of success. If Xiao Hua didn't make a move, they would only have a 30% chance of success. In fact, at this time, Zhenren Han and the others didn't understand that this was Xiao Hua's earliest suggestion. After the discussion, Taoist Master Di Quan and the others released their yuanying. Taoist Han rubbed his hands. What fell from his hands was not light, but thunder threads. The thunder threads turned into a lightning net and landed on the thunder-devouring bead. The entire thunder-devouring bead rumbled. Thunderbolts were produced from the thunder-devouring bead. The entire thunder-devouring bead was like a small horned dragon that pounced on the restriction. Boom, boom, boom. The scene that everyone was familiar with appeared once again. The lightning above the restriction also surged towards the thunder amplification tree. Different types of lightning collided with each other, and one by one, they were annihilated in the void. Seeing the lightning above the restriction weakening, Zhenren Han shouted, "Fellow Taoists, please make a move." As soon as his voice fell, Zhenren Di Quan and the others urged their life source magic treasure to attack the restriction. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, Fairy Xiang Feng's magic treasure was changed to a bell. There were two bells, and as he waved them, two beams of light, one green and one red, intertwined and rushed into the restriction. Crackle, crackle. The four magical treasures hit the seal, especially Fairy Xiang Feng's green and red brilliance. Although it couldn't be compared to Xiao Hua's spirit-punishing vital light, it was still very sharp. The entire seal shook violently and let out extremely powerful thunderclaps. Boom! Amidst the thunderclap, 30% of the lightning thread sent the magic treasures of the four nascent soul cultivators flying, and the remaining 70% of the lightning threads landed on the thunder-devouring bead. The thunder-devouring bead shone brightly, and there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar. Following that, there was a crisp pop-pop-pop sound, and the surface of the originally worn-out thunder-devouring bead actually began to crack. After half of the 7 layers of lightning threads were absorbed by the thunder-devouring bead, the cracks on the thunder-devouring bead grew even larger, and the other half of the lightning threads bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards the magic treasures of Taoist Han and the others. Not good. Perfected Han controlled the thunder-devouring bead and immediately sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly shouted, "My magic treasure can't hold on any longer. Fellow Taoists, be careful." As he spoke, Perfected Han was the first to withdraw and fly back dozens of feet. Taoist Master Di Quan and the others had long since suffered from the restriction, and they were like birds startled by the twang of a bow as they hastily retreated. Xiao is going to make a move. Seeing this, Xiao Hua reminded them, and a golden light flew out from his Taoist robe. Shwa! Almost faster than the lightning, the Teng Jiao cut through the loosened restriction below the thunder-devouring bead. At the same time, the restriction was torn open, and there was a loud rumble. The Teng Jiao shears were also hit by layers of lightning and tumbled in the air. What's going on? Gong Shu Isin stared intently at the spirit weapon inside the restriction. But after the golden light flashed, the spirit weapon suddenly disappeared. She exclaimed in disbelief and looked up at Xiao Hua. She really didn't understand how Xiao Hua had taken the spirit weapon away from the restriction that was only a sliver torn. Looking at Xiao Hua again, his figure slightly swayed in the air, and his face suddenly turned pale. Granny! Song Longzi's restriction is really powerful. Xiao Hua used his mind to take the item, and in just a moment, he was still injured by the lightning. Xiao Hua understood his own difficulties and bitterly smiled in his heart. As soon as the spirit tool fell into Xiao Hua's space, the restriction on the jade table immediately disappeared, and the lightning completely disappeared. When Xiao Hua put away the Tangjiao shears, only the damaged thunder-devouring bead was left floating in the air. Alas, I lost a treasure, but it's still like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Taoist Master Han sighed and waved his hand, and the thunder-devouring bead was about to fly up. At this moment, Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and cut off Taoist Master Han's magic power. Smiling, he took out the spirit tool and said with a smile, "Taoist Master Han, I'll make a deal with you." Taoist Master Han saw Xiao Hua stop him from collecting the thunder-devouring bead and was slightly surprised. Looking at the thunder-devouring bead and then at the spirit tool, he suddenly realized, "Taoist Master Xiao, you've taken a fancy to my thunder-devouring bead?" "That's right," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "I've taken a fancy to your complete thunder-devouring bead. Unfortunately, the thunder-devouring bead is damaged and can't match up to 40% of the spirit tool's value. I'm in a bit of a difficult position." Taoist Master Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Hua's words were clearly bargaining. If Xiao Hua was in a difficult position, why did he stop him from collecting the thunder-devouring bead? He was clearly afraid that he wouldn't agree to the deal. It was obvious that he was trying to blackmail him. However, looking at Xiao Hua's smiling face, Taoist Master Han felt a little distressed. Xiao Hua's attitude could be considered amiable. If he was in a different situation, with such a great disparity in strength, what he did would be far more excessive than Xiao Hua. Thinking for a moment, Taoist Master Han waved his hand and removed the magic power controlling the thunder-devouring bead. He said with a smile, "This thunder-devouring bead was obtained by me through life and death. It's very important to me. Although it's already damaged, I'm not willing to give it up." Everyone in the cave mansion was well aware that this sentence was also a bargaining. However, Xiao Hua didn't mind. After all, the thunder-devouring bead was in his hands and the spirit tool was also in his hands. Although he first controlled the thunder-devouring bead to reveal his true thoughts, this was both passive and active. It was better than forcing the thunder-devouring bead into Taoist Master Han's hands. Forget it. Since Taoist Master Han also values the thunder-devouring bead so much, this thunder-devouring bead should be worth 40% of the spirit tool's value. Xiao Hua took a step back and said with a smile, "I'll use 40% of the spirit tool to exchange for this thunder-devouring bead." Straightforward. Taoist Master Han was as surprised as everyone else. They couldn't think of why this damaged thunder-devouring bead was so important to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua would rather give up the spirit tool to obtain this thunder-devouring bead. However, Taoist Master Han was also a decisive person. After thinking for a moment, he nodded in agreement. Xiao Hua laughed mischievously. With a wave of his sleeve, the thunder-devouring bead fell into the space. Once again, the space was filled with lightning and strange phenomena. Xiao Hua once again raised his hand, and the flute-like spirit artifact flew towards Taoist Master Han. He said, "I will give 40% to Taoist Master Han. Taoist Master Han now has 55% of this psychic treasure. Hee, I'll take 60%. Taoist Master Han was in a good mood. He smiled and prepared to accept the spirit tool. However, right at this moment, the spirit artifact let out a sharp sound that pierced straight into everyone's ears. The spirit artifact suddenly shook and actually escaped from Taoist Han's hands. It drew an arc in the air and rushed into one of the holes. "Still want to escape?" Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace flashed with golden light and blocked the spirit tool's attack. Then, he sneered and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique to control the spirit tool in an instant. Then, he took out a talisman from his Taoist robe and stuck it on the spirit tool under the urging of his magic power. The spirit tool's undulations immediately disappeared, and it obediently lay in Xiao Hua's hand. "Fellow Taoist Han, keep it well." Xiao Hua smiled and threw the spirit tool into Taoist Master Han's hand. Taoist Master Han's face was a bit red. He couldn't keep his face. Xiao Hua didn't care about the spirit tool, but someone did. Old Senior Xiao. Seeing the spirit tool's power, Gong Xueqi Xian hurriedly said, "Old Senior Xiao, this is a Taoist spirit tool. How can you easily give it to others?" But after Gong Xueqi Xian finished speaking, no one echoed her. Gong Xueqi Xian looked around and saw Gusu Chodi and the others looking at her like she was an idiot. In an instant, the greed that had just arisen subsided and her face flushed red. Wasn't she a Confucian cultivator? What did she want this spirit tool for? Even Master Sun Kong didn't say anything. How could she open her mouth? Besides, she didn't say anything earlier. Now that she saw the spirit tool's power, what was the point of bringing it up again? Taoist Master Han put away the spirit tool and brought Taoist Master Di Quan and the others to a corner to set up a restriction. After a while, the four flew back with smiles on their faces. Obviously, they each gained something. As for whose hands the spirit tool fell into, Xiaohua didn't care and didn't ask. Zhang Daoran looked at the cave abode that looked like it had been washed by water, and then looked at the four different cave entrances. He smiled and said, "The matter here is over, and we have no other way out. It seems that we can only break through the last maze. Fellow Taoists, what do you plan to do?" Master Sun Kong glanced at Taoist Master Han and the others and asked indifferently, "Fellow Taoist Han and the others also want to attack the formation with us?" Taoist Master Han said with a smile, "I also don't want to follow behind you, but there's no other way." Although Master Sun Kong didn't care about the spirit tool, he didn't want it to fall into the hands of others. This was what ordinary cultivators thought, so he asked Taoist Master Han. Zhang Daoren shook his head and looked at the four holes. He said, "For more passages, just like before. According to our experience in the previous maze, the most dangerous part of this maze is the protection outside. This maze seems to be where Senior Tsong Longzi tests our strength. Therefore, I think it's better to split up. What do you think, Taoist Master Xiao?" "Of course," Xiao Hua said with a smile, "if we stay together, we'll have fewer opportunities. I agree to split up. In that case, I'll take this passage." Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't object, Zhang Daoran raised his hand and pointed at a jellyfish-like hole. "I want to travel with Brother Daoran. What do you think?" Just as Zhang Daoran finished speaking, Taoist Master Han hurriedly spoke and cupped his hands towards Zhang Daoran. Chapter 3742. Zhang Daoran looked at Taoist Han, then looked at the strange faces of Taoist Di Quan and the others. He nodded slightly and said, "Of course. I'll lead the way. Brother Daoran will bring up the rear." Taoist Han saw that Zhang Daoran agreed and flew into the cave without saying a word. "Ha ha ha, why is Taoist Han more anxious than this old man?" Zhang Daoran laughed and waved his hand. "Disciples, hurry up and enter the cave." "Yes." Zhang Daoran and the other disciples agreed in unison and flew into the cave with the few low-level disciples. Just as Zhang Daoran was about to fly into the cave, Xiao Hua seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He suddenly flew in front of the jade table and waved his sleeve. The jade table was taken into his space. Then Xiao Hua let out a long breath. He clapped his hands and looked around. He smiled and said, "Phew! I finally remembered. I always felt that something was missing. It turns out that I didn't take this jade table away." Faint. Zhang Daoran looked at Xiao Hua's stingy appearance and almost laughed out loud. He said loudly, "Brother Xiao, let's meet again in the cave." "Okay, I'll wait for Brother Daoran inside." Xiao Hua replied with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Daoran's figure in midair dropped slightly by half a foot. This was simply more powerful than any spell. Since Taoist Han mentioned that he would follow Zhang Daoran, Taoist Di Quan and Yi Mingzi didn't stand on ceremony. They followed Zhai Xingzi and Sun Kong Shangren into the cave. Taoist Di Quan and Yi Mingzi wanted to walk together, but seeing Sun Kong Shangren's vigilance, the two consciously separated. "Taoist Xiao." Fairy Xiang Feng saw that everyone had left and asked with a smile, "Can I follow Taoist into the last maze?" "Of course." Xiao Hua looked at the last remaining somewhat fat cave. The strange beast's shape was like a turtle and also like a big bear. He nodded slightly. Dao Cheng had already said that he knew Taoist Di Quan, but Dao Cheng had already left in advance. At this time, Fairy Xiang Feng was alone. Like Taoist Han, she cupped her hands at Xiao Hua and said, "Since that's the case, I will also lead the way." With that, Fairy Xiang Feng flew into the cave. Xiao Hua turned his head and shouted, "Fuji Wan." However, just as he finished speaking, Xiao Hua was somewhat stunned. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the pitch-black cave entrance. He sniffed and said very strangely, "Strange, why is there a fragrance on Yun Mengzi's body?" "Senior." Upon hearing Xiao Hua's call, Fuji Wen and Xueqi flew over. Fuji Wen asked, "Shall we go in as well?" "Fuji Wen, do you think this?" Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Xiaohua wanted to say something but hesitated. He looked at Xueqi and the rest and asked, "There's no one else here. Let me ask you, are you following behind me? Or enter this old man's nation weapon?" Junior is willing to enter the nation treasure. A cultivator with serious injuries spoke up. Xueqi and the others hesitated for a moment before entering as well. Without another word, Xiaohua put them into the Kunlun ruins and flew into the cave with Fu Jiwen. After waiting for Xiaohua and the others to enter the cave, a few moments later, cloud patterns once again appeared on the stone wall where Xiaohua and the others had appeared. The Confucian cultivator who was at the 5th level of origin energy from before flew out with a flushed face. As soon as the Confucian cultivator with thick eyebrows appeared, clouds surged around him again. However, when he saw the unusually clean cave abode and the 4 open tunnels, he immediately understood what had happened. This old man has truly underestimated these Dao sect cultivators. I even underestimated Song Longzi. My trip to the Cloud Mountain Maze today was worth it. After saying that, the Confucian cultivator hurriedly stood there. The flying inscriptions carried an awe-inspiring aura and formed a cauldron-shaped cocoon around him. The inscriptions that had condensed into crystal threads did not dissipate for a long time. However, it was only a moment before the Confucian cultivator opened his eyes reluctantly. He looked at the pitch-black tunnel and sighed. Sigh, what a pity. I still have to catch up. Otherwise, if Xiaohua leaves the cave abode, it'll be a little troublesome. After saying that, the Confucian cultivator pondered for a moment and flew into a tunnel. An hour after the Confucian cultivator disappeared, 3 Confucian cultivators wearing bright yellow robes also appeared. The 3 of them were even more decisive than the Confucian cultivator with the thick eyebrows. They didn't stop at all. The 3 of them didn't separate and rushed into a passage. The second layer of the maze was different from the previous ones. The cave was obviously much larger, and there was light coming from an unknown source. In particular, the restriction on divine sense was much stronger. Even someone as strong as Xiaohua could only extend his divine sense to a range of a few dozen meters, unable to extend it any further. At this time, Xiaohua had already caught up with Fairy Xiangfeng. Fairy Xiangfeng's so-called scouting ahead was just a polite attitude. If Xiaohua did not bring Fu Jiwen, he could let Fairy Xiangfeng fly in front. However, with Fu Jiwen, Xiaohua could only let Fu Jiwen take the heart-stabilizing plate and lead the way. Of course, Fairy Xiangfeng did not dare to not do anything. In this second layer of the maze, she had already blocked many attacks for Fu Jiwen and had even used her life source magic weapon several times. All right, Daoist Yun Meng. Seeing Fairy Xiangfeng working so hard, Xiaohua felt a bit embarrassed and said with a smile, "You rest for a moment. Next, Fu Jiwen and I will lead the way. Then I will have to trouble Daoist Xiao." Fairy Xiangfeng was truly exhausted. Her cheekbones flashed with a strange light. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a pill from the space. He handed it to Fairy Xiangfeng and said with a smile, "This is a pill refined by Xiaohua. It can replenish quintessential essence. Why don't you try it?" Fairy Xiangfeng smiled and took the pill. However, she did not consume it and replied, "I am just a bit exhausted. I will be fine after resting for a while." And Xiaohua's expression did not change. He slapped his hand and the seal of overturning sea flew above Fu Jiwen's head to protect him. Daoist Xiao. Fairy Xiangfeng looked around and asked curiously, "Where are Xueqi and the others? Did they stay in the cave?" "No." Xiaohua replied without turning his head. "Xiaohua has a country weapon. I will temporarily keep them inside and let them out after we get the cave." Fairy Xiangfeng was slightly surprised. She rolled her eyes and said, "Daoist Xiao is very protective of your disciples. Xueqi and the others are not Xiaohua's disciples." Xiaohua corrected. "Xiaohua only met him once." "Since you only met him once?" Fairy Xiangfeng asked in confusion. "Daoist Xiao believes Xueqing's words? You dare to bring him into the Misty Mountain Maze?" "Yes." Xiaohua nodded. "Aren't we in the Misty Mountain Maze now? His words are not wrong." "That is not what I meant." Fairy Xiangfeng hurriedly explained. "What I mean is that Daoist Xiao is already able to bring them in. Moreover, in the cave from before, I saw that these low-level disciples had already found some useful treasures. In particular, When they passed through the stone wall, they obtained a lot. Taoist Xiao does not need to bring these burdens. Taoist Xiao means to leave them in the cave from before? That is not it. Sigh, I don't know what to say. Fairy Xiang Feng was at a loss for words. She was purely trying to dispel Xiao Hua's conflict and increase his favorable impression of her. I just feel that Taoist Xiao is doing too much for these strangers. Perhaps. Xiao Hua activated the seal of overturning ocean, and a ferocious earthen yellow radiance rushed past Fu Jiwen, sweeping away all the huge rocks that were smashing towards him. He replied somewhat absent-mindedly, "They are still my Dao sect's disciples after all. I also want to give them some benefits." Taoist Xiao is so kind. Fairy Xiang Feng sneered in her heart. However, her tone did not change. She then asked, "Oh right. I was invited by Taoist Di Quan. However, I heard from Dao Cheng that Taoist Xiao had just returned from the Yaotai gathering. Could it be that Taoist Xiao did not kill my Dao sect disciples on the Yaotai mountain?" Of course I have killed Dao sect disciples. However, I have killed more Confucian sect disciples. Xiao Hua did not seem to notice. He still had his back facing Fairy Xiang Feng as he said, "Moreover, I have killed many Dao sect disciples. However, I have saved many more." "I don't believe it." Fairy Xiang Feng laughed. "That year, I participated in the Yaotai gathering and killed many people. There were many Dao sect disciples inside. It is up to you whether you believe it or not." Xiao Hua turned around. His eyes were very clear. "I have no regrets." "Humph. No regrets." Fairy Xiang Feng cursed inwardly. After passing through the maze, she did not see Fairy Su Ming and did not hear Zhai Xingzi and the others mention her. How could Fairy Xiang Feng not know that Fairy Su Ming had died in Xiao Hua's hands? I heard that this Yaotai gathering was different from before. Not only did golden core cultivators die inside, even nascent soul cultivators were almost wiped out? Fairy Xiang Feng asked again. Xiao Hua nodded, "Indeed." "Why? How would I know?" Xiao Hua shook his head. "I was also seriously injured inside. I was lucky to escape and do not know the details. Of course, if Taoist Yun Meng wants to know who I have killed, I can tell you the reason." "Don't." Fairy Xiang Feng hurriedly waved her hand. "Taoist Xiao, you are preparing to kill me. I don't want to hear this." "It doesn't matter." Xiao Hua laughed. "If I don't mention names, how would you know? I have endured for a long time. If I don't tell anyone, I will feel uncomfortable." "Very well." Fairy Xiang Feng laughed bitterly. "I can only believe in Taoist Zhao's character." Then, Xiao Hua explained in detail why he killed Taoist Xiang Tian and Taoist Chu Feng. Fairy Xiang Feng's expression changed several times. In the end she sighed slightly and said, "Taoist Xiao, you killed them well. One of them bullied the weak and forced people to buy and sell. In the end, he even harmed the innocent. The other one was even more sinister. He wanted to take advantage of your injuries to steal your Chen bag. He indeed deserved to be killed." Chapter 3743. If fellow Taoist Elma thinks so, then that's great. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I've always convinced people with virtue. Now that you and I are going to break through the maze of Misty Mountain, we should trust each other." Taoist Xiao, don't worry. Fairy Xiang Feng nodded. "I have absolute trust in Taoist Xiao." "Oh right." Xiao Hua suddenly asked, "Does fellow Taoist Elmar know Fairy Su Ming?" "Of course." Fairy Xiang Feng blinked her eyes and said curiously, "Ji Prefecture's Fairy Su Ming is a late nascent soul stage cultivator. How could I not know?" At this point, Fairy Xiang Feng rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Could it be that Taoist Xiao has something to say directly to Fairy Su Ming? Or, does Taoist Xiao have other ideas? Oh, according to what I know, although Fairy Su Ming has never dual cultivated, she still has dual cultivated Taoist Xiao." Without waiting for Fairy Xiang Feng to finish speaking, Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand to stop her. He rolled his eyes at her and said, "No matter how useless I am, I won't find such an arrogant female cultivator as my dual cultivation partner." "I'm just joking with Taoist Xiao. Why is Taoist Xiao looking for Fairy Su Ming?" Fairy Xiang Feng asked. "Nothing much." Xiao Hua's face sank. In the future, whether it's Ji Prefecture or hidden immortal continent, There won't be a cultivator called Fairy Su Ming.
Why?
Fairy Xiang Feng was surprised, but suddenly she seemed to have thought of something. She hurriedly stopped in midair and asked in a low voice, "What does Taoist Xiao mean? I've only met Fairy Su Ming once. I don't care about the grudges between you and Fairy Su Ming. Why is Taoist Xiao talking to me about this?" "Hee hee. Taoist Elmar doesn't need to worry," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "I just want to tell Taoist Xiao that the cultivator who forced her to buy and sell was Taoist Chu Feng. Fairy Su Ming wanted to take revenge for Taoist Chu Feng and wanted to besiege me with other cultivators in the first maze, but I killed her."
Say.
Fairy Xiangfeng took a deep breath and sighed. "Damn Fairy Xuming. That Taoist Master Chu used her name to commit a lot of evil deeds, but these evil deeds were nothing more than gossip in Fairy Su Ming's ears. Now that she was dead, it was her retribution. In fact, there is really no need for Taoist Master Xiao to mention this to me." Xiao Hua stared at Fairy Xiangfeng and asked word by word, "Oh, this Xiao wants to know if fellow Taoists saw Fairy Su Ming when you entered the Misty Mountain Maze formation." Fairy Xiangfeng didn't avoid his gaze. Instead, she calmly replied, "This old man can swear a blood oath that this old man didn't see Fairy Su Ming and the others outside the Misty Mountain Maze." Hearing Fairy Xiangfeng's words, Xiao Hua's expression relaxed. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Elmar, there's no need to be so serious. I was just asking." It was also at this time that a rumbling sound came from afar. It was as if the entire secret passage had collapsed. An earth-shattering cloud of dust mixed with gravel rushed toward Xiao Hua and the others. Seeing this, Fairy Xiangfeng hurriedly waved her hand. A jade bracelet like magic treasure flew out. At the same time she shouted, "Taoist Master Xiao, be careful. This old man just happens to have a bracelet that repels dust." "Okay." Xiao Hua didn't have time to care about whether Fairy Xiangfeng had sworn a blood oath or not. He agreed and stepped aside, watching the jade bracelet fly in front of his head. The jade bracelet emitted an earthy yellow brilliance. That brilliance was like a long cover. Not only did it cover Fu Jiwen and himself, it also produced a strange fluctuation in front of his head. It separated the dust and gravel that were rushing over to both sides. However, the strength of the gravel in the secret passage was extremely great. The brilliance of the jade bracelet trembled rapidly like a candle in the wind. "Taoist Master Xiao." Fairy Xiangfeng softly reprimanded and called out, "This is the restriction of the secret passage. It seems to be quite powerful. We must work harder to break through. The longer we stay in this restriction, the more dangerous it will be. This old man will lead the way."
Okay.
"I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist." Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Xiangfeng's vigorous figure flying in front of him. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Sure enough, the restrictive spells in the second layer of the formation were far stronger than those in the first layer. Fairy Xiangfeng would not care about the dust and pebbles that were pouring into the tunnel like a flood if she were anywhere else. However, as she kept moving forward, she found it harder and harder to keep going. This was because not only did she have to find the direction in this secret passage, she also had to maintain the magic power of her magic treasure. Especially as she went deeper into the secret passage, Fairy Xiangfeng found that her magic power was getting more and more exhausted. Moreover, the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the secret passage was getting thinner and thinner. The magic power consumed by Yuanying was much more than usual. Taoist Master Xiao. After flying like this for an hour, there was still no end in sight. Fairy Xiangfeng could only open her mouth and say, "This secret passage is strange. This old man's magic power is actually not enough. This old man reckons that I can still hold on for the time of a meal. After that, I will let Taoist Master Xiao lead the way." This Xiao has already sensed it. Xiao Hua's face also became serious. He said, "This maze is actually starting to restrict my Taoist magic power. At the same time, it is also gradually isolating the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. I fear that there will be big trouble ahead." Fairy Xiangfeng snorted coldly. She took out a pill from her bosom and put it into her mouth. She said very heroically, "This old man wants to see how powerful this maze is." As she spoke, Fairy Xiangfeng once again activated her magic power. The jade bracelet shone brightly. Like a bamboo umbrella swaying in a storm, it rushed into the distance. "Fu Jiwen." Xiao Hua looked into the distance and ordered, "You can hide in here." "Yes, master." Fu Jiwen hurriedly kept the heart-calming plate. Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror and kept Fu Jiwen. Then, Xiao Hua pointed at the seal of the ocean and shouted, Taoist Yun Meng, this Xiao will help you.
Wang Wang.
The coiling dragon roared. The seal rumbled. An earthen yellow light that was much more vast than the jade bracelet shot out from the seal of the ocean and chased after it like a flood dragon. Thank you, Taoist Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng looked at the power of Xiao Hua's seal of the ocean and her heart sank. However, there was no change in her expression. She only smiled and nodded. She retreated slightly and made space for Xiao Hua. Just like that, they flew for another 2 hours. Seeing that the secret tunnel was even wider and the qi of heaven and earth was almost gone, Xiao Hua and Fairy Xiang Feng's true essence was suppressed by the restriction in the secret tunnel and could not flow. Their nascent souls were also tightly locked in their lower dantian and could not be released even if they wanted to. Fairy Xiang Feng was still fine as she was only a nascent soul. However, Xiao Hua had more than 100 nascent souls in his lower dantian. That terrifying pressure almost made him collapse. Helpless, Xiao Hua could only take out the Kunlun mirror and keep all the nascent souls in the Kunlun ruins. Phew! With the nascent souls gone, the pressure suddenly decreased. Xiao Hua let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Fairy Xiang Feng suddenly shouted in surprise. Taoist Xiao, quickly release your divine sense. Divine sense is restricted here. Xiao Hua hurriedly released his divine sense. As expected, the restriction on his divine sense was long gone. His divine sense was very free in the secret tunnel. What is going on? Xiao Hua frowned slightly. However, he felt a lot more at ease. Since his divine sense could be controlled and his divine sense could be used, he had one more method to protect himself. Whoosh! At this moment, there was a sound like the sound of water. Xiao Hua and Fairy Xiang Feng both felt their Dharma treasures break through a layer of barrier. Their bodies also became lighter. The surrounding dust and rocks and the heavy pressure disappeared. When they looked around again, it was just a misty space. Xiao Hua and Fairy Xiang Feng looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. The two of them did not dare to put away their Dharma treasures and released their divine sense to check. It was not a big deal, but the two of them had a strange expression on their faces. Because their divine sense could not scan the edge of the space at all. Taoist Xiao, can you still use your Dharma power? Fairy Xiang Feng saw Xiao Hua's expression and knew that things were not good. No. Xiao Hua shook his head. However, he looked down and said, although we cannot use flying techniques or Dharma power, we are still standing in the air. Then he looked up at the seal of overturning ocean that rushed out earlier. There was no light, no Dharma power fluctuation. It was just floating in the air as if it was placed on a table. Xiao Hua walked a few steps and even jumped a few times. He reached out his hand and took the seal of overturning ocean. He weighed it in his hand and said, our Dharma treasures cannot be used either. Ouch! Saying this, Xiao Hua's expression changed greatly. What is it? Taoist Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng also picked up the jade bracelet from the air and asked hurriedly. Qiankuan bag cannot be used. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This. Fairy Xiang Feng tried a little. As expected, the jade bracelet could not be put into the Qiankuan bag. Her expression changed greatly. Whoa! At this moment, a gust of wind came from an unknown place. It was very cold and desolate. Fairy Xiang Feng could not help but shrink her neck. However, just as she moved, she froze in place. She hurriedly looked at Xiao Hua. Fortunately, Xiao Hua did not notice Fairy Xiang Feng's movement. Instead, he looked into the distance. After a moment, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Taoist Yun Meng, follow me. Saying this, he did not wait for Fairy Xiang Feng to speak and walked towards the right. Taoist. Fairy Xiang Feng opened her mouth. She did not know where Xiao Hua's confidence came from. After all, in this place, there was only light. Spiritual sense could not see the edge of this place. Even a Yuanian cultivator was no different from an ordinary blind person. However, Fairy Xiang Feng tactfully followed behind Xiao Hua. However, when she saw Xiao Hua's defenseless junior, her eyes flashed with a strange expression. Xiao Hua did not walk in a straight line. Most of the time, he would even walk backwards. In particular, every time he changed directions, Xiao Hua did not stop at all. It was as if he could see the path under his feet clearly.
Xiao.
Taoist Xiao. Fairy Xiangfeng could not help but say, You can see the space restriction. Chapter 3744.
No.
Xiao Hua replied without the slightest hesitation. When Fairy Xiangfeng heard this, she almost jumped up. She even said in a low voice, Since you can't see, why are you bringing me around here? Xiao Hua shrugged and replied humorously, Since Taoist friend doesn't know where to go, why don't you follow me? Just treat it as digestion. Digestion? Fairy Xiangfeng almost fell down again. This was the Misty Mountain Maze, a maze set up by a tribulation-passing cultivator. Their lives could be in danger at any time. How could he be so casual? At this moment, Fairy Xiangfeng really wanted to slap Xiao Hua's face. After walking for a while, Fairy Xiangfeng's heart began to move. Unlike the arrogant Fairy Su Ming, she didn't have the intention to let Xiao Hua go. Although Xiao Hua said so much, she didn't believe him completely. Xiao Hua's character didn't have much light in her eyes. What she wanted to do was to kill Xiao Hua and calmly escape. Now that they were in this mysterious space, even if she did not have any means to attack Xiao Hua, as long as she could escape from this space and kill Xiao Hua, wouldn't she achieve her goal? While thinking, Fairy Xiangfeng looked at Xiao Hua's back and looked left and right. Then, she turned around and started to walk away.
Wang Wang.
Just as Fairy Xiangfeng walked a few feet forward, the seemingly ordinary light in front of her immediately disappeared. Following a series of rumbling noises, leaves and pine needles flew toward her like a storm.
Oh.
Fairy Xiangfeng scanned with her divine sense and immediately found the difference between the leaves and pine needles. She knew that the leaves contained a strong force. She snorted and did not hesitate to raise her hand to cast a spell. Just as she raised her hand, Fairy Xiangfeng's expression changed drastically. How could she still use her dermic powers at this moment? These seemingly ordinary flying leaves and pine needles were now sharp weapons for murder. He could instantly kill her right here and now.
Oh no!
Fairy Xiangfeng quickly retreated, but she had miscalculated. Not only could she not cast any spells, but her movements were also somewhat slow. How could she block the continuous flying leaves? Fairy Xiangfeng knew that things were not good. She could only hope that her armor could block so many attacks.
Cease.
The flying leaves and pine needles seemed to have the power to tear the void apart. Fairy Xiangfeng's face turned even paler when she heard this. In the blink of an eye, Fairy Xiangfeng's spiritual sense transformed into a hand. She did not care whether it was effective or not, and grabbed at the air like a yuanying hand.
Whoa.
Out of Fairy Xiangfeng's expectation, a nascent soul hand similar to the one she usually used appeared and grabbed all the flying leaves and pine needles in the hand, sweeping away all the miscellaneous items in the space.
I see.
Fairy Xiangfeng immediately came to a realization. She understood why she could only use her spiritual will in this space. This space is where Senior Tsonglang Zi tested the juniors of the Dao sect. What's important is the finer control of one's divine sense. Just as Fairy Xiangfeng came to a realization, Ka-cha-cha. 1,000 feet above her head, streaks of lightning appeared. Then, layers of dark clouds rolled and formed all sorts of indescribable shapes. Numerous fist-sized hailstones formed in the dark clouds and came crashing down. Good timing. Fairy Xiangfeng was filled with a heroic spirit. She performed a spell with both hands. Even though she did not use any arcane energy, it was no different from using arcane energy. One after another, cherry blossom-like lights appeared above Fairy Xiangfeng's head, protecting her firmly. PFFF PFFF PFFF. Unfortunately, Fairy Xiangfeng had underestimated the power of the hailstones. The hailstones immediately destroyed the cherry blossoms that had just bloomed. Moreover, the second and third layer of hailstones did not stop falling. It seemed like they had no intention of stopping. Not good. Seeing the power of the hailstones, Fairy Xiangfeng's pride was crushed in her heart. She hurriedly released her spiritual will to form more cherry blossoms. Of course, the cherry blossoms were destroyed by the hailstones again. Fairy Xiangfeng was indeed a late-stage yuanying cultivator. She was extremely proficient in controlling her spiritual will and coordinating her spells. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she had already formed close to 100 layers of cherry blossoms. These 100 layers of cherry blossoms blocked the 100 layers of hailstones, protecting her from being injured by the hailstones.
Whoa.
When there was a gap, Fairy Xiang Feng immediately activated her Yuanying hand. The Yuanying hand grew to the size of a few mu and grabbed towards the sky. In an instant, the entire layer of clouds was torn apart. Fairy Xiang Feng took this opportunity to retreat. However, the moment the layer of clouds was torn apart, the hailstones fell onto the Yuanying hand. The huge force caused the Yuanying hand to collapse. Fairy Xiang Feng had no choice but to continue using her spells to form more cherry blossoms to block the hailstones. Then, she slowly retreated. This repeated for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Fairy Xiang Feng was starting to feel tired. Not only were there too many hailstones, but the force of the hailstones was also too strong. Fairy Xiang Feng's spirit sense was greatly depleted, and she could vaguely feel a tearing sensation coming from her Naiwan palace. Fairy Xiang Feng raised her head and looked at the cherry blossoms that were swept away by the hailstones. The cherry blossoms should have been tens of feet away from Fairy Xiang Feng, but now, they were only tens of feet away from Fairy Xiang Feng's head. Fairy Xiang Feng's heart was filled with bitterness. She did not expect that the spiritual will that she had cultivated for 1,000 years could only last for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Looking at the endless hailstones and the distance she had retreated had already exceeded the distance she had advanced. She still could not see Xiao Hua. Fairy Xiang Feng laughed bitterly. Just a moment ago, she was still scheming against Xiao Hua. However, she did not expect that she was the stupidest one. Oh, Taoist Yunmeng, so you are here. At this time, Xiao Hua's shocked voice sounded in front of Fairy Xiang Feng. Just now, this Xiao turned around and could not find you. I did not expect you to fall into a restriction. Taoist Xiao, quickly use your Yuanying hand. Fairy Xiang Feng heard Xiao Hua's voice and called out without hesitation. However, just as she said that, she was filled with regret. Yes, this was a dead end. Although she could not escape, why couldn't she drag Xiao Hua down with her? Could it be that she was inferior to Fairy Su Ming? Yuanying hand? How can I use it without magic power? Xiao Hua was also shocked. However, looking at the cherry blossoms above Fairy Xiang Feng's head, Xiao Hua fell into deep thought. He then looked at the hailstones rushing towards him and quickly slapped his forehead. Boom! His spiritual will rushed out and a Yuanying hand of several mu in size appeared, tearing apart the hailstones and black clouds above him and Fairy Xiang Feng. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua was naturally not as foolish as Fairy Xiang Feng. When he saw this, he naturally understood that Fairy Xiang Feng felt extremely bitter in her heart. Taoist Yunmeng, follow this Xiao. Xiao Hua's Yuanying hand was much more solid than Fairy Xiang Feng's. That layer of hailstones was unable to destroy it. Xiao Hua had enough time to find the exit. Hi, many thanks, Taoist Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng was somewhat helpless. She clearly did not want to obtain any benefits, but in a life-and-death situation, she had no choice but to follow Xiao Hua. Looking at how Xiao Huadong quickly walked out of the dark clouds, Fairy Xiang Feng squinted her eyes and looked at the previously calm light screen. She bowed and said, I thank Taoist Xiao for your help. It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Hua casually waved his hand and said, follow this Xiao. Don't be careless. This place is really dangerous. Yes. Fairy Xiang Feng slightly gritted her teeth. It was unknown whether the hatred in her heart had increased or decreased. Xiao Hua was still leisurely strolling around. However, there was no danger in this stroll. Not to mention hailstones, there were not even pine needles or flying leaves. However, the space was still boundless. It seemed that even if he walked for 10,000 years, it would still be the same. Why is there wind? Fairy Xiang Feng's heart was not as clear as Xiao Hua's. Only now did she notice that the sound of wind when they first entered the space had increased. It made her feel a real chill. Taoist Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng could not help but say, this wind is somewhat strange. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said helplessly, please fellow Taoist, there is no need for you to say anything. This Xiao has been blown around for a long time. How could I not know? Then, is there any other way out? Fairy Xiang Feng gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. However, she still held back her anger and asked. Xiao Hua shrugged and shook his head. This Xiao does not know. However, this Xiao feels that, as long as there is wind blowing past, there must be an exit. Perhaps the exit of this space is right in front. Are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? Fairy Xiangfeng said angrily. You are talking about an ordinary cave. This is a maze set up by Senior Tsang Lang Zi. How could there be, Wu? Before Fairy Xiangfeng could finish, a strange gust of wind blew her words back into her throat. Fairy Xiangfeng was caught off guard. Her body tilted slightly. She did not dare to be careless and quickly released her spiritual sense. A several qi lodge cover covered her. Whoosh whoosh. A few terrifying sounds could be heard coming from the cover. Fairy Xiangfeng could see that the cover formed by her divine sense was being torn apart by the strange wind. See. Fairy Xiangfeng sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, if this wind landed on my body, if I did not have a magic treasure to protect me, wouldn't my body be cut into pieces? Thinking of this, Fairy Xiangfeng hurriedly looked at Xiao Hua. See. Fairy Xiangfeng screamed again as if she had a toothache. Xiao Hua, who was not far from Fairy Xiangfeng, was shaking, but he didn't use his divine sense to protect himself. Instead, he simply stretched out his hands and stood there as if he was hugging the wind. The strange wind that could cut through the divine sense barrier blew on Xiao Hua's body. His Taoist robe was torn apart like a butterfly, but Xiao Hua didn't seem to have heard it. It was as if his body wasn't afraid of it at all. Chapter 3745. Shameless. Fairy Xiangfeng couldn't help but spit out in shock. This was because the Taoist robe on Xiao Hua's body had already begun to shatter, and his arm was already exposed. Inside, there was dark golden skin. Unfortunately, Fairy Xiangfeng was now Yun Mengzi. Even if she didn't want to look, she couldn't avoid it. She could only use her divine sense to form a barrier and follow behind Xiao Hua with difficulty. Fairy Xiangfeng felt like an ordinary person trudging through a violent gale. As she ventured deeper into the storm, an indescribable feeling of suffocation arose from her Naiwen palace. It was as if the wind had turned into mud, covering her mouth and nose. Her chest heaved rapidly. She wanted to gasp for air, but she couldn't breathe in a single breath of fresh air. Wang wang wang. Just as Fairy Xiangfeng was about to call out to Xiao Hua, the entire space started to shake. The strange wind that was squeezing her to the point of bursting suddenly disappeared. Not good. Xiao Hua yelled from afar. Taoist Yun Mengzi, quickly come over. Fairy Xiangfeng also felt a sense of danger. She hurriedly rushed over to where Xiao Hua was. However, before she could reach Xiao Hua's back, she saw a funnel-like object gradually forming in midair in the originally misty space in the distance. The strange wind that had stopped earlier started to grow stronger again. However, this time, the strange wind had a rotational force. Wind. Hurricane. Fairy Xiangfeng blurted out. It's like the tsunamis and hurricanes of the East Sea. She looked at the wobbling funnel in the distance that looked like a baby that couldn't walk yet. That's right. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. He looked at the hurricane that was slowly moving over and said calmly, this hurricane is the true test of space. The hurricane is moving towards where we need to go. We can't avoid it. Only by using a divine sensibility to escape from the hurricane can we pass Senior Tsang Longzi's test. This is almost impossible. Fairy Xiangfeng smiled bitterly. This old man's spirit energy is already at the upper stage of the 4th grade. Although my spirit energy hasn't undergone any special refinement, before the test, my spirit energy is already somewhat exhausted. My Naiwen palace is abnormally painful. Even a spirit-severing stage cultivator would find it difficult to pass such a trial, let alone a leaving aperture stage cultivator. To nascent soul cultivators like us, this cloudy mountain bewildering formation is a dead end. Perhaps we should have tried to find a way out of the cave just now. Fellow Taoist, do you regret it? Xiao Hua asked indifferently as he faced the gale that had already begun to blow. Of course not. Fairy Xiangfeng narrowed her eyes. She knew that her answer was completely irrelevant to Xiao Hua's question. That's great. How could Xiao Hua know what Fairy Xiangfeng was thinking? He nodded and said, since you don't regret, then protect yourself first. Let me see if I can bring you out of this hurricane. You? And bring me along? Fairy Xiangfeng was in disbelief. It's a pity that this Zhao's nation armament can't be used. Xiao Hua said somewhat regretfully, otherwise, this Xiao would have collected you first, and things would have been much easier.
Perhaps.
Fairy Xiang Feng declined to comment. How could she be willing to fall into Xiao Hua's hands? While they were speaking, the gale had already closed in. The surrounding space had already formed a huge whirlpool under the enormous hurricane force. Xiao Hua looked at this huge funnel hurricane. It was very similar to the huge whirlpool under Yaotai Mountain. However, this funnel's might was far inferior to that whirlpool.
Okay, now is the time.
Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to be blown away by the hurricane, Xiao Hua roared and shouted, "Fellow Taoist El Dreamy, quickly stretch out your arm."
Oh, okay.
Fairy Xiang Feng's barrier was already on the verge of shattering. Hearing Xiao Hua's roar, she was slightly startled and immediately stretched out her arm.
Let's go.
Xiao Hua grabbed Fairy Xiang Feng's arm. His body flew up gracefully and started to spin in the direction of the hurricane. How is this possible? Fairy Xiang Feng saw that Xiao Hua was flying extremely steadily as though he was using a flying technique. She naturally did not dare to believe it. However, when she scanned with her spiritual will, she immediately understood. Xiao Hua actually used his spiritual will to form 2 wings on his back. Now, with a flap of the wings, he actually flew up. While Fairy Xiang Feng was dumbfounded, Xiao Hua's little tail had already started to curl up. When he felt the strange wind, he was already thinking about how to escape. When he was fighting with Kong Hongwu at the foot of Yaotai Mountain, Kong Hongwu's sacred art of transforming his Aoran Qi into wings immediately appeared in his mind. Kong Hongwu had already refined his spirit to the void and could form wings. Although Xiao Hua's cultivation did not have such a divine ability, his spiritual will was far superior to Kong Hongwu's. Now, he actually succeeded. Of course, to form wings with his spiritual will to fly, he still had to resist the hurricane. Xiao Hua's spiritual will was greatly exhausted. However, Xiao Hua had plenty of experience fighting against the hurricane. Thus, he was not in any danger.
God.
After a long time, this thought appeared in Fairy Xiang Feng's mind. To be able to form wings with his spiritual will, especially without the use of any spells, meant that his control over his spiritual will was extremely precise. It was something that she could not even imagine. Moreover, she knew very well that if one did not have an ancient secret technique, it would be impossible to cultivate this divine ability successfully. At least from what Fairy Xiang Feng had seen, there was no second person like this in the entire hidden immortal continent. Xiang Tian, of all people, why did you have to offend him? Fairy Xiang Feng felt a sense of helplessness. If what Xiao Hua said is true, why did you? Thinking of this, Fairy Xiang Feng did not know what to think or how to complain.
Rumble.
Fairy Xiang Feng's entire body shook. Even Xiao Hua's body was somewhat unbalanced. Xiao Hua's spiritual will wings were somewhat messy. In an instant, the 2 of them were like 2 balls of paper dancing in the wind.
Rumble.
Fairy Xiang Feng's entire body shook. Even Xiao Hua's body was somewhat unbalanced. Xiao Hua's spiritual will wings were somewhat messy. In an instant, the 2 of them were like 2 balls of paper dancing in the wind. Xiao Hua very naturally loosened his grip and was about to cast a spell. At this moment, Fairy Xiang Feng's figure floated to Xiao Hua's back along with the wind. Xiao Hua's dark golden neck was only a few feet away from Fairy Xiang Feng's head. Fairy Xiang Feng's eyes opened wide. Her eyes flashed and her hand on her chest involuntarily moved to her waist. However, when she felt the sharp protrusion on her waist, a rare trace of hesitation appeared in Fairy Xiang Feng's heart. However, this hesitation disappeared in a flash. Fairy Xiang Feng moved her finger and was about to take out the sharp protrusion. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly shouted. Damn it! This old man forgot that spiritual power cannot be used. Watch this old man. As he spoke, Xiao Hua's spirit sense changed in the air again. A flying boat that looked like a flying leaf appeared below Xiao Hua and Fairy Xiang Feng. Xiao Hua stepped on it and waved his hand. Taoist El Dreamy, come on up quickly. This Xiao understands. Fairy Xiang Feng saw that the opportunity to assassinate Xiao Hua had disappeared and felt rather regretful. She had no choice but to step on the flying boat. She smiled and said, What did Taoist Xiao understand? This is Senior Tsong Lang Zi testing our spiritual will. Not only is it testing the thickness of our spiritual will, it is also testing the control of our spiritual will. In this space, all spiritual power is empty. There is only spiritual will. Spiritual will is spiritual power. Xiao Hua was somewhat excited. He looked at the flying boat and shouted. Spiritual will can even replace magic treasures. Fairy Xiangfeng looked at the excited Xiao Hua with disdain. She already knew this when she first fell into the trap. However, she still agreed. Taoist Xiao is truly powerful. Even now, this old man still does not understand how a Yuanying's hand is used. Furthermore, look at Taoist Zhao's wings and this flying boat. It is truly amazing.
This is nothing.
Xiao Hua smiled and shook his head.
Just as he was about to speak, rumble, there was another huge tremor.
The flying boat instantly disintegrated into nothingness. Xiao Hua seemed to be prepared for this. He reached out and grabbed Fairy Xiangfeng again. His divine intent condensed again. This time, Fairy Xiangfeng was even more dumbfounded. Under his divine intent, a pair of 100-meter-long wings appeared on Xiao Hua's back.
When the wings spread, it gave off the feeling of a great rock soaring 90,000 miles with the wind.
I must have seen wrongly. Fairy Xiangfeng did not dare to believe her spiritual will. This pair of wings was extremely realistic. Not only were the huge wings flapping in the whirlwind, but the feathers on the wings were also trembling.
It was as though real feathers were fluttering in the air.
With the wings formed by his spiritual will, Xiao Hua was like a bird in the sky, free and unrestrained in the whirlwind. During this period, the wings formed by his spiritual will were shattered hundreds of times. However, every time they were shattered, the wings would immediately reappear. Xiao Hua's body did not even sway. Fairy Xiangfeng's spiritual will was constantly staring at Xiao Hua's back. Seeing how miraculous Xiao Hua's spiritual will was, her heart turned cold. She had activated her divine sense to protect her own body. No one knew better than her about the hurricane and the force behind it that Xiao Hua was currently facing. No one understood better than her how difficult it was to condense a pair of wings with one's divine sense in this hurricane. Not only that, at the very beginning, when she was struggling with Xiao Hua in the whirlwind, Xiao Hua's body was constantly swaying. His entire body was also trembling. However, after half a meal, she discovered that Xiao Hua's body was gradually stabilizing. His entire body seemed to be one with the wings on his back. He was like a real bird circling in the whirlwind. The whirlwind was naturally not an ordinary one. Not only did it have a terrifying wind force, there were also small whirlpools within the whirlwind. These whirlpools also had a tearing force. The barrier formed by Fairy Xiangfeng's spiritual will was shattered by these whirlpools. However, since Fairy Xiangfeng could protect herself, there was no need to mention Xiao Hua. Chapter 3746. Xiao Hua didn't know how big this hurricane was. After flying for several hours, he finally saw the edge of the hurricane. Only then did the oppressive force begin to slowly lessen. Haha, if that's the case, then we don't need to fly anymore. Xiao Hua did his best to rush out of the hurricane and shouted with a loud laugh. But just as he shouted, Xiao Hua's body suddenly fell, and his face became deathly pale. After Xiao Hua stabilized his body, a pair of wings that were only a few feet long grew out and slowly brought Xiao Hua and Fairy Xiangfeng down. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled and said, Taoist El Dreamy, this Zhao's spirit sense has been greatly exhausted. It seems that we can only walk step by step. No worries. Fairy Xiangfeng's eyes flashed and smiled. I'm already very satisfied to be able to escape with Taoist Yunmeng's blessing. What's wrong with walking a few more steps? Okay, we'll walk slowly, Xiao Hua said as he released his hand. Fairy Xiangfeng also transformed into a simple flying boat and descended from the sky. After Fairy Xiangfeng landed, she immediately placed her hand on her waist and bit her lip. At this moment, other than spiritual will, there were no other sacred arts that could be used. Xiao Hua's struggle in the hurricane had already exhausted his spiritual will.
Fairy Xiangfeng didn't think that Xiao Hua would have a stronger spiritual will than her when her own Naiwan palace was in extreme pain.
See, not good. Before Fairy Xiangfeng could take out the item, Xiao Hua looked into the distance with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Taoist Xiao? Fairy Xiangfeng moved her hand away from her waist and looked into the distance and released her spirit sense again.
However, the area dozens of miles in front of him was still empty, and there was nothing suspicious about it. Listen, Xiao Hua was very mysterious.
He put his index finger on his mouth and whispered. Fairy Xiangfeng frowned and listened attentively. Sure enough, in just a few moments, her expression changed drastically. That was because there was a slight vibration coming from the wind. It was slow and rhythmic. Even though the vibration was slight, it covered a huge area. Fairy Xiangfeng's expression changed not only because of the vibration but also because of Xiao Hua's sharp senses. If not for Xiao Hua's warning, Fairy Xiangfeng wouldn't have noticed it.
This must be another test.
Fairy Xiangfeng's mouth was bitter as she looked at Xiao Hua and asked in a low voice. Xiao Hua looked around and nodded. Yes, and it came from the path we had to pass. I'm afraid we can't avoid it.
If
Fairy Xiangfeng suggested, we can avoid the trap first. With Daoist Zhao's ability, the trap won't be able to hurt us. Then we can avoid the test. At this point, Fairy Xiangfeng didn't even want to continue. She knew that there was no need to test it. The trap before the hurricane and after the hurricane were definitely different. Since it was a test, even if they hid in the trap, they might not be able to avoid the test.
Let's go.
Xiao Hua waved his hand. Let's see what the test. All right. Fairy Xiangfeng had no choice but to agree. I will need your help in the next test. At the same time, Fairy Xiangfeng felt a sense of guilt. That's right. Why did I come to the Misty Mountain Maze formation? Daoist Xiao Hua to avenge Daoist Xiang Tian. But, before she could do anything, Xiao Hua had helped her time and time again. Treasures, opportunities, and now, her life was saved by him several times. She even had to ask him to take care of her here. How could she do anything? Kill. Thinking of this, Fairy Xiangfeng wiped away her good intentions. There are no good men in this world. Xiao Hua is just trying to buy people's hearts. Roar. After walking for half a cup of tea's time, a huge brown bear charged over from afar. This brown bear was more than 10 zhang tall and its fur was standing on end. The brown bear was running on all fours. Occasionally, it would stand up and roar towards the sky. Its arms were waving crazily in the air. I understand. Seeing the brown bear, Fairy Xiangfeng immediately thought of the shape of the tunnel. How could she not know that this brown bear was the final test of the maze? But since it was the final test, the danger was self-evident. If it's just one or two then it's fine. Xiao Hua was very calm. He squinted his eyes at the approaching brown bear and said, if it's a group, then it will be troublesome. That's right. A light flashed in front of Fairy Xiangfeng. A spear appeared and floated in the air. I can't just hide. I'll help Daoist Xiao. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded and continued to walk towards the brown bear. Fairy Xiangfeng reached out and grabbed the spear. A cold feeling came from the spear. Fairy Xiangfeng waved the spear and a gust of wind came. It was no different from a real spear. Fairy Xiangfeng looked again. She really did not understand how this space was set up. Could it be? Tribulation passing cultivators are really omnipotent in this cultivation world? Fairy Xiangfeng was a little excited. But soon, the excitement turned into a sigh. Pity. I won't be able to see my tribulation passing realm in this life. Thump, thump, thump. As the brown bear ran, the ground beneath Fairy Xiangfeng's feet began to tremble. The bear, which was hundreds of feet long, now looked extremely ferocious. An unpleasant stench assaulted her nostrils. Fairy Xiangfeng could even clearly see the blood-red eyes of the brown bear. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to act, Fairy Xiangfeng roared. Kill. As if she wanted to vent the hatred in her heart, the spear in Fairy Xiangfeng's hand flew straight towards the chest of the brown bear. Raw. The spear was like lightning, and the brown bear went crazy. The bear's paw slapped on the spear, but the strength of the spear was enough. The bear's paw bounced back as if it had been electrocuted. Puh! The moment the bear's paw bounced back, the spear pierced the brown bear's chest. However, the long spear pierced through the bear's chest, and it flew straight for 100 meters before slowly disappearing. The brown bear still rushed forward for a few meters, then it fell to the ground and disappeared in a moment while howling. Good. Xiao Hua gave a thumbs up. Daoist Yunmeng is really good. Thank you, thank you. Fairy Xiangfeng said modestly. Another spear appeared in her hand. However, this time, Fairy Xiangfeng's gaze fell on Xiao Hua's throat. Dong dong dong. The ground shook again. Even more stench came from afar, and even more screams came from afar. Kill, kill, kill. Fairy Xiangfeng moved her gaze away from Xiao Hua and looked into the distance. That group of brown bears had turned into Xiao Hus. When these brown bears were close enough, Fairy Xiangfeng roared and waved her arms. Spears flew out of her hands and killed the brown bears one after another. They fell down and disappeared. Seeing Fairy Xiangfeng so fierce, Xiao Hua was surprised. However, he didn't have time to think about Fairy Xiangfeng's transformation. He released his divine sense and looked at the seemingly endless brown bears. These brown bears were not like the hurricane from before. They were extremely lethal. Moreover, seeing Fairy Xiangfeng's spear attack, some of the brown bears were already able to block it. Needless to say, the brown bears behind were even more powerful. Presumably, the spear would not be able to kill them easily. What should he and Fairy Xiangfeng do when they encounter such a brown bear? Could it be Senior Tsong Longzi really wants to kill the Dao sect juniors who enter the maze? Xiao Hua was confused. If that's the case, why did the previous maze have a cultivation technique? But if he only wants to test the cultivation of the cultivators who enter the maze, why does he have to kill them like this? Even with Yun Mingzi's late-stage Yuanian cultivation, he can't handle it. I understand now. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. Song Longzi was an ancient cultivator who went through the tribulation. Let's not talk about his own cultivation, just the cultivation of the other Daoist seniors should be around the 7th or 8th stage. As for the 2 layers of formations that Senior Tsong Longzi set up outside the maze, it would be difficult to break through without a 7th or 8th grade essence force. Therefore, the maze within the cave is naturally targeted at the 8th grade essence force. Even though the maze has been worn down for millions of years and its power is very weak, the maze within the cave is much weaker than the maze outside. Therefore its power is much greater. Damn it, it seems like I have harmed everyone. If it weren't for Xiao Hua, Zhang Daoran and the others wouldn't even be able to break through the outer formation. How could they enter the maze? If they couldn't enter the maze, they wouldn't lose their lives. Seeing how Fairy Xiangfeng was facing such a difficult situation, Xiao Hua could already imagine the danger Sun Kong and the others were facing. If they lost their lives, it would be Xiao Hua's fault. Xiao Hua couldn't help but recall what Fairy Jing had said to him in front of Heartbreak Mountain, as well as her advice to him. Yes, an ancient maze. It's not something we can easily enter with the Dao sect in its declining state. Xiao Hua sighed and condensed his spiritual will into a hammer. Boom. The hammer fell and several brown bears were reduced to nothingness as they howled in grief. Ah! Fairy Xiangfeng was caught unprepared. She cried out in surprise and the spear in her hand stopped moving. Looking at the hammer that destroyed several brown bears, she fell into a daze. She knew in her heart that although her spear was powerful, the spear itself was made of spiritual will. Every time she used it, she would consume some of it. Her already sore Naiwan palace was now in a tearing pain. She simply could not hold on for too long. But looking at Xiao Hua, his spiritual will was like a hammer. How much spiritual will did he consume? Could it be that Xiao Hua didn't consume much spiritual will in the hurricane? Chapter 3747. Taoist Master Xiao. Fairy Xiangfeng suddenly felt a sense of relief. She laughed and said, "Since we can't retreat, why don't we just charge forward? We can kill as many brown bears as we can. This old man is satisfied to be able to die together with Taoist Master Xiao." Good. As you wish. Xiao Hua was also filled with lofty sentiments. He loudly responded and pounced towards the brown bears. As Xiao Hua's figure moved, boom, boom, boom. Huge rumbling sounds came from midair. The entire space shook. Huge rocks fell from the sky like falling stars, smashing towards the thousands of brown bears. Fairy Xiangfeng was stunned for a moment. She smiled bitterly and also charged forward. The long spear in her hand stabbed out. Fairy Xiangfeng had already made her decision. Perhaps only if she died under the paws of the brown bears would she not hesitate to kill Xiao Hua. Perhaps if she and Xiao Hua both died here, she would be able to take revenge for Taoist Master Xiang Tian. As the two of them charged into the group of brown bears, an apocalyptic scene appeared. Huge rocks fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Along with the deafening sound, the brown bears disappeared one by one. Although there was no smoke or dust, within a radius of a few li, there were cries and cries everywhere. Fairy Xiang Feng first tried her best to use her spiritual sense to kill the brown bears. However, after an unknown period of time, her spiritual sense had already dried up. Not to mention the long spear, she could not even condense a blade of grass. At the same time, Fairy Xiang Feng did not know how long she had been running with Xiao Hua. A fatigue that she had not felt in 1,000 years appeared in her body. When she looked at Xiao Hua again, she saw that he was no longer as vigorous as before. The falling rocks in the sky had also become sparse. However, the brown bears in front of Xiao Hua and Fairy Xiang Feng were still endless. They could not kill them all. Xiang Tian. This concubine will follow you. You will not be lonely in the underworld. Fairy Xiang Feng muttered in her heart. Her body also slowed down. Damn it! Seeing Fairy Xiang Feng land, Xiao Hua also stopped. He shouted, Taoist Yun Meng, hold on for a while longer. I'm afraid this old man cannot hold on any more. Fairy Xiang Feng smiled sadly. This old man. Although I was prepared and thought of the ending, this old man never thought of the process. Ending? Process? Xiao Hua was startled. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He looked at the brown bears that filled his vision, then turned back to look at the sky from before. He said confidently, Taoist Elmar, please wait a moment. I understand. Spiritual Master Xiao. Fairy Xiang Feng was slightly surprised. She raised her head and saw several huge rocks exploding in mid-air. Each of the huge rocks formed a huge whirlpool. These whirlpools quickly gathered at one spot and finally formed a whirlpool that was dozens of feet in size. This whirlpool spun rapidly and gradually expanded. As it expanded, the suction force increased as well. Oh well. At first, the brown bears didn't care at all and pounced on Xiao Hua and the others. But before they could get close, the vortex sucked them in. When the suction force was enough, the brown bears flew up from the ground and landed in the vortex. Not only that, as the brown bears landed in the vortex expanded again and pounced on the ground. See? Fairy Xiang Feng saw this and immediately understood Xiao Hua's intention. This was an unimaginable idea. Since spiritual will could condense into anything, then the brown bears were naturally condensed by something similar to spiritual will. Xiao Hua used his spiritual will to condense into a vortex, and used his unimaginable spiritual will to push the vortex to suck the brown bears into the vortex. Then, not only could he kill the brown bears, after the brown bears were killed, their spiritual will would fuse into the vortex and increase the suction force of the vortex. This way, the vortex would be pushed one after another. Naturally, it was much more effective than the falling rocks and spears. Go! Xiao Hua shouted. His face was as pale as paper. However, the huge vortex had already escaped from Xiao Hua's control and slowly flew into the distance. As the vortex flew, more and more brown bears were sucked in. Boom! Xiao Hua's body fell to the ground. He groaned in extreme exhaustion and said, Taoist Elmar, this Zhao's Naiwan palace no longer has a trace of spiritual will. Let's rest for a while. Let's wait for this space to collapse. Rest is a must. Fairy Xiang Feng clenched her teeth. She stood up not far away and walked to Xiao Hua's side. She took out a few qi-long fang from her waist. This fang was blood red and almost transparent. At the tip of the fang, there was a trace of black. Furthermore, Taoist Xiao does not need to worry about resting anymore. Taoist Elmar? What is the meaning of this? Xiao Hua lay on the ground weakly. Seeing Fairy Xiang Feng walking over with her fang, he asked curiously. Haha. Fairy Xiang Feng saw Xiao Hua's confusion and laughed. What meaning can this concubine have? This concubine is only here to take the life of another. You. Xiao Hua was shocked. He hurriedly tried to crawl up from the ground. Unfortunately, after struggling for a while, he could only barely sit up. He looked at Fairy Xiang Feng and said, You are not Elmar? Of course this concubine is not Elmar. Fairy Xiang Feng laughed sharply. This concubine is Fairy Xiang Feng. You personally killed that Reverend Xiang Tian's dual cultivation partner. How is this possible? Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Xiang Feng and said in shock. You are clearly a male cultivator. Before I reached the Yuanying stage, I was naturally a male cultivator. Fairy Xiang Feng smiled sinisterly, but after reaching the Yuanying stage, I became a female. I understand.
Xueqi had already calmed down. He nodded and said, "This Xiao has heard about your matter."
At that time, this Xiao also sympathized with you. Sympathize? Is there any use in sympathizing? Fairy Xiangfeng's face showed loneliness. Sympathy can only be cheered by the weak. When I reached the late Yuanying stage, there was no sympathy in this world. Forget it. Since you want to take revenge for Reverend Xiang Tian, this Xiao also has nothing to say.
However, this Xiao has already told you the ins and outs of the matter clearly. Xueqi sighed and said, "Although you love Reverend Xiang Tian, your love is already a burden. It is this love that led Reverend Xiang Tian to his death. Perhaps this Xiao will let him off in this Jade Pavilion gathering. However, there will be a day when he will die from his arrogance. No matter what, whoever killed Xiang Tian, I will kill that person." Fairy Xiangfeng said coldly, "I do not care who is right or wrong." Xueqi stared at Fairy Xiangfeng and asked, "Even if it is your life savior?" "That's right." Fairy Xiangfeng replied without hesitation, "Reverend Xiao has saved me many times. I have long remembered it in my heart. Previously, I also had many opportunities to kill Reverend Xueqi, but I was hesitating. Because this space is truly dangerous. No one can guarantee that they will be able to leave alive. If Reverend Xiang Tian and I were to die here, I naturally would not kill anyone. Unfortunately, Reverend Zhao's methods are heaven-defying. Such a difficult problem was easily solved by you. I have no choice but to take action. However, Reverend Xiao, please do not worry. I will not live alone. As long as Reverend Xiao dies in my hands, I will immediately commit suicide to repay Reverend Xiao for saving my life." "Just based on the fang in your hand?" Xueqi said coldly. "Do you think that it can pierce through this Zhao's diamond body?" "Reverend Xiao, I am afraid that you do not know what I am holding in my hand?" Fairy Xiangfeng said coldly. "This is a venomous dragon fang. Not only is it incomparably sharp, it is also extremely poisonous. Even if you have cultivated some diamond body, you will not be able to block this fang. The venomous dragon fang might not be able to pierce you to death, but the poison is enough to kill you." "See." Xueqi sucked in a breath of cold air. Fear appeared on his pale face. However, after a moment, Xueqi sighed, "Forget it. This Xiao is indeed too kind. Although your background is somewhat strange, this Xiao did not look into it. This entire time, I have been taking care of you, protecting you to this place. Since you insist on taking this Xiao's life, this Xiao does not even have the strength to truss a chicken. I can only let you do as you wish. Come, as long as you do not let down your conscience, then do it." "Conscience? Is there still a conscience in this world?" Fairy Xiangfeng was somewhat agitated. "When I was being bullied by those filthy people, where did their conscience go? Where are those people with a conscience? The suffering that I went through, who would know? Whenever this concubine is mentioned, who would think of the suffering that this concubine went through? They only think of filthy people. They only know how to say that my methods are ruthless. Even, there were cultivators who came to bully me after I formed my nascent soul. They keep saying that they look up to me. Where did their conscience go? Although Xiangtian is somewhat arrogant, he always protects me and gives in to me in everything. He never mentions anything that makes me unhappy. In my eyes, he is the one with the most conscience. Just for this so-called conscience, you go against your conscience to kill this Xiao." Xueqi said coldly, "What is the difference between you and those people who humiliated you?" "There is no point in saying more, Taoist Xiao." Fairy Xiangfeng raised the venomous dragon fang and said indifferently, "If not for the fact that you are my savior, I would definitely not say so much to you. I would definitely not let you know the truth." As she spoke, the venomous dragon fang descended like lightning. However, before it even landed halfway, Fairy Xiangfeng's hands began to tremble. Her entire body began to tremble and tears began to flow from her eyes. Who knows how many years she had persevered, but at this moment, she finally collapsed. Fairy Xiangfeng raised her hand and shouted towards the sky. "Xiangtian, you are forcing this concubine. Although this concubine has always doted on you and this concubine has never allowed you to do anything outrageous, how much have you done behind this concubine's back? Do you think this concubine does not know? This concubine has always been lucky and felt that perhaps no one would dare to touch you. However, this concubine knows that if you continue to act like this,
Something will happen sooner or later. Xiangtian, it is not that this concubine does not want to take revenge for you. However, if this concubine kills Daoist Xiao, this concubine is no better than a pig or a dog. What is the difference between this concubine and those animals? Xiangtian, wait for this concubine will follow you. As she spoke, Fairy Xiang Feng raised the venomous dragon Fang and descended towards her snow-white neck. Chapter 3748. However, the moment the venomous dragon tooth was about to land, a powerful force grabbed Fairy Xiang Feng's hand. Who? Fairy Xiang Feng turned pale with fright and looked around. There is no one else in this space. Xiao Hua stood up with a smile on his face and said with a smile. Fairy Xiang Feng looked like she saw a ghost and said in shock. You, don't ask me if I'm fine. Xiao Hua shrugged. This Xiao is naturally fine. How can you be fine? Even if it's a 7th grade spirit sense, it would be unavoidable for it to dry up here, right? Fairy Xiang Feng was shocked. Then she exclaimed. Could it be that you already knew that I am Fairy Xiang Feng? Hee, spirit sense, let's not talk about it. That's this Zhao's secret. I can't tell my enemies. Xiao Hua said with a smile. But speaking of your reason, this Xiao was already vigilant and was basically certain. How did you know? Since you were suspicious and even certain, why did you save me? Fairy Xiang Feng was confused. Xiao Hua shrugged and said with a smile. Firstly, when Fairy was breaking the seal in the cave, you didn't use your natal magic artifact at the start. Presumably, you were trying to hide something? Fairy Xiang Feng clenched her teeth and didn't say anything. You let Di Quan lead the way and hide yourself. You thought that nobody would know, but Di Quan's occasional questions were all directed at Fairy. Doesn't that mean you're the mastermind? Especially, when choosing the passage, Di Quan and the rest rushed to choose others. Obviously, they wanted to leave this Xiao last and be separated with you. Isn't that a flaw? Because they knew you wanted to kill this Xiao and they knew they weren't my match. Since you knew you weren't my match and still wanted to kill this Xiao, then if you're not Fairy Xiang Feng, who are you? Also, even though Fairy changed your appearance and your Yuanying is also a male, the fragrance on Fairy's body is still there. This can't help but make this Xiao suspicious. Fairy Xiang Feng bit her lips and retorted, that's what you thought after the fact. Xiao Hua ignored Fairy Xiang Feng and said, as for why I saved you, it's because you're different from Fairy Su Ming. Fairy Su Ming is extremely arrogant and wanted to perish together with me when she saw me. As for you, even though your temperament has changed greatly, this is all because of the evil others have done to you. So you chose to fight evil with evil. What's more, once you cultivate to the 4th grade of Essence Force, others will fear you. You won't be able to experience the kindness of others. This Xiao feels that if you can experience the good in this world, perhaps, the evil in your heart will decrease. Therefore, this Xiao cannot not save you. This Xiao hopes that there will be more good in this world. Fairy Xiang Feng's tears flowed down as if no one had ever said such words to her in her life. With evil in one's heart, no matter how high one's cultivation is, one's heart won't be calm, and one's foundation won't be firm. Only with kindness in one's heart can one have a clear path between heaven and earth. Xiao Hua continued, back then, I met a fish called Little Cabbage. Xiao Hua narrated the story of Little Cabbage, causing Fairy Xiang Feng's face to be filled with tears and grief. Finally Xiao Hua smiled and said, and you did not disappoint this Xiao. There's a saying in Buddhism that one can become a Buddha by letting go of the butcher's knife. Fairy is that fearless Buddha, a Buddha that has cut off the evil in your heart, a Buddha that has cut off everything from your past. I believe that with today's kindness and resolution, as well as the comprehension in the maze array, Fairy's future will be immeasurable. This concubine understands. Fairy Xiang Feng stopped crying and said with a choked voice, many thanks Taoist for your explanation. Even though this concubine cannot let go of the hatred in my heart, this concubine will try to think of Taoist's kindness in the future and treat people with kindness. Good, if Fairy understands, this Xiao will let you go. Xiao Hua nodded, but if you let go of the venomous dragon tooth, this Xiao will take it away to prevent any more evil thoughts in your heart. This concubine understands. Fairy Xiang Feng let go of the venomous dragon tooth and Xiao Hua also retracted his Buddha sense. As soon as Xiao Hua retracted his Buddha sense, Fairy Xiang Feng immediately collapsed to the ground. Her state of mind changed so drastically in such a short period of time, it was really hard for her to accept. Without arcane energy, she was no different from an ordinary female cultivator. Gotcha. At this time, a crisp cracking sound came from the distance, and cracks filled the sky in an instant. It was Xueqi who had used the space to condense the vortex, and used the space's divine sense to break the space's restriction. Following the space's rupture, divine sense attacks that were 100 times more powerful than the soul stab swept across the sky, as if the space was struggling on its deathbed. Ah! How could Fairy Xiangfeng withstand these divine sense attacks? She screamed and fainted on the ground. On the other hand, layers of golden light appeared outside Xueqi's Naiwen Palace as the innate divine restriction blocked the attacks. Wang. The moment the space cracked, Xueqi sensed the heaven and earth yuan qi. He quickly slapped his hand and summoned the Kunlun mirror. While keeping Fairy Xiangfeng into the Kunlun ruins, he also kept the venomous dragon tooth into his spatial dimension. Sigh, poor Fairy Xiangfeng. Xueqi kept the Kunlun mirror and sighed in his heart. Just as he said, if Fairy Xiangfeng was like Fairy Su Ming and attacked without any care, Xueqi would not hold back either. However, with Fairy Xiangfeng's probing and Xueqi's vigilance, Xueqi gradually recalled the words about Fairy Xiangfeng's background. As the saying goes, a pitiful person must have a hateful side. At the same time, a hateful person would also have a pitiful side. Ordinary people with a compassionate heart would sigh at Fairy Xiangfeng's background, not to mention Xueqi, a cultivator with a compassionate heart of a Buddhist sect. Along the way, Xueqi was both on guard and enlightening her. Now it seemed that it was still very effective. Fairy Xiangfeng was able to rein in the horse at the last moment. It could not be said that she had thrown away her burden, but at least, she was not ruthlessly destroyed by Xueqi. After this lesson, this poor person might have an epiphany. With the gains from the Misty Mountain Maze formation, her cultivation level will also improve. Her life will be exciting again. At this moment, the space within the maze formation collapsed and the surroundings were in chaos. The omnipresent waves were more powerful than a forest of blades and spears, wreaking havoc in the entire space. The target of these waves was the Naiwen Palace. If it were not for the innate divine restriction outside Xueqi's Naiwen Palace, he would have been rolling on the ground in pain. If it were a serious injury, his Naiwen Palace would have been torn apart by the waves. This Xiao is really lucky. Xueqi could sense that the innate divine restriction in his Naiwen Palace was flashing with golden light. Layers upon layers of divine miracles that seemed to be in a deep slumber began to awaken. One after another, ordinary or strange star charts appeared above his Naiwen Palace, revealing their majesty amidst the golden light. Xueqi could not help but sigh. I wonder where this innate divine restriction came from. It has saved this Xiao's life time and time again. Hornwood dragon, fighting wood vermin, Kuei wood wolf. These are the real innate divine restrictions. How can those sinners of Star-Lord Palace represent them? That's right, other than the rabbit in the capital Sky Star formation and the rooster in the plentiful Sun Devil devouring immortal formation, there were even more lightning dragons, tigers and leopards appearing in the golden light. The original names of these innate divine restrictions did not matter. No one knew if they existed or not. Since the Immortal Palace or the Tao sect gave these rather interesting names based on the appearance of these innate divine restrictions, they would be called these names. If the Immortal Palace could use them, so could the Tao sect. With the activation of the innate divine restriction, traces of obscure waves rushed into Xueqi's space. They either landed on the green-robed Xueqi's body or in the starry sky of the Tao of Heaven Xueqi. Xueqi understood that this was the comprehension of the innate divine restriction. If his 10 avatars could comprehend all of these divine restrictions, his cultivation would definitely improve beyond his wildest dreams. Thinking of this, Xueqi's avatar rushed into the space. He ignored the green-robed Xueqi and landed in the starry sky. He cupped his hands and said, Tao friend Tao of Heaven Tao, I greet you. There was no sound or movement in the starry sky. However, Xueqi knew that Tao of Heaven Tao had heard him. He continued, I know that this innate divine restriction is very abstruse. Ordinary cultivators can't comprehend it. Even if it's the green-robed Tao friend, his main body wouldn't allow him to comprehend the abstruse of the divine restriction. Only Tao friend Tao of Heaven Tao, whose main body is the abstruse of the Tao of Heaven, is able to comprehend this innate divine restriction naturally. Furthermore, you won't suffer any backlash from the divine restriction. You will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, on behalf of the other Dao friends, I earnestly request Dao friend to comprehend these innate divine restrictions. The entire starry sky suddenly stopped. It was very strange. However, in just a moment, the waves coming from the Niwen Palace seemed to be grabbed by a big hand and didn't go anywhere else. They were all thrown into the starry sky. It was like a stone thrown into the water. In an instant, the entire starry sky became alive again. At the same time, waves of comprehension rushed towards Xueqi like a mountain flood and a tsunami. Xueqi hurriedly cut off these comprehensions. He smiled bitterly and said, Dao friend Dao of heaven Dao, I'll leave these comprehensions with you first. When I have the time, I'll slowly absorb them. Although you and I have the same comprehension, this huge amount of comprehension is enough to make I explode. Following Xueqi's voice, the huge amount of waves instantly disappeared and turned into a trickle. Many thanks, Dao friend. Xueqi cupped his hands and came out of the space. However, just as Xueqi's consciousness came out, he immediately felt that something was wrong. This was because when Xueqi entered the spiritual sense space, he was inside the passage of the misty mountain maze formation. Although this passage was tall and spacious, it was still limited. If the spiritual sense space collapsed, the passage would inevitably be revealed. Now, the spiritual sense attack in the entire space had already disappeared. The feeling of light had already weakened. The passage from before still hadn't revealed itself. In particular, Xueqi felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly released his Buddhist sense. Although his Buddhist sense couldn't be compared to his spiritual sense, it still couldn't find the end of the space. Chapter 3749. This is. Xueqi, who had already grasped the pearl of wisdom, began to wonder. He couldn't imagine what kind of difficulties there would be after the test of the divine sense space. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Xueqi released his Buddhist sense to explore his surroundings, suddenly, from the four corners of the space, 4 pillars of Aoran Qi soared into the sky and wrapped around Xueqi. The 4 pillars of boundless Qi fell from the sky and condensed into 4 strange shapes. They looked like beasts, but also like something else. They couldn't be identified. Once these 4 boundless Qi forms were formed, a kind of aura that could suppress everything was emitted from them. It quickly filled the entire space. What was special was that these 4 similar auras were mixed together like water and milk. They surged and rushed towards Xueqi. Not only that, when the auras sealed the space, thousands of inscriptions gushed out from the 4 Aoran Qi forms, condensing into sentences and articles one by one, and finally forming a book that covered the entire space. How can this be? Is it possible that they want to test the cultivation of a Confucian cultivator now? Xueqi was completely puzzled, somewhat at a loss. Who? Suddenly, Xueqi's eyes widened, and a fierce look flashed through his eyes. He switched his Buddhist sense to soul sense and looked below one of the Aoran Qi forms. Following Xueqi's stern shout, a Confucian cultivator wearing a brocade robe came out from the Aoran Qi pillars, but this Confucian cultivator was in a very sorry state. Not only was his hair abnormally messy, but his brocade robe was also torn to pieces. At this time, the Confucian cultivator was holding a square-shaped imperial tool in his hand. Clouds lingered inside, and wisps of Aoran Qi formed from the void and fell on it. As soon as the Confucian cultivator stepped into the air, he immediately looked at Xueqi in surprise. His thick eyebrows trembled slightly, and he asked curiously, Huh? Your divine sense hasn't been exhausted yet? How did you find this old man? Xueqi didn't answer the Confucian cultivator's question. He looked at the imperial tool in the Confucian cultivator's hand, then narrowed his eyes and looked at the Aoran Qi that had already merged together in the air. At this time, how could he not know that this was the Confucian cultivator's origin array? How could he not know that he had fallen into the Confucian cultivator's trap? However, he was very puzzled. Where did this Confucian cultivator come from? How did this Confucian cultivator follow him? How did this Confucian cultivator avoid the spiritual force storm in the spiritual force dimension? Moreover, how did this Confucian cultivator set up such an origin formation in such a short period of time? Sir, as long as you tell me who you are and why you set up this defensive formation, I will tell you how I discovered you, Xueqi coldly replied. Defensive array? Haha, you really are a half-baked Confucian cultivator. The Confucian cultivator laughed and said, Our Confucian cultivator's array formation is called the origin array. How can it be called the imperial array? The so-called primordial array is also called defensive array is nothing but nonsense. This Zhao's lack of skill is my own problem. I don't need others to lecture me. Xiao Hua stared at the Confucian cultivator and asked, I heard that Confucian cultivators are most particular about not changing their names. May I know what your name is? Hee, you are indeed sharp-tongued. It is no wonder that Duanmu Qing lost to you. The Confucian cultivator chuckled and said without hiding anything. Hearing this Confucian cultivator mention Duanmu Qing, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. He looked at the Confucian cultivator's thick eyebrows and said thoughtfully, So you are from the Duanmu family? That's right. This old man is Duanmu Liangxing. The Confucian cultivator ignored Xiao Hua's gaze and calmly replied. Sigh. Seeing this, Xiao Hua sighed and said, Although this Xiao is very respectful to Confucian cultivator families, the Duanmu family has really disappointed this Xiao. The reason for this Xiao's enmity with Duanmu Qing is very simple. For this small matter, your Duanmu family first lent a scroll to help the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar Nation. Now, you even sent your excellency to kill this Xiao from afar. Is this the action of a proper Confucian cultivator family? Moreover, this Xiao remembers that Duanmu Qing is only a scholar. In order to deal with this Xiao, the Duanmu family actually sent out a great grandmaster. Don't you think this is shameful? Duanmu Liangxing smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to tidy up the scattered hair on his head. He said, Fortunately, this old man came. If it was someone else, wouldn't it be like throwing a meat bun to a dog? As he spoke, Duanmu Liangxing raised his eyes and looked to the left and said, To be honest, this clan order should not have been accepted by this old man. However, this old man just happened to want to avoid trifling matters within the clan. Therefore, I took the initiative to go to Black Wind Ridge to find you. But what this old man did not expect was that Black Wind Ridge actually had another scenery. With this old man's cultivation, I could not easily enter the formation. This old man already had a premonition in his heart that you were going to give this old man a surprise. When this old man knew that you were going to Yaotai Mountain to participate in the Yaotai gathering, this old man purposely waited for you along the way. Although this old man did not manage to wait for you, this old man heard of Taoist Master Zhao's great name from the mouths of some nascent soul cultivators. At that time, this old man could not help but have a whole new level of respect for you. How could you be the little Confucian cultivator that Duanmu Qing spoke of who only had the strength of a second or third grade essence force? You could even assassinate the state teacher of the Bronze Pillar State, and even participate in the Yaotai gathering. If you did not have the strength of a fourth grade essence force, this old man's name, Duanmu, would be erased from this old man's name. Moreover, looking at this spiritual sense space, damn it, even this old man's spiritual sense has been messed up. If this old man did not have imperial equipment passed down from my ancestors, this old man is afraid that before this old man could even see you, I would have been buried here, right? Since that is the case, how confident do you think you are? Xiao Hua looked at this opponent whose strength was second only to Kong Honggu and asked indifferently. 90%. Duanmu Liangxing said with great confidence. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, You are very conceited. Of course, Duanmu Liangxing said with a smile. You only have the strength of a fourth grade essence force, while this old man has the strength of a fifth grade intermediate essence force. How can you be this old man's opponent? Moreover, if there is no accident, this spiritual sense space should have been broken by you, right? This old man does not think that. You still have much spiritual sense in your Naiwan palace. Lastly, since you are proficient in the array formation of the passageway, you must have seen that you and I are currently inside an essence formation. This essence formation was set up by this old man at the risk of exhausting my spiritual sense. With this essence formation, this old man can replenish the true qi and spiritual sense that I had previously exhausted. If this old man did not have a kind of warning sign, I would definitely say that I am 100% confident. You have calculated very well. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, However, if you use this scheme to bully the weak, even this Xiao would feel ashamed. Duanmu Liangxing smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, You are wrong. Today, this old man only needs to kill you here. Who would know that this old man came here? Who would know that my Duanmu family had once made a move against you? You have said so much. Could it be that you want to wait for this old man to show mercy? Could it be that you want to wait for other cultivators? No, this Xiao only wants to confirm whether or not you deserve to be killed. Xiao Hua took a deep breath and said coldly as he looked at Duanmu Liangxing. Ha ha, Xiao Hua, you are really too arrogant. Duanmu Liangxing laughed, and at this moment, Xiao Hua's whole body suddenly produced a strange fluctuation. His whole body was like a breeze blowing, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at Duanmu Liangxing's side. He raised his hand and took out the wishful steel staff. Boom! It smashed down with a bang. Puff puff puff. Just as the wishful steel staff fell, dozens of great spirit chi were born in mid-air. Although the wishful steel staff was like a hot knife through butter, when the wishful steel staff fell on Duanmu Liangxing's body, his figure had already turned into an afterimage, and Duanmu Liangxing's figure had already appeared in another place. Spirit refining. Xiao Hua was slightly surprised. Duanmu Liangxing proudly said, "Yes, this old man has already killed a spirit-refining great master. Xiao Hua, you are not this old man's opponent, so obediently surrender. This old man will not take your life, and will only capture you back to the clan. As far as this old man knows, the clan may not punish you too severely." This Xiao Hua has seen many sanctimonious hypocrites. If this Xiao Hua falls into the hands of you Confucian cultivators, you will not say such things again. Xiao Hua said coldly. He knew that the news of his great strength must have been reported to the Duanmu family by Duanmu Qing, and this Duanmu Liangxing must have been prepared. In this elemental formation, Duanmu Liangxing almost had the ability to teleport, and Xiao Hua could not do anything with the wishful steel staff alone. Just as Xiao Hua raised his hand and was about to take out the seal of overturning the sea or the Kunlun mirror, Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and came up with a plan in his heart. He waved his hand and a golden light flashed out, striking towards Duanmu Liangxing's neck. At the same time, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead with his hand. Rumble! Numerous pillars of righteous qi that were much thicker than the usual pillars of righteous qi came out from the origin formation. What was special was that there were 4 pillars of righteous qi that were as thick as a thumb that rushed out from the 4 monstrous righteous qi, and landed on Xiao Hua's body along with the other righteous qi pillars. Wang wang! 2 deafening sword cries were produced from Xiao Hua's body, and 2 green and red sword lights flew out, flying towards Duanmu Liangxing's chest. Ah! Xiao Hua's soaring dragon shears was extremely fast. Once it was swung out, it immediately landed a few feet away from Duanmu Liangxing. Duanmu Liangxing cried out in alarm, and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He almost did not even have the chance to activate the elemental formation. Duanmu Liangxing was still afraid, and raised his hand. A green and bewitching light was produced from his fingers, and a verdant flying sword flashed with a dazzling brilliance and appeared in mid-air. At the same time, the flying sword in Xiao Hua's mouth had turned into a rainbow and once again rushed towards Duanmu Liangxing's chest. True qi? Sword qi? Duanmu Liangxing was stunned. How do you also have Confucian true qi? However, Duanmu Liangxing was only stunned for a moment. He waved the long sword in his hand, and like a peacock spreading its tail, a fan-shaped sword light immediately appeared in mid-air. Each sword light was composed of tens of thousands of sword splendors, and each sword splendor had crazily rotating inscriptions. Xiao Hua's flying sword fell on this sword light, and with a loud boom boom, a series of chi waves rose up, and one by one, the inscriptions were torn apart. The entire sword light was broken by more than half, but the 2 flying swords' sword power was still blocked. Chapter 3750. Duanmu Liangxing looked at Xiao Hua's flying swords in disbelief. He really did not expect that Xiao Hua, a half-baked Confucian cultivator, would have such strength. Furthermore, Xiao Hua's flying swords were so powerful. However, Duanmu Liangxing was still in shock. He saw the brilliance of the 2 flying swords converge, and then the awe-inspiring qi within 100 feet seemed to be boiling and surging toward the green sword light. Buzz buzz buzz. The violent sword hum once again resounded through the sky. A green flying sword of several hundred feet in size appeared out of thin air. As Xiao Hua's hands formed a sword seal, it carried a seemingly endless power as it slashed toward Duanmu Liangxing. Under the sword light, an area of several hundred feet was shrouded. An indescribable feeling of palpitations rose from the bottom of Duanmu Liangxing's heart, causing him to involuntarily stagnate.
It was also during this stagnation that the huge sword light landed on the sword brilliance that had yet to be completely destroyed. The seemingly sharp sword brilliance was torn apart with its slash sound, and on Duanmu Liangsheng's forehead, a rarely seen layer of goosebumps appeared. The reason why Duanmu Liangsheng laid down the primary formation was not only because of the excessive consumption of his divine sense, but also because he had used some secret techniques when contending with the divine sense space. He had no choice but to rely on the awe-inspiring chi of the primary formation. In particular, in his plan within this primary formation, he could rely on his divine sense to transform into nothingness, as well as the means of a Confucian cultivator to move around everywhere. Even when facing Xiao Hua, who was at the upper fourth level of divine sense, he would still be in an invincible position. However, he did not expect that Xiao Hua actually had the strength to transform into a sword and could also use the awe-inspiring chi of the primary formation. Therefore, when faced with the sword light that carried the power of the primary formation, the first thing he thought of was to dodge. Duanmu Liangsheng's figure swayed and was about to disappear. However, at this moment, the green sword light trembled slightly. The space of several hundred feet flashed with fine sword light at the same time. The sword light emitted a piercing sword chi. Although the sword chi and sword light could not be seen by Duanmu Liangsheng, there were so many sword lights that it actually produced a kind of confinement force, dragging his body down. As the sword chi permeated the awe-inspiring chi, the confinement force became stronger and stronger. Damn it! Duanmu Liangsheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is the primary formation that I set up. I'm the one in charge of the primary formation. Why does it feel like I'm a pigeon in a magpie's nest? Boom! Duanmu Liangsheng waved his sleeves and a vast wave of energy surged out from his body. It surged towards the green sword chi and sword beam. However, at this moment, Kang. Another sword hum was heard. After the green sword beam, another red sword beam soared into the sky. It was much sharper and more imposing than the green sword beam from before. It came crashing down on Duanmu Liangsheng. When Duanmu Liangsheng saw the power of these two swords, he was even more surprised. It was far more shocking than when he discovered Xiao Hua's true strength. However, at the same time, he also wanted to test Xiao Hua's strength. He no longer urged the vast wave of energy. Instead, with a wave of his right hand, his right arm suddenly grew longer and thicker. The green flying sword from before once again appeared. As Duanmu Liangsheng urged his genuine chi and waved it out, Shua, a startling rainbow flew up even more gracefully than Xiao Hua's flying sword. Not only did it cut Xiao Hua's sword chi into two, it also ruthlessly slashed at the two flying swords. Kang Kang. Seeing his own flying sword's imposing aura, Duanmu Liangsheng narrowed his eyes and used the eye-clearing technique to look at Xiao Hua. To Duanmu Liangsheng's surprise, Xiao Hua's expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth again and his two hands formed a sword seal. Another two sword beams flew out from his mouth. One of the sword beams was golden and extremely dazzling. The other was a faint green chi and its true luster could not be seen clearly. Once these two sword beams came out, an equally powerful sword aura was generated. They turned into two giant swords and pounced on Duanmu Liangsheng. Before the two flying swords even landed, the green and red flying sword from before chimed in with a sword hum. The sword chi that had been suppressed by the bamboo sword beam suddenly surged. Duanmu Liangsheng raised his eyebrows and was secretly surprised. This Xiao Hua. Could it be that he obtained the lost sword technique of legalism? Otherwise, how could he display such an authentic Confucian sword technique? Go! Duanmu Liangsheng was shocked. He activated 20% of his vital chi on the flying sword in his hand. The bamboo sword beam expanded and blocked the aura of the four flying swords. Seeing that the four flying swords were about to collide with Duanmu Liangsheng's flying swords, Duanmu Liangsheng opened his mouth and activated the primary formation with his left hand. Kang Kang. Duanmu Liangsheng heard two familiar sword hum. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily as he looked up again. To his surprise, Xiao Hua's sword force this time was even more ferocious than the previous two times. Before he could even see the sword light, a monstrous sword force had already rushed toward him. Especially when two streaks of misty green sword light appeared. 6 flying swords, 6 streaks of sword chi had already merged into one. Although the green-red sword light in front had already struck Duanmu Liangsheng's flying sword, the other 4 flying swords behind seemed to have reached him first. They struck at lightning speed at the same time. Ah!
Duanmu Liangsheng could not help but exclaim. His body expanded rapidly and wisps of sword qi leaked out.
It was as if thousands of tiny flying swords were rushing out of the air.
Some pierced into the void, some pierced into Duanmu Liangsheng's Confucian robes, and some pierced into the billowing qi waves. Kang kang. Just as Duanmu Liangsheng was forced to activate his vital qi to block Xiaohua's 6 flying swords, the sword intent of the bamboo flying swords decreased. Duanmu Liangsheng heard 2 sword hum in his ears. How is this possible? Duanmu Liangsheng was dumbfounded. Duanmu Qing. Did you make a mistake? How can this Xiaohua be a Dao cultivator? He must be a disciple of the declining legalism, right? This is 8 swords in one breath. Other than legalism disciples, no one else can do this without legalism's secret technique. Furthermore, this Xiaohua's first 3 flying swords were completely condensed from vital qi. Although the remaining 6 flying swords were not condensed, they no longer had a sword form. Isn't this the legalism's sword intent? Xiaohua's 6 huge swords were destroyed by Duanmu Liangsheng's flying swords. However, only the sword beams and sword intent were destroyed. The condensed sword qi was only sent flying. When Xiaohua's last 2 swords were unleashed, the 6 flying swords that were forced back by Duanmu Liangsheng surged with sword intent. 8 sword beams rushed toward Duanmu Liangsheng like a sun. Duanmu Liangsheng was astonished and felt that he was unstoppable. Duanmu Liangsheng did not have time to activate his flying swords. He hastily slapped his forehead. Buzz! 3 colored vital qi spewed out. When the vital qi landed in the air, it immediately merged with the vital qi of the primary array. Then, Duanmu Liangsheng's subbody rapidly formed. The moment the subbody appeared, it immediately clenched its fist. Within a radius of several hundred feet, the vital qi suddenly surged. The huge fist smashed toward the 8 sword beams. The fist's momentum was like thunder, causing the entire primary array to rumble. Clang, clang. Just as Duanmu Liangsheng's subbody was about to win, 2 more sword hums sounded. Duanmu Liangsheng's body trembled. His condensed subbody almost collapsed. Duanmu Liangsheng could not help but groan in his heart. This Xiaohua, how many flying swords does he have? No, the sword hums are not right. Ouch! He has turned into a sword. Of course, the 2 sword hums were not the same as the previous one. The first hums were soft, but it was a breath of sword qi that flew out from Xiaohua's body like a meteor. The second sword hums had the intention of 10,000 swords worshipping their ancestor. It resonated with the first sword hums. Immediately after, within the space of several dozen feet to the left of Xiaohua, the noble spirit was swept away. Xiaohua's own body emitted a sword aura. That sword aura was mixed with a soaring sword will and unyielding sword aura. It transformed into a sharp flying sword that charged towards the fist of the second body. Moreover, as Xiaohua transformed into a sword, the 9 flying swords from before seemed to have transformed into a single flying sword. The strength of that flying sword was more than twice as strong as before. What a genius! Duanmu Liangsheng groaned. He could not help but admire this genius. Xiaohua's cultivation is only at the upper 4th grade of essence force. To think that he has such attainments in the way of the sword. This is the first time this old man has seen someone like him. Although he is a disciple of the legalism sect and even has the cultivation of Taoism, he was captured by this old man just because of that small matter with Duanmu Qing. Who knows what kind of trouble he will cause? Shouldn't this old man make a decision? However, before Duanmu Liangsheng could make a decision, Xiaohua's transformed flying sword was already close to him. Good. Seeing such power, Duanmu Liangsheng's heroic spirit was ignited. He had long forgotten about Xiaohua's astonishing divine strength. He shouted, "This old man wants to see what cultivation you have. If you can withstand 3 punches from this old man will make the decision to let you go." Hearing Duanmu Liangsheng's words, Xiaohua, who had already transformed into a sword, frowned. The killing intent in his heart gradually dissipated. He thought to himself, "Oh? As the saying goes, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Why does this Duanmu Liangsheng's words sound more and more like the words of a human? Completely different from Duanmu Qing? Of course, I cannot rule out the possibility that this person is extremely scheming and wants to tempt me with his words. However, even so, I cannot rashly kill him at this moment. Not to mention the huge price I have to pay to kill him, if I kill him, won't the Duanmu family know about my strength? If I kill him, they will send over cultivators even more powerful than Duanmu Liangsheng. Since that is the case, why don't I keep Duanmu Liangsheng alive and use him as a cover for myself? Yes, I will do that. I will use this to trick the Duanmu family. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's sword did not stop moving. He coldly said, "What a big talk. Eat my sword first." Seeing that Xiao Hua's sword was unparalleled, Duanmu Liangsheng's body waved his hands. His arms surged with a jade-green color. His fists also flashed with a jade-green sword light. Even the upper body of his body had turned into jade-green. Chapter 3751. Boom! The 9-star soaring sun flying sword pierced right in front of Duanmu Liangsheng. A violent sword qi rushed into his body. Duanmu Liangsheng's eyes were filled with a kind of fanaticism. His entire body shook violently like a roly-poly toy. Immediately after, there was a loud roar. Xiao Hua's sword body fell, woo! Duanmu Liangsheng's huge body fell several dozen feet. At the same time, Duanmu Liangsheng let out an angry roar, break. His sword-like arms blossomed with an extremely resplendent light. Duanmu Liangsheng had actually used 70% of his qi to strike Xiao Hua's sword. Hiss! Although Duanmu Liangsheng's body was trembling and had fallen several hundred feet, he was still standing majestically. When he looked at Xiao Hua's sword form, he was sent flying with a loud bang. However, Xiao Hua's body was still in the form of a flying sword without any changes. Seeing this, Duanmu Liangsheng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, just at this time, Xiao Hua's figure that was sent flying by the sword suddenly flashed with the color of lightning. Rumble! Several thunderbolts were produced from the sword. Immediately after, the 9-star soaring sun flying swords were also attracted by these thunderbolts. One after the other, one after the other, one after the other. By the time Duanmu Liangsheng noticed, Xiao Hua's sword body and the 9 flying swords had already turned into a shadow in the sky. Oh, not good! Seeing Xiao Hua escape from his sight in an instant, Duanmu Liangsheng was stunned at first, then suddenly realized, this little guy actually wanted to escape from the beginning. It turns out that he did not intend to fight with this old man. Duanmu Liangsheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly waved his body and several streams of Aoran Qi rushed into the void like pearls. The moment the Aoran Qi disappeared, the entire primary array shook violently. The 4 strange Aoran Qi figures at the 4 corners of the primary array let out a series of chanting sounds. One after another, Aoran Qi pillars rushed out from the figures and shot towards the place where Xiao Hua had disappeared to. Looking at Xiao Hua again, he turned into a sword and pierced into a corner of the origin formation with the sharpness of the 9 stars transit of the sun. However, the space was extremely distorted and countless inscriptions overflowed from the distorted space, flashing crazily. There was even a Haoran Qi pillar that landed on the distorted space, trying to repair the torn gap. Open! Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. His entire figure slightly separated from the sword and immediately took out the Kunlun mirror. Where his transcendence energy was activated, a beam of light rushed to the place where the space was torn apart. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. The entire primordial formation was torn apart by a crack of several feet. Go! Xiao Hua didn't stop at all. His transformed sword once again activated the lightning escape. Together with his flying sword, he pierced through the gap and disappeared. Boom! The moment Xiao Hua disappeared, a big hand reached out in a flash. Unfortunately, it only caught a few streaks of lightning in the hand and did not even touch the flying sword body. Damn it! Duanmu Liangsheng's subbody had teleported to the crack. He looked at the spot where Xiao Hua had disappeared and the crack was rapidly shrinking. He could not help but curse. The huge subbody opened its mouth and a tricolored brilliance landed on the 4 objects. Boom! The entire space was shaking. The pillar of great qi, along with some colorful clouds, quickly fell into the objects. The primary formation was retracted and the true appearance of the maze was revealed. This was a rather large space. There were many waves of dermic power in the surroundings. Under the waves of dermic power, there were many forks in the space. In one of the forks, there was the sound of thunder and lightning. Damn it, you dare to play this trick with me. Fine, I'll play with you.
I don't believe that I can't capture you. Duanmu Liangshang was flustered and exasperated. In his heart, on one hand, Xiaohua might be a junior. He wanted to give him face and let Xiaohua go, but Xiaohua did not appreciate it and escaped when he was caught off guard. On the other hand, Xiaohua was only a 4th-grade elemental energy cultivator while he was a 5th-grade elemental energy cultivator. He had already lost face by dealing with Xiaohua. Now that he let Xiaohua escape, he really did not know how to explain it. Perhaps Duanmu Liangshang's current mood was turning into anger out of humiliation. However, Duanmu Liangshang did not expect that the real ending was not what he had imagined. It was his words just now, those words that came from the bottom of his heart, that really saved his life. Not only did Duanmu Liangshang's pressure not redeem his face, but it also pushed him into the abyss of death. Xiaohua's thunder escape was indeed fast, but the sound it made was also loud. Although there were many forks in the maze, Duanmu Liangshang could easily chase after Xiaohua. Moreover, because there were so many forks, the speed of the thunder escape was gradually limited. When Xiaohua realized that he had changed to the wind escape, this wind escape was obviously not as fast as the thunder escape. Moreover, Duanmu Liangshang was also proficient in flying. Although he was unable to catch up with Xiaohua, he was still unable to shake him off. After flying for an hour, Duanmu Liangshang suddenly realized that Xiaohua had lost his way. Xiaohua had already flown through the same forks more than once. The characteristics of these forks were very obvious. Duanmu Liangshang only needed to take a glance to distinguish them. Moreover, Xiaohua had actually rushed through them several times. Seeing this, Duanmu Liangshang's eyes turned and a plan came to his mind. He secretly laid down an origin formation at the side of several forks where Xiaohua would easily appear. Although he could only lay down a part of them each time, he could not stop Xiaohua from flying so many times. Duanmu Liangshang was so successful that even he himself did not dare to believe it. However, when he saw Xiaohua once again rush through a simple origin formation that he had laid down, Duanmu Liangshang opened his mouth and a mouthful of true energy fell into the void. Boom! A layer of clouds similar to the twilight emerged from the forks. Waves of awe-inspiring qi mixed with inscriptions blocked Xiaohua's path. Why is there an origin formation in the cloudy mountain maze? When Xiaohua saw the origin formation appear, he was first shocked. When he realized that the awe-inspiring qi in the void came from behind him, he was even more shocked. This old thing. How could he lay down an origin formation in front of me? Just as this thought appeared, Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror appeared again. Boom! Wherever the Kunlun mirror's light beam passed, layers of inscriptions melted. The origin formation that Duanmu Liangshang had painstakingly laid down earlier was unable to stop Xiaohua. Now, how could a simple defensive formation that was hastily laid down be a match for the Kunlun mirror? Xiaohua's figure rushed through the origin formation. His eyes slightly narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mischievous smile. With a wave of his hand, dozens of fire talismans immediately flew to the surroundings of the secret passage. Then, Xiaohua laid down another restriction in the secret passage and rushed into the distance again. This little guy's cultivation is ordinary, but his ability to escape is extraordinary. Seeing this broken origin formation, although Duanmu Liangshang didn't think that a simple origin formation would be able to trap Xiaohua, he merely wanted to use the origin formation to delay for a while. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. However, he didn't remove the origin formation because he knew that if nothing unexpected happened, Xiaohua would return to this place soon. Unfortunately, just as he rushed through the origin formation, he felt an obscure transcendence energy appear. Duanmu Liangshang was slightly startled. He knew that he had touched some kind of restriction. He hurriedly urged his figure to retreat. Rumble! Xiaohua's most adept fire talisman star formation had already rushed towards Duanmu Liangshang. Duanmu Liangshang waved his hand, and a tsunami-like awe-inspiring qi immediately wrapped around these exploding fire talismans. However, not only was this exploding energy powerful, it was also tricky. It was almost all-pervasive. As long as Duanmu Liangshang's defense was the slightest bit weak, that energy would immediately drill into it. In particular, this secret passage had the restriction of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. When that wave of qi rushed into the restriction still had the power to counterattack. It was as if Duanmu Liangshang had touched the restriction of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. For a moment,
Duanmu Liangshang was in a very sorry state. Even his Confucian attire was somewhat tattered.
When he flew out from the smoke with his face covered in dust, Xiaohua had already fled far away. Xiaohua!
Duanmu Liangshang let out a long shout. The clouds under his feet actually gave birth to sword light. If this old man doesn't capture you today, this old man's surname isn't Duanmu. Unfortunately, how could Xiaohua hear him? Just as Xiaohua heard the faint sound of an explosion, a bright light flashed in his mind. He instantly understood how Duanmu Liangshang had laid down the origin formation.
Seeing that another fork in the road had appeared, he was just about to rush into one of them.
Then he immediately stopped, picked the one at the edge, and flew in.
Furthermore, in order to create a diversion, Xiaohua had even specially used the Devil Realm's concealment technique. It's just that Xiaohua's hundreds of plans, after he had flown for the time it took to eat a meal, his figure had just turned out from a secret passage, and before he could recognize the other forks, he saw layer after layer of inscriptions covering the sky and covering the earth like grasshoppers, all of a sudden enveloping Xiaohua within.
As Xiaohua's figure was blocked, layers of vast qi waves rushed out from the rock walls, drowning Xiaohua. A kind of vast power tightly shackled Xiaohua.
Duanmu Liangshang.
Xiaohua was flustered and exasperated. He shouted loudly, "This Xiao only feels that you are a straightforward person, different from Duanmu Qing's narrow-mindedness. This is why this Xiao doesn't want to meet you in a life-and-death battle. Since you are forcing me step by step, this Xiao will make you fearful at every step. Today you will die here." As he spoke, the top of Xiaohua's head spouted out a tricolored cloud. An abundant power pushed away the vast qi that was binding Xiaohua. Xiaohua's figure flashed with a dark golden brilliance, and his transcendence golden body was displayed. Woo! Just as Xiaohua's tricolored true qi rushed out, the entire origin formation emitted a strange sound. All the noble qi crazily trembled, and along with the trembling, a very small wind sound was born. Soon after, layers upon layers of noble qi began to rotate, and a huge rotating passage was born in front of Xiaohua. This passage was perfectly straight, and it seemed to lead to the inside of the rock walls. It also seemed to be the end of the secret passage. No, this isn't Duanmu Old Ghost's origin formation. Doubts arose in Xiaohua's heart, but he didn't have time to think too much. The revolving passage had a force that he couldn't resist pushing him forward. Moreover, in the distance, he felt an extremely familiar feeling. Chapter 3752. Xiaohua wanted to activate the lightning escape technique, but unfortunately, he couldn't activate the magic power in his meridians. His nascent soul was also imprisoned in his lower dantian. Only the true qi in his middle dantian was abnormally lively. This is really an origin array. Xiaohua understood. However, this wasn't set up by Duanmu Liangsheng. It should be the origin array set up by Senior Cong Longzi. Thinking that this was an origin array set up by Cong Longzi and the bone tempering technique he obtained from the stone wall, Xiaohua couldn't help but look forward to the familiar feeling in the distance. In his heart, he secretly pondered what this familiar feeling was. Xiaohua thought of many possibilities, but when he arrived at this misty space and saw countless dark green clouds condensed into mountains, trees, beasts and city walls, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. In the middle of the clouds, he saw a turtle shell that looked like the noon sun embedded in it. The turtle shell emitted a dark green color, and a vigorous aura filled the entire space. All the creatures condensed from clouds and mist seemed to be worshipping this brilliance. Turtle shell? Heaven's heart? Xiaohua groaned and couldn't help but open his mouth. This turtle shell was actually hidden here. Looking at the brilliance in clouds, there must be a heaven's heart inside. Senior Cong Longzi's divine ability is so great, he actually hid the heaven's heart of a Confucian cultivator in this misty mountain maze formation. No wonder Confucian cultivators couldn't find the heaven's heart in the hidden immortal continent. Even Xian, a disciple of a Confucian family, only had half a heaven's heart. No wonder the misty mountain maze formation's protection is so tight. If it wasn't for this maze formation, how could it protect the heaven's heart for thousands of years? If I didn't first activate the true qi in my chest and conceal the heaven's heart's aura, I'm afraid this origin array might not have brought me here. With a thought, Xiaohua slapped the top of his head, and the tricolored heart of heaven rushed out of his dantian along with his zhen qi. The tricolored brilliance fell on the spatial clouds, and with a dark green color, it actually became a multicolored brilliance. Even though the Wanxiang in this space was condensed from clouds, it looked extremely similar to an ordinary object. When he looked at the tricolor heaven's heart again, it was attracted by the aura of the tortoise shell. It turned into a stream and landed near the tortoise shell, surrounding it. "Fellow Taoist, quickly let me out." At this moment, the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua's voice trembled slightly, and he said anxiously, "I seem to have understood a little." "That's right, this really is the essence of Confucian cultivation." Xiaohua was also overjoyed. He hurriedly patted his chest with his hand. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua charged into the space with his sword light. His tricolored body immediately produced a powerful suction force. Wind swirled and clouds surged. The objects formed by the surrounding clouds were all shattered and then rushed into Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's body. Swish, swish, swish. There was a soft sound like falling leaves. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's body couldn't help but swell. When Xiaohua grew to 100 meters tall, he opened his mouth and a stream of qi fell on the tortoise shell and the tricolor heaven's heart. Four rays of light rushed into them. The light around Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's body flashed rapidly. His body slowly shrank until it was the same size as Xiaohua. If it weren't for some differences in skin that were difficult to distinguish, this Confucian cultivator Xiaohua would be almost exactly the same as Xiaohua. Although Confucian cultivator Xiaohua shrank, he didn't open his eyes. The aura of the tortoise shell didn't disappear because it entered Xiaohua's body. Instead, because of the tricolor heaven's heart, this aura became even denser and gradually filled the entire space. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Xiaohua very untimely chanted the name of Buddha, and his body slowly retreated to the side. At this time, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua replaced Xiaohua. At this time, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua didn't have the appearance of standing out like before. He also didn't have the sword qi that could pierce the sky. All of the sword shapes had disappeared, and only a scholarly robe that seemed to be condensed from the pages of a book was on his body. Although there were still armor inscriptions flashing in his eyes, the inscriptions had a kind of upright and plain-spoken aura that was far stronger than that of an ordinary scholarly cultivator. A slender sword was casually hanging from Xiaohua's waist. There was a scabbard on the sword, and the scabbard was still in the shape of a scroll. Faintly, an incomparably sharp sword qi would seep out from the gaps between the scabbard. The 8 flying swords that formed Confucian cultivator Xiaohua had all condensed into one. The originally very obvious heart-shaped sword intent was now also hidden in Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's body. The sharp edge was no longer suitable for the mediocre Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, and could no longer show the mature Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua raised his hands, and his scholarly robe fluttered in the wind. The clouds and mist in the entire space seemed to spread through the entire space with Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's perception, and the clouds and mist in the entire space began to slowly change under Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's perception. At first, the transformation was extremely slow, as if it was stagnant. The entire space was deathly still. After an unknown period of time, perhaps a gust of wind blew, and a grass seed moved. This grass seed broke out of the ground and grew into a blade of grass. Then, thousands upon thousands of grass seeds moved, and thousands upon thousands of blades of grass grew out of the ground. A blade of grass, a tree, a mountain, a city. A chicken, a dog, a cow, a person. A speck of dust, a ray of light, a star, a world. There were more and more things in the entire space, and the changes became faster and faster. In the end, all things turned into flowing lights that flashed around Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. After an unknown amount of time, all the flowing lights suddenly stopped. Then with a boom, a burst of silent rumbling sounds, and the entire space was fragmented and destroyed. All things turned into a rotating cloud and mist. This rotating cloud and mist drew a strange arc in the air and fell on top of Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's head. Although Confucian cultivator Xiaohua still hadn't opened his eyes, the cloud and mist fell down and merged into Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's body without any resistance. The cloud and mist was like the finishing touch. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's body gradually emitted a multicolored light from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. When an indescribable liveliness and vitality appeared in Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's eyes, a scroll slowly unfolded in a certain place in the space,
and spread to Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's feet. Congratulations, fellow immortal. Xiaohua flew to Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's expression and cupped his hands with a smile. A solemn expression appeared on Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's face. He returned the greeting and said, "Congratulations, congratulations." However, it seems that fellow immortal still hasn't completely grasped the true essence of Confucian cultivation. There are still many questions that you don't understand. Xiaohua's tone changed as he asked, "Fellow immortal." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's face vividly showed bitterness. This is the true essence of cultivation that countless Confucian cultivators diligently seek. You and I came from a Taoist sect. Now that we have the fortune of being able to peek into the mysteries of heaven, what are you still not satisfied with? Right now, you and I have 4 of the 5 heavenly hearts. When we find the last heavenly heart, you and I will be able to gather the 5 energies and truly understand the secret of Confucian cultivation. Even if we gather all 5 heavenly hearts, I fear that it will still be difficult to find the true secret. Xiaohua shook his head. If it was only the gathering of the 5 heavenly hearts, how could the 5 heavenly hearts fall apart? Wouldn't Confucian cultivators do everything possible to protect these 5 heavenly hearts? Who knows? Let's wait until we find the last heavenly heart. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua looked at the scroll at his feet and said with a smile, "We should leave this ancient maze as soon as possible." If Confucian cultivators find out that the heavenly heart is inside the Misty Mountain maze, I fear that the Immortal Palace will send immortal soldiers and immortal generals to tear this Misty Mountain maze apart from the inside out. All right, fellow immortal, please return to your position. Xiaohua patted the top of his head. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's figure turned into 3-colored true energy and disappeared inside. Immediately after, Xiaohua took the soaring dragon shears inside his Taoist robe and stepped on the scroll. His whole body followed the rotation of the scroll and flew forward. At this moment, Xiaohua was really looking forward to it. The 2 maze formations gave him endless benefits. He couldn't imagine what kind of treasures he would be able to obtain in Songlongzi's immortal cave. Moreover, he finally understood why Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran were willing to risk their lives to break into this great formation. Because the greater the risk, the greater the reward. This trip to Songlongzi's immortal cave was more rewarding than all of Xiaohua's adventures. However, Xiaohua, who had been blinded by happiness, still thought too simply. Of course, in this immortal cave of Senior Dujia, everything was a treasure for the cultivators of the Tao sect, and they were rarely seen. But in fact, how could things that were suitable for cultivation and use be so easy to obtain? For example, the few things that Xiaohua had obtained. The bone tempering technique of the Dragon Clan, the turtle shell that hid the heavenly heart, the spiritual intelligence that was used to cultivate the scattered nascent soul, the escape technique of the 5 elements, and the pill concoction method. Which of these 4 things could be used by ordinary cultivators? Cultivating the bone tempering technique of the Dragon Clan? Not to mention that human cultivators couldn't cultivate it. Even if they did, they would end up with their bones broken and their flesh torn apart. As for the turtle shell, even G-Man of Meng Mountain couldn't figure out its secrets. How could ordinary Confucian cultivators and Taoist cultivators find anything strange about it? Compared to the turtle shell, the spiritual intelligence was even rarer. If Xiaohua didn't have the opportunity to obtain Mo Yuntong from Xian Songzi, and if Xiaohua didn't have the memories of Huang Yi and the others, how could he have obtained them? If that was the case, it was all thanks to Songlongzi for collecting so many things, and even more thanks to Xiaohua, who was both a Confucian cultivator and a Buddhist cultivator, that he was able to turn these useless things into treasures. In fact, when it came to the real Taoist cultivation technique, Songlongzi's understanding of cultivation, Xiaohua didn't even touch the edge of it. Suppressing his excited little heart, Xiaohua flew along with the scroll, and his figure slowly disappeared. However, when Xiaohua flew out from the stone wall and saw everything in front of him, he couldn't help but cry out, Are you kidding me? Why did I return to the original immortal cave? That's right. Once again, what Xiaohua didn't expect was that although the stone wall he flew out from was not the previous one, the immortal cave he fell into was still the same one. The platform where Xiaohua took away the jade table was also empty. The jade wave that Xiaohua took away from the spiritual intelligence was also empty. The entire immortal cave was empty, just like when Xiaohua left.
Chapter 3753. It looks like I've taken the wrong path again. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the cave and landed on the 4 different entrances. He didn't panic, as if it would be strange if he didn't go the wrong way. However, he thought to himself, if I want to find the real cave, I'm afraid I have to choose another entrance. After thinking for a bit, Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror and sent Fairy Xiang Feng out. Fairy Xiang Feng's face still had a sad expression. She didn't look anywhere else but stared at Xiao Hua as if there was still hatred in her heart. Cough, cough. Xiao Hua coughed twice and said with a smile, Fairy Xiang Feng, although this Xiao killed Reverend Xiang Tian, but now I have saved you several times. In terms of gratitude and grudges, you and I are even. Just like what I said in the spirit sense space, you don't have to thank me. I don't expect you to let go of your hatred in such a short time. However, what I want to tell you is that there is a limit to my tolerance. I can tolerate it once, but I can't tolerate it 3 times. If you still can't let it go in the end and want to attack me, then I definitely won't be merciful. If that's the case, why did you save me? Fairy Xiang Feng's expression didn't change as she asked. AI, it's not easy for a person to live. Even ants struggle to live. Fairy has cultivated for thousands of years. Why do you want to die for some things that you can't cross? Xiao Hua knew that Fairy Xiang Feng's impulse to kill herself had passed and she might not kill herself. He sighed and said, the reason why we cultivators are cultivators is to separate ourselves from love and go against the heavens. Fairy's past was because you were too involved in the love of the world. That's why you're in this situation now. Fairy should think about the essence of cultivation and comprehend what you've gained from the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Fairy Xiang Feng sighed softly. Magic power surged around her body, and her figure and face changed slightly. Soon, she returned to her female form. Fairy Xiang Feng raised her eyes and looked around. Shock flashed in her eyes. After a while, she looked at Xiao Hua and said, what Taoist Xiao said makes sense. However, my mind is in a mess right now and I might not be able to listen. This time, I gained a lot from Senior Tsang Lang Zi's cave. Not only did I gain some enlightenment, but I also obtained the spirit tool on the jade table. If what you said is true, I might be able to reach the leaving aperture stage if I cultivate in peace. However, it's easier said than done. Since you know how to do it, then do it. It's better than thinking about the past. Xiao Hua could only comfort him. Fairy Xiang Feng sighed and said, sigh, if only there was unruffled water in this world. How great would that be? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, but when he thought about Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Chodi, he knew that the forgotten emotions water might not be useful. But then, Xiao Hua smiled and said, to be honest, Fairy, this Xiao knows of a place called Heartbreak Mountain. It has the forgotten emotions water that you are thinking of. Ah? Is that true? Fairy Xiang Feng's face was filled with disbelief. After Xiao Hua told her the location of Heartbreak Mountain, Fairy Xiang Feng nodded as if there was hope. Thank you, Taoist Xiao. Once I leave this place, I will immediately go to Heartbreak Mountain. All right. Xiao Hua smiled faintly, his heart at ease. Since the poor Fairy Xiang Feng had a glimmer of hope, even if this glimmer of hope was shattered, who knows how many years later, even if Fairy Xiang Feng were to think about it again, she might not have the will to die now, right? Since she had a goal, Fairy Xiang Feng looked around and said with a smile, Taoist Xiao, you are indeed lost. We should have already entered this place before, right? Indeed. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This Xiao knows that I don't have the ability to break the maze, so I let you out and let you decide. Isn't it enough to go to the other 3 passages? There has to be an exit. Fairy Xiang Feng asked with some surprise. You don't need me to remind you of this, do you? Perhaps. Xiao Hua shook his head. This Xiao is not sure myself, so I asked you, and the other disciples to come out and let them decide for themselves. With that, Xiao Hua let Fu Jiwen and Xueqi out. Everyone saw that they were still in the cave, but the others were gone, and there was an additional nascent soul female cultivator. They were all astonished. Xueqi and the rest even felt that they had not left the cave. However, they did not dare to ask too much, and went forward to greet Fairy Xiang Feng. Fairy Xiang Feng waved her hands slightly, not paying much attention to them. When Xiao Hua finished explaining the ins and outs of the matter, everyone understood. Xueqi smiled and said, since that is the case, Senior can choose another passage. We have no objections. It's different.
Xiao Hua smiled slightly, and his eyes swept across the stone wall that he had just flown down. Seeing that there was no movement, he knew that Duanmu Liangshang had not caught up. He said, "This Zhao's choice is different from everyone's, so I asked Fairy Xiang Feng to bring everyone to find their own opportunities."
Oh,
Taoist Xiao, you mean? Fairy Xiang Feng frowned.
You won't choose the passage with us?
Yes, that's right. Xiao Hua's gaze turned to the stone wall again, and he smiled bitterly. This Xiao has some difficulties that I cannot say here. Now that time is of the essence, I think you should choose a passage and bring these disciples in. Others might not be able to sense Xiao Hua's uneasiness, but how could Fairy Xiang Feng not see it? She already knew that after she entered the Kunlun mirror, Xiao Hua would definitely encounter something. She probed, "Taoist Xiao, don't you need my help? Do you still have any strength left?" Xiao Hua asked back. "Sigh, all right." Fairy Xiang Feng was helpless, and similarly looked at the stone wall that Xiao Hua had looked at. She stood up and came to a passage that looked like a water droplet, and said, "This old one will choose this. If any disciple wishes to follow, then come over. However, this old one cannot guarantee your safety like Taoist Xiao." "Why not?" Xueqi hesitated slightly, and said, "We wait here for other seniors and fellow Taoists who have gone the wrong way? It's best not to." Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. He did not wish to implicate these cultivators because of his grudge with the Duanmu family, and similarly, he did not wish for them to see his fight with the Duanmu family.
Yes.
Although Xiao Hua's words were tactful, his tone was very certain. Xueqi and the rest saw that there was no room for doubt, and did not dare to disobey, and walked behind Fairy Xiang Feng. "This old one will leave now." Fairy Xiang Feng nodded towards Xiao Hua, and brought Xueqi and the rest into the passage. Seeing that everyone had left, Fu Jiwen respectfully asked, "Master, what kind of strong enemy did you encounter? To actually hide like this, and let Fairy Xiang Feng bring fellow Taoist Xueqi and the rest into the passage?" "Damn it!" Xiao Hua scratched his head and cursed, "It's our old enemy."
Duanmu Qing?
Fu Jiwen immediately understood, and an apologetic expression appeared on his face. He bowed and said, "This disciple has made things difficult for Master." "Hee, there's no need for that." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said with a smile, "Since you are this old one's disciple, your matter is naturally this old one's matter. Moreover, that person from the Duanmu family might not be this old one's match. This old one just did not want to bother with him."
Oh.
Fu Jiwen smiled. "Since Master is not afraid of the people from the Duanmu family, why did you let these disciples leave? If Fairy Xiang Feng was by the side, she would be of help no matter what." Xiao Hua laughed coldly. "Fairy Xiang Feng is Yun Mengzi. During the Jade Pavilion banquet, I killed her lover, Taoist Xiang Tian. Do you think I can be at ease with her by my side?"
See.
Xiao Hua's words immediately woke Fu Jiwen up. There was no need for Xiao Hua to explain anything else. Fu Jiwen already understood the strangeness of the matter. Thinking of the previous fairy Su Ming, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There's also Xueqi. Xiao Hua's gaze didn't leave the stone wall that he just landed on, and at the same time he was secretly on guard. He said, "Master is not afraid of the people from the Duanmu family, but Master can't guarantee that nothing will happen to me. The person who is coming is a mid-tier 5th grade Essence Force Grandmaster. If Master were to slip up and get captured, or if some other accident happens, wouldn't Master be holding him back? It's better not to involve others with this kind of karma." Fu Jiwen sucked in another breath as if he had a toothache. He had already made it clear that he wouldn't bring Xueqi and the rest to risk their lives, but when he heard that the person who came was a 5th grade Essence Force, how could he not be surprised? "However, you are Master's disciple. Even if it's a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, you have to follow Master through water and tread on fire," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "This is a disciple's duty." Fu Jiwen replied respectfully. "All right." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out the Soul Extermination Vital Light. He looked at it proudly and said, "It's a pity that this treasure has been refined for too short a time and has yet to reach the level of a spiritual tool. Otherwise, why would I be afraid of a 5th grade Essence Force Confucian cultivator?" "Then what should I do?" Fu Jiwen asked softly. "You are a Confucian cultivator. This Duanmu Liangshang from the Duanmu family seems to be a straightforward person. He doesn't know who you are,
so he might not make things difficult for you. Xiao Hua smiled mysteriously. If something happens to Master, you can still help Master, right? Yes, disciple understands. Fu Jiwen blinked his eyes and gave an extremely sinister laugh. He didn't have anything else, but if the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal came out at the crucial moment, the lightning on it would probably make Duanmu Liangshang suffer the consequences, right? However, Xiao Hua held the Soul Extermination Vital Light and waited for a long time. Not to mention that there was no movement from the stone wall. Even the other cultivators did not turn around. Damn it, could it be that that guy also got some dog's hit luck? What kind of opportunity did he encounter? Xiao Hua was a little irritated. Fu Jiwen, who was at the side, was calm and reminded in a low voice, Master, the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal's lightning punishment seems to be coming again. Yes, let's wait a little longer. Xiao Hua waved his hand. His eyes probed the interior of the cave. When his eyes once again landed on the brown bear-like cave entrance, his eyes rotated as he asked, Fu Jiwen, do you still remember the path that we took earlier? Chapter 3754. Yes, this disciple remembers. Fu Jiwen was indeed smart. He understood Xiao Hua's intentions and replied sinisterly, Master, are you planning to follow his escape route? Hee. If you want to, hurry up. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and withdrew the Soul Execution Yuan light. He shouted, when he returns, naturally. No, even if he returns he won't wait here. He will definitely find another passage. We will definitely be safe if we take the original passage. But the dangers we encountered on the way. Fu Jiwen probed in a low voice, Master. Are you still confident? Hee, Master has many methods. Xiao Hua proudly said. You just have to wait and see. All right, Master, please. Fu Jiwen raised his hand. Although Xiao Hua didn't recognize the way, he had already memorized the dangers of the secret passage. He wasn't afraid of the divine sense space. Not to mention the Jade Blood Core transformation secret technique, his Buddhist awareness and soul awareness were more than enough. Xiao Hua walked to the entrance of the cave and looked at the stone wall one last time. There was still no movement. He wanted to set up some traps here, but he was afraid that Zhai Xingzi and the others would encounter them when they returned. He simply didn't think too much about it and walked into the cave with Fu Jiwen with his head held high. However, he had never expected that when Xiao Hua stepped into the cave, he would be stunned in an instant. He had a dumbstruck expression. Even Fu Jiwen, who accompanied Xiao Hua in, had the same expression. Because in front of them wasn't the secret passage they entered before, but rather a rather large cave. This cave was similar to an ordinary cave. It was about 100 zhang in size. There were stone tables and chairs inside, as well as some strange carvings. What was special was that there was a cloud bed at the head of the cave. On top of the cloud bed was a small jade table. Motherfucker. Xiao Hua slapped his own forehead, and said regretfully as if he had been enlightened. Master should have thought of this long ago. How could Master have chosen the wrong path? I have already passed Senior Tsong Langzi's test twice. After this cave is naturally the inner cave. Yes, Master is right. Fu Jiwen secretly laughed in his heart. He understood very well that Xiao Hua couldn't possibly think this way. In fact, no one could possibly think this way. Anyone who reached the outer layer of the abode would choose another path to continue searching for the inner layer of the abode. Xiao Hua only came to the inner layer of the abode by accident because he wanted to avoid his enemies. However, he didn't know how many chances there were to enter the inner layer of the abode. If there was only one chance, Zhai Xingzi, Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong Shangren and the others probably wouldn't be able to enter again. Of course, Fu Jiwen also knew that since Tsong Longzi had set up such a trap here, it was highly likely that no one else would be able to enter. It seemed that Xiao Hua had also thought of this. Looking at the smile on Fu Jiwen's face, Xiao Hua couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. Ha ha ha, my disciple. Take your time to search. In the future, within this cave, even if other people come, they won't be able to obtain anything. Ha ha ha, Master is right. Fu Jiwen also laughed. Senior Tsong Longzi's cave abode is really too dangerous. Since I was able to come here with Master, I will definitely get back what we have sacrificed. Rest assured, Master. That's Master's good disciple. Xiaohua laughed and released his Buddhist sense.
However, what puzzled Xiaohua was that within the abode, his Buddhist sense was actually imprisoned.
My disciple, what about your eye-clearing technique and divine sense technique? Xiaohua turned around and asked. Fu Jiwen honestly replied, Master, I can't use them.
Strange. Xiaohua pinched his chin and was very puzzled.
What does Senior Cong Longzi mean? Why does he have to imprison his divine sense in his own cave abode?
Master, it should be that Senior Cong Longzi set up the restriction after he left.
Fu Jiwen reminded.
That's not what I meant.
Xiaohua frowned and said, What I meant was, what does Senior Cong Longzi want to do?
In the secret passage in the outer layer of the abode, it was to test our strength.
Does he still need to do it here?
It shouldn't be necessary, right?
Fu Jiwen looked around and said tentatively, Unless Senior Cong Longzi has another cave abode.
It doesn't seem like there's another one.
Xiaohua shook his head slightly. There's already a cloud bed here. Oh, where are the two entrances? If I'm not mistaken, there should be a pill room, a herb garden, or a place for refining tools. There shouldn't be another cave abode. At this point, Xiaohua came back to his senses and patted his head. Look at Master, what am I thinking? Go quickly. You go that way and Master will go this way. See if there's anything in the cave abode and take it all. Yes, disciple understands. Disciple will not leave behind even a single jade eye. Fu Jiwen obediently replied. And go. Xiaohua waved his hand and released his soul consciousness to explore the entire cave abode. Although Cong Longzi was a tribulation-passing cultivator with endless means, he still couldn't completely seal off his soul consciousness. This cave abode was only 100 feet in size. Xiaohua's soul consciousness swept through it and saw everything clearly. After Xiaohua looked around, he felt a little disappointed. The entire cave abode was divided into 3 parts. The outer layer was near the stone wall. There were some jade shelves, but there were few things on them. Not only were there no ink cloud eyes that Xiaohua expected, there wasn't even a jade bottle. On the other hand, there were 1 or 2 scattered magic tools on Fu Jiwen's side, but they didn't seem to be of excellent quality. The middle part was filled with jade chairs and other things. There were also some jade tables, which seemed to be used to entertain guests. There were also some jade plates and jade plates on them. However, these jade plates and jade plates were empty. Not to mention spirit fruits, there wasn't even a fruit pit. The remaining part was naturally where the cloud bed was. The cloud bed seemed to be a part of the stone wall. From afar, it looked like a protruding part of the stone wall. There was a jade table on top of it, and on top of it was a small jade rui. It seemed to be placed very casually. Seeing this, Xiaohua suddenly lost interest. He curled his lips and secretly cursed. Senior Cong Longzi, you're too stingy, aren't you? It wasn't easy for this junior to come here. Why didn't you leave behind any benefits? Could it be that you put all the good things in the cave abode in the maze to test the juniors? Although Xiaohua complained, he also understood that he had gained a lot through the 2 layers of maze. Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong Shangren, Zhai Xingzi, Gusu Chodi, Gong Shuisan, and even Fairy Xiangfeng and Duanmu Liangshang must have gained something. Since everyone had gained something, then the treasures in Cong Longzi's cave abode were actually enough. It didn't matter whether Cong Longzi put things in the inner layer of the cave abode or not. This Xiao understands. Xiaohua looked around the entire Immortal's cave and had an idea in his heart. He said loudly, Disciple, don't look around here. Quickly go. There are several magic tools on that jade shelf. Take them and go directly to the entrance. Cong Longzi put all the things in the cave abode in the maze. Yes, this disciple understands. Fu Jiwen hurriedly nodded and rushed to the jade shelves Xiaohua pointed at. Xiaohua didn't pay any attention to the things in the cave abode and went straight to the entrance on the cloud bed. There weren't any restrictions on the entrance. It was just a long passage. Xiaohua's soul sense didn't find anything special. But when his soul sense came to the passage, Xiaohua's face was full of excitement. Haha, as expected. Xiaohua quickened his pace. Senior Cong Longzi didn't put anything in the inner layer of the cave abode. But there are good things in his pill room. Or maybe Senior Cong Longzi didn't think of these things as good things. Xiaohua didn't wait until he reached the exit of the passage. He impatiently used his soul sense to scan the pill room. When he entered the pill room, He didn't hesitate to walk to the stone wall of the pill room. He saw that the stone wall was filled with irregular grids. Most of them were empty. Only about 30% of the grids were filled with jade bottles. But when Xueqi saw the jade bottles, he was slightly stunned. Because there were some words written randomly on the jade bottles. They were of different sizes. What surprised Xueqi was that these words were actually very similar to the words of the Dawn Rain continent. Xueqi could almost understand what kind of pills were inside at a glance. It wasn't until now that Xueqi realized that the words used in Senior Zonglongzi's cave abode were the words of the Dawn Rain continent. Thinking of this, Xueqi hurriedly took out the ink bottle he got from the cave abode in front of him and checked it again. Sure enough, the words inside were really similar to the words of the Dawn Rain continent's Taoist sect. Xueqi was too happy before and didn't notice it. It seems. Xueqi put away the ink bottle and thought to himself, the Dawn Rain continent's Taoist sect must have retreated from the hidden immortal continent, no, from the 3 continents. In other words, the 3 continents' immortals and Buddhas didn't destroy the Taoist sect. Our Taoist sect just went to another realm. From then on, we were separated from the 3 continents' Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sections. Similarly, the Dawn Rain continent's Buddhism annihilation isn't completely correct. It's just that the Taoist sect. That's not right. If our Taoist sect retreated to the Dawn Rain continent's realm, then how do we explain the Buddhist sect's ruins on the Dawn Rain continent? Could it be that the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators chased the Taoist sect to the Dawn Rain continent's realm? Thinking of this, Xueqi couldn't help but gasp. His eyes widened and he almost cried out, Could it be that the Dawn Rain continent was originally a part of the 3 continents? No, it's one of the 4 great continents? Xueqi was completely stunned. His gaze was fixed on the words on the jade bottles. His mind was spinning rapidly again. That's right, if the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators didn't cross realms to chase the Taoist sect to the Dawn Rain continent, then there was another possibility. The Dawn Rain continent, the hidden immortal continent, the Western Paradise, and the Thousand Demons sacred realm were all in the same realm. However, the Dawn Rain continent where the Taoist sect was entrenched was separated from the 3 continents where the Confucian, Buddhist, and demon sects were. The place that was separated in the middle was Xueqi's Xueqi Sea. It was the 3 great formations that Xueqi encountered at the bottom of Xueqi Sea, the Great Meru Buddhist formation, the 5 Elements Annihilation formation, and the Clear Time Demon formation. Chapter 3755. Thinking of this, Xueqi shook his head slightly. After all, his current strength was already comparable to the upper 5th grade of essence energy. Moreover, he was currently in the great formation set up by the tribulation-passing cultivator Zonglongzi. Although the power of this misty mountain maze formation was extremely great, even if it was 10 times or 100 times stronger, it still couldn't compare to the 3 great formations Xueqi encountered before. That kind of formation was definitely not something that could be done by humans. Moreover, if the Dawn Rain continent and the 3 continents were not on the same plane, it would be easier for Xueqi to return to the Dawn Rain continent. However, if the Dawn Rain continent and the 3 continents were separated by humans, no matter if it was Tao sect cultivators, Confucian cultivators, or Buddhist disciples, they couldn't find or break these 3 great formations. Moreover, the 3 great formations had already been submerged in the dust of time. With Xueqi's cultivation, how could he find them again? Therefore, Xueqi very naturally chose the former possibility. He even consoled himself with a bitter smile. How could there be a cultivator in this world who could set up such a large formation? Not to mention tribulation passing. Even a Mahayana cultivator. Speaking of this, Xueqi was dumbfounded again. These words were definitely self-deceiving. Because the 3 continents and the Dawn Rain continent indeed didn't have cultivators who could set up such a large formation. But what about outside the 3 continents and the Dawn Rain continent? What about outside this so-called cultivation world? Xueqi didn't dare to imagine. Heavens! Xueqi grabbed his hair and said with a bitter smile, I just want to live on the hidden immortal continent and find my home. That's right. After being distressed, Xueqi's eyes suddenly lit up. If the Dawn Rain continent and the 3 continents are on the same plane, then wouldn't it be more likely that my home is on the hidden immortal continent? That is to say, as long as I find my home,
I can also find the way to the Dawn Rain continent? Hee, it seems that once this matter is over, I'll hurry back to the Black Cloud Ridge and help the Jiang country's princess establish a country. Then, I'll leave the country's affairs to Xueqi and Li Xiang. I'll bring some disciples to find Lu Zhen. Now that he had a clue about his home, Xiao Hua's mood was very good. He threw the matter that had nothing to do with him to the back of his mind, and his gaze once again fell on the grid where the jade bottle was placed. There were restrictions on these lattices, but what made Xiao Hua happy was that the lattices were simple restrictions in order to protect the jade bottles and the pills inside. Although these restrictions were unfamiliar to Xiao Hua, they were nothing in Xiao Hua's eyes. Xiao Hua easily broke these restrictions. Then he took all the jade bottles and stored them inside the space. Then, Xiao Hua took out the ink cloud pupil and placed it on his forehead. After looking at it for a moment, he waved his hand and took out a jade bottle. The words "Vitality Pill" were written on top of the jade bottle. However, his handwriting was very sloppy. It could be seen that Songlang Zi wrote it casually. This Vitality Pill is in Senior Songlang Zi's ink cloud pupil. It's a pill used by spirit-severing cultivators to repair their spiritual sense. However, I don't know if the spirit-severing cultivators in Senior Songlang Zi's eyes are the same as the ones in the Dawn Rain continent. Xiao Hua was a bit hesitant, but after a moment, Xiao Hua felt relieved. This Xiao's spiritual sense has been tempered by the rockfall matrix, and now it has far surpassed the nascent soul stage. It has even surpassed the spirit-severing stage in the Dawn Rain continent. Even if this pill is not suitable, this Xiao has a secret technique to guard against it. This Xiao can use the Jade Blood Pill core to repair my spiritual sense, but it consumes a lot of magic power. It's not suitable. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua activated his spiritual sense secret technique and swallowed the vitality pill. Boom. This really made Xiao Hua overjoyed. Although this pill had been stored for thousands of years, it did not lose its effect under the restriction. The medicinal power dissolved, and immediately, an indescribable flow rushed into his Naiwan palace. This feeling was very similar to the Jade Blood Pill core. Good. Xiao Hua felt his spiritual sense slowly recover, and praised, "Senior Songlongzi's alchemy technique is really marvelous. In a moment, I still have to see if Mo Yuntong was left behind in the cave." After swallowing the vitality pill, Xiao Hua put the other jade bottles into his space and carefully stored them away. There were too many gains from the Misty Mountain Maze, and he needed time to properly organize them. As for the current green-robed Xiao Hua, not only did he need to refine his spiritual tool, he also needed to comprehend the 5 elements escape technique. Where would he have the extra time? With the gains, Xiao Hua's heart relaxed, and he turned to look at the other places in the alchemy room. Since it was an alchemy room, there was naturally an earth fire in alchemy room. However, in the middle of the alchemy room, the earth fire was completely extinguished, and there was no flame. Not to mention, there was no alchemy furnace above the earth fire. The precious pills and alchemy furnace must be used by Senior Songlongzi himself, and he must have taken them away. Xiao Hua nodded inwardly. He then looked at the cave entrance that was connected to the pill room. That cave entrance's restriction actually blocked even his soul sense. Clearly it was very important. Xiao Hua already understood what that place was. Outside this cave entrance is a medicinal garden. Xiao Hua checked again to make sure he didn't miss anything in the alchemy room, and then walked to the entrance of the cave. The restriction that blocked his spiritual sense didn't stop Xiao Hua's figure, and when he stepped into the cave, his heart filled with anticipation was once again satisfied. It wasn't beyond his expectations. The herb garden in Songlongzi's cave was also inside the array, and the space inside the array seemed to be several hundred li wide. What surprised Xiao Hua the most was that the heaven-earth yuan qi inside the space was especially abundant, far surpassing that of the outside of the cave. Spirit Gathering Array? The name of this array suddenly appeared in Xiao Hua's mind, and then the array also appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. But when Xiao Hua released his spiritual sense and looked at the space, he slightly shook his head. This seems to be similar to a spirit gathering array, but not quite the same. Unfortunately, there isn't any array jade slip here, otherwise this Xiao Hua would be able to comprehend it. Even if there isn't one here, who knows if there isn't one in another place. I don't know if this little guy Fu Jiwen has such an opportunity. Yes, Songlongzi was a master of arrays, and Xiao Hua didn't believe that he didn't leave some array jade slips in his cave. Unfortunately, although this herb garden is very big,
Most of the spiritual herbs in the herb garden have already been taken away by Senior Songlongzi, leaving less than 10% behind. Xiao Hua's spiritual sense swept over and saw clearly, and then he bitterly smiled. These spiritual herbs may be rare in the eyes of others, but in this Xiao Hua's eyes, they aren't anything. I owe this. What is this? Just as Xiao Hua was feeling disappointed, his spiritual sense fell on a very distant corner, and his body trembled slightly, and then he hurriedly flew towards that corner of the herb garden. After flying for a while, Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something, and with a wave of his hand, he released Xiao Gua and Little Silver, and ordered them to help him take away all the spiritual herbs in the herb garden, and then he quickly flew to that corner. When Xiao Hua landed in that corner, he felt a completely different coldness and an indescribable smell of blood. Xiao Hua muttered thoughtfully, so that's how it is. But, inside this restriction, inside the yellow spring water. What is it? Xiao Hua's gaze fell on a deep pit that was several zhong in size, and there was a layer of extremely tough restriction above it. The deep pit was filled with the yellow spring water that Xiao Hua had seen outside the Cloud Mountain Maze Formation, and in the yellow spring water, there was a thumb-thick, dark green tree. That small tree was several feet in size, like a coral, and had branches several feet in size. The branches were covered with the same dark green leaves, and the leaves were several inches in size, uneven, and covered with veined patterns. Those patterns were very strange, but in Xiao Hua's eyes, they were somewhat familiar, but he couldn't immediately remember where he had seen them. Looking at the top of each branch of the small tree, there was a jade fruit smaller than the belly of a little finger. The jade fruit was also covered with veined patterns, and it was somewhat similar to the leaves, but there was a faint golden connection between these veined patterns. This must be the most precious thing in the entire medicinal garden. Seeing the appearance of the small tree, Xiao Hua immediately thought to himself, but I don't know why Senior Songlongzi didn't take it away. Of course, when Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the yellow spring water, he suddenly understood. It wasn't that Songlongzi didn't want to take it away, but that he couldn't. This thing could only be planted in the yellow spring water, and the yellow spring water could only be found in this cave. Even if Songlongzi took it away, he couldn't plant it without the yellow spring water. That's not right. Xiao Hua thought to himself, the yellow springs water in the outer layer of the yellow springs array is obviously rootless. I reckon that Senior Songlongzi must have obtained it from somewhere. Since he was able to move the yellow springs water here, he can naturally move it away. It's not impossible for him to take this small tree with him. Or maybe Senior Songlongzi just casually planted it back then. Don't you think this thing can survive? Motherfucker, have I gone mad? I don't care whether the Xiaoyu continent and the hidden immortal continent are together or not. I don't care why he left this small tree behind. I just need to put this small tree into my space. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and threw away these indifferent thoughts. He patted his forehead and opened his delirium breaker Dharma eye. Hiss. But when he saw the restriction in front of him and the situation inside the restriction, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. In his delirium breaker Dharma eye, the restriction that was several feet in size was abnormally complex. Strands of brilliance intertwined together, and it was unknown how many times stronger than the restriction in the outer layer of the cave. Moreover, in this rainbow-colored barrier, in the middle of a pool of blood red, the shape of a dark green tree was especially dazzling, like a star. Heavenly Pattern Land Deed. Xiao Hua closed his Dharma eye, and immediately thought of the patterns on the leaves and fruits of the small tree. They were actually extremely similar to the Heavenly Pattern Land Deed on the mysterious dark cloud. These leaves are somewhat similar to the twilight moon. Xiao Hua suddenly realized, could it be that this thing has something to do with soul cultivators? Damn it, Senior Songlongzi. Who the hell is he? Why are there so many mysterious things in the cave? Chapter 3756. Fellow Taoist Soul Cultivator. Where are you? Where is Little White? Since the item was related to soul cultivators, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly summoned Xiao Hua and Little White. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua was the first to fly out. If fellow Taoist doesn't know about it, then I don't know about it either. Furthermore, this item is blocked by a seal, so I can't sense if it has anything to do with me. It's fine. Xiao Hua looked at soul cultivator Xiao Hua, who was standing there with soul strands wrapped around his body. Xiaohua was very happy. He knew that Soul Cultivator Xiaohua had comprehended the green seal text in the mysterious dark clouds. He smiled and replied, "You and I are one. I called you out mainly because of Little White. Fellow Taoist, you summoned me at the right time." Soul Cultivator Xiaohua smiled. Little White has been sleeping in the spirit sky for a long time. It has just woken up, but it seems to have something on its mind. Suddenly, a dragon's roar erupted from Xiaohua's forehead, and a meter-long dragon flew out. As soon as it landed, it transformed into Xiaohua, who hovered next to Xiaohua. From the look of it, Xiaohua was even more majestic than the Soul Cultivator himself. "Haha, Xiaohua, I was just about to look for you," Little White said with a smile. It didn't look like the Soul Cultivator Xiaohua described it to be. "I remember some things about the past. Oh, and some random things. A few days ago, I was wondering if I should give them to you, but now I've made up my mind. As long as you want them, I'll give them to you." "What are they?" Xiaohua asked with interest. "Why are they making things so difficult for you?" "Of course they're things I know. Although my memories were sealed by others, they were somewhat loose. Now I've found them. I'm not from Yellow Flower Ridge, but the 10,000 Demon Realm," Little White said with a smile. 10,000 Demon Realm? Xiaohua exclaimed. "Yes, that's right. If you want them, I can give them to you right now." Little White didn't hide anything. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, thank you. Hee, why are you being so polite with me?" Little White laughed mischievously, opened its mouth, and spat out a thumb-sized crystal thread, which fell between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Boom! Xiaohua's mind felt as if it had been struck by a hammer. His vision almost went black, and then countless things fell into his mind. "Little White, can't you be a little slower?" Xiaohua almost vomited blood. Just as he was about to complain, he suddenly exclaimed, "What? Your Highness is..." However, before he could finish his sentence, another wave-like thing rushed in and interrupted him. Xiaohua hastily closed his eyes, calmly absorbing the memories that Little White sent over. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua opened his eyes, looked at the complacent Little White, and said with a bitter smile, "There are too many things, too complicated. How the dragon race and the monster race mate. You don't need to let me know, right? I'm letting you know anyway, so there's no need for me to hold anything back." Little White smiled and said, "Besides, it's too troublesome to remove all these things." "All right." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Little White sent over too many things, more than what Huang Yi gave him back then. He didn't know how long it would take to receive them. Now that these things were temporarily placed somewhere, he could only pick up the things he wanted to take a look. "So your Highness is the monster race of the 1,000 Monster Realm, called Xianwan, Monster King Mo Sa's beloved concubine." Xiaohua sighed. "How did you know? Did you peek at your Highness?" "Don't talk nonsense." Mentioning your Highness, Little White's face tightened. "Your Highness seems to be related to the monster that sealed me. That monster's abilities are incomparable. He might be able to hear your words." "All right." Xiaohua nodded. He didn't tell Little White about Dai's situation, so Little White didn't know that your Highness was abnormal. Little White didn't even know that Xiaohua had met your Highness. "All right, I've given you everything. I'm also relaxed." Little White smiled and said, "I'd better go back and rest. I'll just wait for you to cast my body." "Don't worry." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "I called you out because I want you to help me see what this is." Saying that, Xiaohua used his finger to point at the small tree behind Little White. "What is it?" Little White was also puzzled, because it came out of the mysterious cloud. It didn't sense anything abnormal, but when it saw the small tree inside the seal, its body couldn't help but tremble. Even its human form collapsed, and it turned into its dragon form and pounced towards the seal. Rumble. Thunderbolts appeared one after another, forcing Little White to shrink back. That dragon form circled around the seal, as if it was abnormally excited. Seeing Little White like this, Xiaohua was also shocked. He had never seen Little White like this before. "What is this?" Xiaohua hurriedly asked. "Is it very precious?" "What is it?" "Damn it! Xiaohua, how can your luck be so good?" Little White's voice was abnormally excited. "How many fruits are there first?" "It seems." Separated by the seal, Xiao Hua's divine sense couldn't probe, so he frowned and said, 365. What about the leaves? There are 9 leaves on each branch, and at the top of each branch is a fruit. What do you think?
Xiao Hua's heart moved and he said, Unfortunately.
Little White suddenly sighed again, not answering the question. What's wrong? What is this thing? Xiao Hua's curiosity was greatly aroused. Little White withdrew its dragon form and turned back into Xiao Hua's form, pointing its finger and said, This thing is called the underworld fruit.
Oh, don't ask me why I know. I don't know why I know.
Underworld fruit. Xiao Hua originally thought that this rare thing would have an extremely shocking name, but he didn't expect the name to be so ordinary, and couldn't help but frown. Seeing Xiao Hua frown like this, how could Little White not know what Xiao Hua was thinking? It said disdainfully, Don't look down on this thing just because the name of this underworld fruit is unusual. Can something named after a world be simple? This underworld fruit is very rare? Xiao Hua still didn't understand. What's the use of this thing? The underworld fruit is naturally not rare in the underworld. It is said that it is everywhere. Little White said with a smile, but outside the underworld, of course it is rare. Xiao Hua was disappointed, shaking his head and said, Since it is so, what is there to be surprised about? The underworld fruit is everywhere. We have no use for it. If you think so, you are wrong. Little White explained, although this thing is everywhere in the underworld fruit, for this underworld fruit to grow for 10 million years. That is also rare. How do you know this thing has grown for 10 million years? Xiao Hua looked pensive. The underworld fruit is originally a stem, and it forms after 1,000,000 years.
According to the quality, the number of branches is different, or a few, or 100 or 1,000, and the size of the underworld fruit is also different.
No matter the size of the tree and the number of branches, after 1,000,000 years, a fruit will grow at the top of each branch, and then every 1,000,000 years, a leaf will grow on each branch, and when each branch grows 10 leaves, the underworld fruit is considered ripe. See, so it is like that. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air, finally understanding the preciousness of this little tree. Also, once the underworld fruit is planted, it cannot be moved. If it is moved, all the branches, leaves and fruits will fall, and the entire underworld fruit will turn into a stem.
Damn it, I was wondering.
Xiao Hua cursed. No wonder Senior Cong Longzi left it here.
Cong Longzi?
Little White was slightly stunned, looking left and right. Who is this person? Oh, let's talk about this later. Xiao Hua looked at the underworld fruit regretfully and said, Let's talk about this underworld fruit first. In other words, although this thing has grown for 10 million years, it is still not ripe?
Yes.
It is definitely not ripe. Little White shrugged. Exactly the same as Xiao Hua. What a pity. Xiao Hua was helpless. I saw that the underworld fruit's fruit and leaves had a heaven pattern earth deed, and thought that it would be useful for you and soul cultivators. Looks like we still have to wait 1,000,000 years. I just don't know what a ripe underworld fruit can do. Who said it can't be used? Little White asked curiously.
You said it?
Xiao Hua was stunned. Didn't you say it was a pity just now? Damn it. I said it was a pity because the underworld fruit is not ripe. Little White laughed. The underworld fruit needs 12 million years to mature. Even in the underworld, it is extremely rare. Especially this kind of underworld fruit that contains the number of stars in the sky, it is extremely good quality. Who knows what effect this underworld fruit will have when it matures? In the future, don't hesitate when you speak. Say it all in one breath. Xiao Hua laughed. Little White ignored him, looking at the soul cultivator Xiao Hua at the side and said, As for the unripe underworld fruit, its fruit and leaves are extremely useful for the soul. As for what use it is, don't ask me, I also don't know. Of course, just by looking at the heaven pattern earth deed on the leaves, it is 100 times stronger than the daybreak moon you used before, not to mention that the leaves have grown for 1,000,000 years, and the fruit has grown for 10 million years. How do I pick the leaves, fruits and roots? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. Just wrap them with soul strands. Little White hurriedly said, Don't use your hands, and also don't use anything else. The underworld fruit is an item of the underworld. It cannot be contaminated with anything with life. Since it is an item of the underworld, how can it be useful for the soul? Xiao Hua was a bit confused. The soul is the most mysterious thing in the world. Little White laughed. Now that I am a soul body, I am the most sensitive to this. At the same time, the soul is also the thing that connects the underworld to the other realms,
Of course the underworld fruit is useful for the soul?
As for what use it is, I also don't know.
Do you need it? Xiaohua asked.
Me.
Little White shook his head. I have already merged with the fire dragon's soul. My soul is quite solid. I only need a dragon body to be reborn. I don't need this item. Moreover, this underworld fruit has 365 fruits. Each fruit has 9 leaves. It contains heavenly principles. The soul cultivator Xiaohua needs to use it. There are endless mysteries. He cannot lack one. If you break the seal and take the underworld fruit, immediately send it into the mysterious dark cloud. I just need to smell it a bit.
Chapter 3757. Alas, although this thing is good, how do I collect it?
Xiaohua frowned and looked at the restriction with a troubled expression.
Haha, that's not something I need to worry about.
Xiaobai laughed. Now that I've recovered some of my memories, it's already good that I can tell you this.
If it was before, I wouldn't even know about this. You can think about how to break the restriction yourself. I'll go back with Soul Cultivator Xiaohua first. Fellow Soul Cultivator, don't worry. I'll send Xiaobai back first.
Xiaohua waved his hand. I'll have to borrow your strength later.
No problem.
Soul Cultivator Xiaohua didn't say anything, but he knew that if he got the underworld fruit, he would be the most direct beneficiary, so he replied with a smile.
Xiaohua used his soul thread to send Xiaobai back.
Now that his soul thread was strong and tenacious, sending Xiaobai back was as easy as turning over his hand.
Pinching his chin, Xiaohua looked at the restriction above the yellow springs and frowned. He didn't have much magic power left in his body.
Even if he used up all of it, he would only be able to use half of the spiritual fire.
But looking at the restriction situation, relying on the spiritual fire alone wouldn't be of any help. He could only attack from different angles. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua opened his delusion breaker eyes and looked at the entire restriction carefully. Finally, he closed his eyes. The light above the restriction seemed to be engraved in his mind. This restriction is very strange. It looks like a single restriction, but it's actually made up of hundreds of small restrictions. These small restrictions complement each other. If you only attack one restriction, the other restrictions will work together to defend. Attacking one restriction is not much different from attacking the entire restriction. But if you attack the entire restriction, the power of the attack will be scattered. Senior Zonglongzi, your restriction is really marvelous. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. You don't want others to break this restriction. Could it be that you want to keep this underworld fruit for yourself? It seems like that's the only way. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua opened his eyes and smiled confidently. However, it seems like I'll have to borrow Fu Jiwen's Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal again. Hee. Isn't this the legendary borrowing power to fight strength? Fu Jiwen, this Zhao's disciple, is really useful. Fu Jiwen. Smiling, Xiaohua raised his head to send a telepathic message to Fu Jiwen. However, after shouting twice, Xiaohua came back to his senses. There was a restriction in Zonglongzi's cave, so his voice transmission might not be heard by Fu Jiwen. Hee. Let's make preparations first. Xiaohua clapped his hands and hundreds of jade talismans flew into the air. However, just as he was about to make his move, he hesitated. Although this constellation star formation is the most complete innate divine restriction that I have comprehended, it is the best defensive formation. However, when it comes to breaking formations, it's just passable. Green-robed fellow Taoist. Xiaohua pondered as he summoned green-robed Xiaohua. He asked, what do you think? In terms of defense, if our constellation star formation claims to be second, no other formation would dare to claim to be first. The green-robed Xiaohua controlled his formless nascent soul to appear. He shook his head and explained, but if it's used for breaking restrictions and attacking, it's far inferior to the Pleiades Devil-Devouring Immortal formation and the Golden Crow Immortal Slaying Demon formation. But we haven't comprehended enough of the other divine restrictions. Xiaohua said regretfully, they say that when it's time to use a book, one will regret not having enough. Only now do I understand that opportunities are only given to those who are prepared. You and I still haven't accumulated enough. Yes, what we lack now is time. Fellow Taoist, it's time to go into seclusion. Only seclusion is the key to our progress. Green-robed Xiaohua said with deep emotion.
Of course I can go into seclusion. However, I's primordial spirit is very strong. With fellow Taoists comprehending their own techniques, what's the difference between this and I going into seclusion? Xiaohua said with a smile. Of course, after these trivial matters are over, I still have to properly organize what I've gained and comprehended. At this point, Xiaohua smiled. Green-robed fellow Taoist, since you've already comprehended the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation and the golden crow immortal slaying demon formation, why don't you use them now?
All right.
Green-robed Xiaohua nodded. After the last encounter in the Eye of the Sea, this poor Taoist's golden crow immortal slaying demon formation has comprehended more than 200 talismans, so this poor Taoist can barely arrange a powerful formation.
Leave this to I. Good.
Xiaohua nodded, then took out the Kunlun mirror and instructed, fellow Taoist, set up the formation first.
I will also make some preparations.
When everything is ready, I will go and call Fu Jiwen. Fellow Taoist, please control this Kunlun mirror well. We will work together to break this restriction. I'll listen to fellow Taoist's instructions. Green-robed Xiaohua opened his mouth and swallowed the Kunlun mirror. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of flashing red jade talismans fell into the air. As green-robed Xiaohua formed hand seals, clusters of flames appeared and disappeared into the void. After half an hour, green-robed Xiaohua finished setting up the golden crow immortal slaying demon formation. Xiaohua also thought of the details of breaking the formation. Then, Xiaohua nodded towards green-robed Xiaohua and walked out of the medicinal garden. Xiaohua passed through the alchemy room and arrived at Song Lang Zi's inner mansion. When he saw the situation in front of him, the joy on his face disappeared and was replaced by a layer of frost. Because on the side of the bed, there was a scholarly cultivator in bright yellow clothes carefully examining the Qiankuan bag in his hand. At the feet of this scholarly cultivator, Fu Jiwen was curled up on the ground with a painful expression on his face. Obviously, the scholarly cultivator was interrogating him.
Who is it?
When Xiaohua walked out of the pill room, the scholarly cultivator immediately noticed. He raised his head and looked at Xiaohua with a gaze like lightning. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and stared at the scholarly cultivator coldly. Who are you? Haha. The scholarly cultivator was not afraid of Xiaohua. He looked at the Qiankuan bag in his hand and put it away. He kicked Fu Jiwen and laughed. I am naturally me. You should be the cultivator who came in with the little scholar. Oh, why do you look like a Taoist? Your luck is pretty good. You can actually touch Song Longzi's inner palace. Quickly take out your Qiankuan bag and I will spare your lives.
Who are you?
Xiaohua did not answer and only coldly looked at the scholarly cultivator. The scholarly cultivator was stunned. He looked at his feet in disbelief and then looked at Xiaohua. He blinked his eyes and said in surprise, I didn't tell you my name because I didn't want to take your lives. Could it be that there are people in this world who don't want to take their lives?
Who are you?
Xiaohua released his soul sense but could not determine the cultivation level of this scholarly cultivator. Therefore, he did not dare to act blindly without thinking. He only wanted to provoke this scholarly cultivator and make him attack. Only then could he protect Fu Jiwen from harm. But at this time, although Fu Jiwen's expression was extremely distorted and he was enduring a strange kind of pain, his eyes blinked from time to time as if he wanted to say something to Xiaohua.
My name is Huang Shou.
The scholarly cultivator said with a fiendish smile, Since you know my name, don't think of leaving this cave alive.
Your Excellency, don't you want to know who I am?
Xiaohua smiled and took 2 steps forward. The scholarly cultivator named Huang Shou shrugged. He waved his hand and took out a folding fan. This folding fan was only 1 foot long and was golden in color. When Huang Shou opened the folding fan, a picture of birds chirping in an empty valley was revealed. At this time, Huang Shou had a lazy expression on his face. He kicked Fu Jiwen to the side and said with a smile, 2 people who are about to die, so what if I know your name?
My name is Xiaohua.
Seeing this, Xiaohua's heart settled. He took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, Fellow immortal Huang, when you reach the underworld, don't forget.
Oh right, I also have a Dharma name. Taoist Xiao.
Saying this, Xiaohua waved his hand. The soaring dragon shears flashed with a golden light and slashed towards Huang Shou's neck. Xiaohua hated this Huang Shou very much.
Nascent soul.
When Huang Shou saw the golden light and heard Xiaohua say his Dharma name, his expression immediately changed. He waved the folding fan in his right hand and instead of advancing, he retreated and threw himself at Fu Jiwen.
Dang! Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a cold light. He flew up and grabbed with his right hand.
A powerful imprisoning force fell towards Huang Shou. Seeing Xiao Hua fly a few feet away, Huang Shou's originally shocked face suddenly revealed a smile.
His flying figure also suddenly stopped.
Yellow clouds appeared around his body. On the folding fan in his right hand, the straight mountain peak actually flew out from the folding fan. Tens of thousands of armor inscriptions surged and blocked in front of the soaring dragon shears.
At the same time, Huang Shou flicked his left hand. A fist-sized imperial equipment rushed into the air.
In an instant, there were tens of thousands of multicolored lights. Clang!
A crisp sound rang out.
The soaring dragon shears streaked across the mountain peak like lightning and split it in half. The folding fan in Huang Shou's hand also broke at the same time. A trace of surprise suddenly appeared on Huang Shou's smiling face. His entire body quickly retreated and dodged the soaring dragon shears.
At this moment, a sudden change occurred.
Xiao Hua's body stagnated. His soul consciousness suddenly swept back. His face was also filled with astonishment. Who? But the place where Xiao Hua's soul consciousness swept through, that is, the space on both sides of the cave entrance of the alchemy room distorted inch by inch.
Waves of righteous qi and inscriptions flowed out.
Two Huang Shou wearing bright yellow clothes appeared. Moreover, these two people also held fist-sized imperial equipment in their hands. The multicolored lights of these imperial equipment were exactly the same as Huang Shou's imperial equipment. At this moment, although Xiao Hua didn't know whether these two people were Huang Shou's primordial spirit or something else, how could he not understand that he had already fallen into Huang Shou's trap? At the same time that he schemed for Huang Shou to leave Fu Jiwen, Huang Shou also schemed for him to step out of the alchemy room. Xiao Hua, hand over your life. As soon as the two Huang Shou behind Xiao Hua appeared, they shouted in unison. At the same time, they urged the imperial equipment in their hands. Strings of inscriptions flowed like lightning in the multicolored light. In the blink of an eye, they merged together. The multicolored light shrouded an area of several dozen feet to the left of Xiao Hua. The inscriptions on the imperial equipment drove thousands of righteous qi ribbons and wrapped around Xiao Hua in an extremely mysterious trajectory.
Chapter 3758. Roar.
Sensing the terrifying imprisoning power within these inscriptions, Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. These inscriptions were clearly designed to deal with Dao sect cultivators. The true essence within his meridians was imprisoned, and he couldn't activate it at all. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly displayed his transcendence golden body, and his figure rapidly expanded, wanting to break through the binding of these inscriptions. Rumble. Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body had just appeared when the three imperial treasures let out a rumbling sound. The entire space enveloped by multicolored light trembled. Following the trembling, the multicolored light suddenly converged, and the imperial treasures fell at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Xiao Hua was caught off guard. Although his transcendence golden body flashed with a dark golden brilliance, wanting to dodge the imperial treasures still fell on Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body in the end. The three imperial treasures turned into a complete one at this time, forcefully locking Xiao Hua's neck like a shackle. As this shackle fell, immediately thousands of inscriptions mixed with a vast aura were born from the void. It was like a heavenly punishment prison crystal inscription chain, locking Xiao Hua's entire body.
Oh!
The transcendence golden body let out a rare groan, like the snoring of a sleeping demon god. Xiao Hua seemed to be angry, and his transcendence golden body madly expanded. However, Zilala. The chains made a jerky sound, and the vast aura within the inscriptions tightly bound Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body. With Xiao Hua's strength, he actually couldn't break free. On the contrary, because it expanded, the inscription chain spun even more crazily, suppressing Xiao Hua's heavenly infusion technique and heavenly law's embodiment technique. Under this powerful force, the huge transcendence golden body shrank in circles. Xiao Hua was truly extremely shocked. The strength of the three Huang Shous was only at the upper fourth level of essence energy, which was also the realm of Great Confucian. They had yet to reach the level of Great Grandmaster, who could refine the spirit back to the void. However, this imperial equipment was truly strange.
It seemed to have been specially refined to restrain Taoist cultivators. Even Xiao Hua, who could kill Taoist cultivators at the 5th level of essence energy, was firmly locked in place. Ha! As expected of someone on the yellow board. Under the joint attack of us 3 brothers, you still have the strength to struggle. Huang Shou saw Xiao Hua fall into the trap and laughed towards the sky. Big brother. The Confucian cultivator behind Xiao Hua landed on the left, with a pleasant surprise on his face. Yellow token to suppress this bastard. This fellow's strength was simply too terrifying. I've never seen a Taoist cultivator who could still struggle after being locked down by the yellow earth lock. Don't worry, third brother. The other Huang Shou chuckled and said, Big brother took the little scholar cultivator's Qiankuan bag. There were many rare treasures in it. It seems that he obtained them from Tsang Longzi's inner palace. This Xiao Hua's Qiankuan bag naturally has many more things. Let's take the Qiankuan bag first. Okay, I'll go now. The so-called third brother agreed and was about to descend. At this time, Xiao Hua was already standing on the ground. Using both arms to support himself, the yellow earth lock once again let out a chila-chilob sound. However, that was all it took to scare the 3 Huang Shou so much that their expressions changed. The third brother even took half a step back. The Xian Huang token? Who are you? Could it be related to the mysterious yellow list? Xiao Hua didn't withdraw his transcendence golden body. After hearing this, his face turned cold and he asked coldly. What Xian Huang list? I don't know. Huang Shou simply didn't answer Xiao Hua's question. He scolded, third brother, quickly take his Qiankuan bag. Don't talk nonsense with him. With that, Huang Shou took out a 3-inch seal from his bosom. The top of the seal was 1 inch long and the bottom was 2 inches long yellow. A golden light flashed from the bottom of the seal. This was the Xian Huang token Huang Shou was talking about. Yes, big brother. The triplet brother, who looked exactly like Huang Shou, agreed and walked to the front of Xiao Hua's golden body. However, before he could raise his hand, the Tongjiao scissors, which had just fallen to the ground, suddenly flew up and slashed his neck faster than lightning. Although countless inscriptions surged out from the bright yellow clothes to resist, these inscriptions were instantly cut in half along with his neck. How is this possible? The triplet brother opened his mouth, and a shadow of his primordial spirit flew out from his neck. He shouted, how can a cultivator locked by the yellow ground lock still have spiritual power? Swish. The golden light of the Tangjiao shears was truly overbearing. The primordial spirit only swayed, but the tail of the Tangjiao shear swung, and the primordial spirit was also cut into 2 halves. It was even neater than a piece of white paper cut with scissors. Boom! As the Tangjiao shears showed off its power, a colorful beam of light suddenly appeared from the left side of the elixir room of the cave residence and hit the other triplet brother of Huang Shou with lightning speed. The Confucian cultivator screamed, and the inscriptions and noble spirits surging around him were swallowed up by the beam of light. Even the shadow of his primordial spirit was killed by the beam of light before it could escape. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Before Huang Shou's Xian Huang token could be used, his 2 triplet brothers were killed. Huang Shou couldn't help but look at the source of the beam of light in horror. Unfortunately, the clear eye technique and the divine sense technique were useless. He couldn't see anything at all. However, even if he didn't know that it was Xiao Hua's invisible nascent soul, he also knew that the person who came must be related to Xiao Hua. He decisively opened his mouth, and a stream of true qi gushed out and fell on the Xian Huang token. Boom! The Xian Huang token suddenly expanded, and emitted a brilliance like the sun. Rumble! Under this sun, 2 fist-sized green seal characters rushed out from between Xiao Hua's eyebrows, and then the heaven and earth chanted. Layers of faint green lightning appeared above Huang Shou's head, and hit him head-on. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Like falling snow melting into water, in the sun-like brilliance of the mysterious yellow token, clusters of inscriptions turned invisible, and streams of awe-inspiring qi were struck into nothingness. Huang Shou was like a bald chicken with plucked feathers, trembling as he stood in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua. Huang Shou couldn't help but beg for mercy, but just as he cried out, the murderous golden light appeared again with a whoosh, and Huang Shou's body was split in half from top to bottom. The nascent soul that had already refined qi and returned to spirit was immediately killed by the lightning as soon as it appeared. Fellow Taoist, you were a bit careless. Green-robed Xiao Hua put away the Kunlun mirror and looked at Xiao Hua,
who had already put away his Dharma body and was looking down at the so-called yellow earth lock. Alas! Xiaohua sighed and shook his head slightly. Yes. This Xiao only thought that only I had the luck to enter Senior Conglang's cave, but I didn't expect that others would also occasionally step on dog shit. However, if these 3 Confucian cultivators who are only at the 4th level of origin energy want to sneak attack this Xiao, they are still too weak. Haha. Green-robed Xiaohua knew that although his appearance had changed the situation of the battle and killed the 3 Confucian cultivators, he also knew that even without him, Xiaohua's soul technique would have been able to succeed. So he simply smiled and asked, "Do you still need this poor Taoist's help?" "No need. Fellow Taoist, go set up the formation to break the restriction. These 3 Confucian cultivators should be following behind us. Since they are here and Zhai Xingzi and the others haven't yet, Zhai Xingzi and the others won't come." Xiaohua shook his head. "Wait until I see the memories of these 3 people, then I will know the cause of this matter." "Okay." Green-robed Xiaohua agreed and didn't say anything else. Xiaohua's soul thread reached out from between his eyebrows and landed between Huang Shou's eyebrows. After a moment, he looked at Huang Shou's 2 triplets and unconsciously frowned. Strange. These 3 people's memories. Why do they have traces of being erased? Apart from knowing that these 3 people are called Huang Shou, Huang Zhan, and Huang Ji, this Xiao can't see their origins at all. However, I heard Huang Shou mention the mysterious yellow proclamation just now. Moreover, the imperial tool is called the yellow earth lock and the imperial tool similar to the seal is called the mysterious yellow token. These 3 people must be related to the mysterious yellow proclamation. Just as he thought of this, the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, think about it more. Star Lord Palace's Gusu Choron is called Gusu Chodi. Huang Shou, Huang Zhan, and Huang Ji have the surname Huang and the given name Shou Zhan Ji. Isn't this the surname Tian Di Xian Huang in the 1,000-character classic? Isn't this the surname Tian Di Xian Huang in the 1,000-character classic?" "Yes, fellow Taoist, you're right. I understand." Xiaohua sighed. Previously, this Xiao thought that the mysterious yellow proclamation was just a bounty list. I didn't expect that there would be a mysterious yellow token after the mysterious yellow proclamation. It seems that this Xiao has caused trouble. "Fellow Taoist, you don't cause trouble, but trouble always provokes you." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said again. "We Confucian cultivators emphasize cooperation and cooperation. Fellow Taoist, you have to think about it more. If you want to run amok on the hidden immortal continent by yourself, I'm afraid it will be difficult." "Yes, I understand. You can open this yellow earth lock," Xiaohua said with a frown. Puff. Above Xiaohua's head, a 3-colored cloud spurted out and turned into 3 big hands that fell on the yellow earth lock that imprisoned Xiaohua. The 3 big hands turned into inscriptions that fell on the yellow earth lock according to the memories of Huang Shou and the other triplets. These inscriptions flickered and changed from time to time. After a while, there was a crisp kochup sound, and the yellow earth lock split into 3 and fell in the air. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the yellow earth lock and the mysterious yellow token both fell into his hand. He carefully looked at them and said in a low voice, "Since there is a yellow earth lock, there should also be a mysterious heaven lock. The yellow earth lock is used to lock Tao cultivators on the yellow proclamation, and the mysterious heaven lock has always been used to lock Tao cultivators on the mysterious proclamation. It seems that there are many immortal palaces on the hidden immortal continent. There is not only one Star Lord Hall." After speaking, Xiaohua opened his mouth, and the yellow earth lock and the mysterious yellow token both fell into the hands of Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. Xiaohua also opened his mouth and spat out 4-colored true qi to take the 2 imperial treasures into his body. After Xiaohua removed the restriction on Fu Jiwen's body, Fu Jiwen stood up and said very embarrassedly, "Disciple was careless." "Thank you, master." Xiaohua nodded and asked, "What's the matter with these 3 people?" Chapter 3759. "Okay, father understands." Fu Jiwen hurriedly said, "Senior Conglang's orthodoxy and the Tao of Array are in the cave that Disciple went to." Disciple put everything in the Qiankuan bag. When Disciple saw that there was nothing left behind and came out, I saw the 3 cultivators enter the inner cave.
The cultivator called Huang Shou captured Disciple without saying anything and wanted to interrogate me about Master's whereabouts.
However, Disciple did not give in, so the two cultivators ambushed me in the air while Huang Shou waited here for Master to come out.
What else did the three of them talk about? Xiaohua asked. Can you tell the origin of these three people?
I can't.
Fu Jiwen shook his head without hesitation. Other than interrogating Disciple, these three people were communicating with each other, as if they were hiding something. If not for Master's interrogations, Disciple wouldn't even know that this cultivator was called Huang Shou.
Xiaohua nodded. With a wave of his hand, he burned the three corpses with true samadhi fire and took away all the Chenkuan bags.
However, after thinking for a moment, Xiaohua took out another Chenkuan bag and handed it to Fu Jiwen. This should be Senior Conglongzi's array. You can keep it. This is your own fate.
He, Master. Disciple's Tao of Array still needs Master to teach me.
Isn't Disciple's opportunity given by Master? Fu Jiwen hurriedly said with a smile. Besides, isn't Disciple's thing also Master's?
Master should first comprehend it and then pass it on to Disciple.
And that's fine too. Xiaohua was not polite and took everything and said, It's not safe to leave it with you. If Master keeps it, no one will be able to find it. Fu Jiwen looked at the pill room again and said with a smile, Seems like Master is also returning from a rewarding journey.
Not at all.
Xiaohua said with a bitter smile. In the pill room, there is nothing but a few jade bottles. Instead, there are some good things in the herb garden. Let's go. Master still needs to borrow your Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal to break the seal.
Yes, Master.
Fu Jiwen nodded and said with a smile, But, Master, when will you help Disciple with this Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal? Isn't this an opportunity?
Let's go.
Xiaohua patted Fu Jiwen's head and said with a smile.
Yes, Master.
Fu Jiwen was overjoyed. When Xiaohua brought Fu Jiwen into the pill room, he still looked at the entrance of the cave and stared at it for a moment. Since Huang Shou and the other two were able to enter this place, then Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen were definitely not the only lucky ones. His previous thoughts were too arbitrary. Perhaps Duanmu Liangsheng, Zhai Xingzi and the others would also come here. Zhai Xingzi and the others were still fine, but if Duanmu Liangsheng were to come, things would be very bad. Therefore, when Xiaohua sent Fu Jiwen to check the restrictions on the underworld fruit, he also carefully set up the capital star formation in front of the entrance of the medicinal garden. Fortunately, although Conglongzi had already set up a formation in the space of the medicinal garden, Xiaohua's jade talisman was also set up without expending much magic power. It's better to be safe than sorry. Xiaohua finished setting up the formation, and only then did he relax. He thought to himself, I'll remember these words. In the future, he couldn't let his guard down. Anything that could happen would happen. Moreover, it can happen at any time when you are not paying attention. Also, if the origins of Huang Shou and the other two are related to the profound yellow order, then I'll have to be even more careful in the future. The strength I've displayed now is at the upper 4th level of essence energy. Whether it's the Duanmu family or the profound yellow order, the cultivators they sent out are all around the lower 5th level of essence energy. Although Huang Shou and the other two were at the upper 4th level of essence energy, the three of them, together with the yellow earthlock, were able to firmly suppress the late-stage nascent soul cultivators of the Tao sect. Now that I've killed the three of them, I'm afraid that the cultivators who come in the future will all be at the upper 5th level of essence energy. Our days are getting worse and worse. Chup chup. Xiaohua's mind was full of worries. Just as he returned to the medicinal garden, Little Silver and Xiaogua immediately flew over. Xiaogua's face was red and cute. With a wave of her hand, a large amount of spirit herbs and spirit fruits landed in Xiaohua's hands. Not bad, not bad. Xiaohua put away the things and patted Xiaogua's head. He smiled and praised. You two are really capable. Hurry up and go. Keep up the good work and bring everything back home. Chup chup. Little Silver chirped cheerfully and swiftly rushed to a medicinal field protected by a restriction. He bit down with his sharp teeth, and it wasn't long before the restriction was broken. Then, Xiaogua landed in the medicinal field. With a wave of her hands, a dark green halo fell on the spirit herbs, and the intact spirit herbs slowly flew out of the ground. Seeing that the two little ones were busy beyond words, Xiaohua flew over to the yellow springs. At that moment, Fu Jiwen had already been looking at it for a long time. When he saw Xiaohua come over, he hurriedly said in a low voice, Xueqi, this restriction should be called a boundary. It's extremely powerful. I'm afraid this disciple can't help Xueqi. Isn't it good that the boundary is powerful? Xiaohua smiled. How much longer do you need to use the heavenly punishment prison crystal? 4 more hours. Fu Jiwen thought for a moment, then said, but Xueqi, in my opinion, even if we use the heavenly punishment prison crystal, I'm afraid we won't be able to break this boundary. After all, the boundary is too big, and it's different from the restriction on the jade case from before. It doesn't seem to be actively attacking. Xueqi already knew this, Xiaohua said indifferently. Go take a look elsewhere first. Not only are there a lot of spirit herbs in this medicinal field, the spirit gathering arrays on each field are different as well, which will be extremely useful for you to comprehend arrays. Also, memorize them well and tell Xueqi about them in detail later. Yes, Xueqi. Fu Jiwen's eyes lit up, and he agreed to fly elsewhere. On the path of formations, Fu Jiwen and Xiaohua were in a different situation. Fu Jiwen had seen plenty of formation diagrams, spirit formations, and essence formations, but he had never received any real guidance. He had only seen a few real formations. Xiaohua, on the other hand, had a very high starting point. He had started with innate divine restrictions, such as the capital stars array, but he was very lacking in the flexible use of ordinary magic arrays. What the two of them lacked was something Songlongzi could teach them. Just as Xiaohua said, there was a huge spirit gathering array on this medicinal field, and each field had a different spirit gathering array according to the different spirit herbs and their habits. The spirit gathering arrays were similar in nature, but the details were very different. This was the use of arrays. When Xiaohua entered the Misty Mountain Bewildering Array, he was also very emotional. He could see through the nature of these bewildering arrays at a glance, but he didn't know how to set them up. There were many spirit gathering arrays in the entire medicinal field. Not only were they useful to Fu Jiwen, but even Xiaohua himself would benefit a lot from comprehending them. After sending Fu Jiwen away, Xiaohua flew around the restriction for a long time. He discussed with the green-robed Xiaohua several times, and finally finalized all the details. Seeing that it was almost time, Xiaohua stood in the air. Fu Jiwen had already flown over and took out the heavenly punishment prison crystal, waiting for Xiaohua's order. Xueqi. Seeing Xiaohua standing there with his eyes closed, Fu Jiwen reminded, it's almost time. Okay, put the heavenly punishment prison crystal on the restriction. Xiaohua opened his eyes and said calmly as the magic power in his body accumulated. Yes, master. Fu Jiwen looked at some of the heaven's punishment prison crystals that were already surging with rosy clouds. He gently loosened his hand and the heaven's punishment prison crystals fell towards the barrier below him. Before the heaven's punishment prison crystals touched the barrier, layers of heaven's punishment thunder had already formed. Crackle. Thunderbolts were born from the void and fell inside the heavenly punishment prison crystal. At the same time, the thunderbolts also affected the barrier. Unfortunately, to Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen's disappointment, when the thunderbolts fell on the barrier slightly fluctuated with magic power. This fluctuation was like a surging whirlpool, scattering the power of the thunderbolts around the barrier. It didn't produce any counterattack power. Therefore, the heavenly punishment thunder didn't have any intention of attacking the barrier, and only wreaked havoc around the heavenly punishment prison crystal. Xueqi. Seeing that the heavenly punishment prison crystal didn't work, Fu Jiwen was somewhat embarrassed and said in a low voice. However, Xiaohua seemed to be standing there normally, but all his attention was focused on the point where the heavenly punishment prison crystal's thunderbolts came into contact with the barrier. He was carefully observing the movement of the barrier's magic power and the extension of the force. After the heavenly punishment prison crystal's thunderbolts passed, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said faintly, "Disciple, you're right. This barrier adheres to defense and doesn't attack. It's completely different from the previous restriction. As the saying goes, one can be strong without desires. This barrier is a rare authentic defensive formation. It doesn't attack at all and only focuses on defense. It's like a defensive cultivator. Because of this, I'm afraid that this barrier can't be completely broken without the strength to pass the tribulation." Fu Jiwen put away the heavenly punishment prison crystal and said with a bitter smile, "If that's the case, it seems that only the immortal emperors of the immortal palaces and the patriarchs of the aristocratic families have this cultivation level. Xueqi probably can't break the restriction now." Xueqi said that to completely break this barrier, One must have the strength to pass the tribulation.
Xiao Hua laughed mischievously.
But why must Xueqi completely break this barrier? If Xueqi wants the things inside, Xueqi only needs to open a small gap.
Disciple understands.
Fu Jiwen finally understood why Xiao Hua kept staring at the barrier just now. How can Xueqi help?
I'm afraid that with your cultivation level, you won't be able to.
Xiao Hua thought for a moment. Xueqi is afraid of hurting you if you stay here. You'd better collect everything in this medicinal garden with Xiao Gui and Little Silver.
Yes, Xueqi.
Hearing this, Fu Jiwen very tactfully flew over. Afterwards, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and clapped his hands.
Buzz.
3 colored true qi gushed out and 9 flying swords flew out from the true qi, letting out ear-piercing sword cries. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's voice came from the flying swords. Fellow immortal, this little one receives the flying swords and gives fellow immortal a helping hand.
I'll have to trouble fellow immortal. Xiao Hua cupped his hands.
This barrier, I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to break through it with my Taoist methods. I'll have to rely on fellow immortal's Confucian cultivator voice.
Good.
The sword qi of the 9 flying swords surged and formed a human figure similar to Xiao Hua's size. This little one has already prepared according to fellow immortal green-robed's words. Chapter 3760. Fellow Soul Cultivator, are you ready?
Xiao Hua nodded his head and asked again.
A dark green brilliance gushed out from between Xiao Hua's eyebrows and condensed into the shape of lightning. Xiao Hua's voice sounded, I am also ready. All right. Fellow Taoist Soul Cultivator. You've seen for yourself how powerful this barrier is. Given our current strength, there's no way we'll be able to break through it. Even if we use all of the methods we discussed earlier, we'll only be able to tear open a crack in the barrier in the span of a few breaths. Whether or not we'll be able to obtain the underworld fruit will all depend on you. Haha, fellow Taoist, don't worry. This underworld fruit is related to Ai's growth. I care about it more than any of you. Xiao Hua laughed, his voice faintly coming from the layers of lightning. Do it. Xiao Hua ordered. Xiao Hua waved his hands, and several sword lights shot into the air.
Rumble.
A thunderous sound was heard, and 5-colored lightning fell from the sky. It was the Confucian cultivator's 5-qi thunder. The lightning fell and hit the barrier. The barrier was suffused with the color of lightning, like brilliant fireworks, dazzling the entire barrier. 9 heavens divine thunder. Fall. At the same time, the green-robed Xiao Hua's voice came from the side of the scholarly cultivator. His shapeless nascent soul rubbed its hands and the 9 heavens divine thunder was even more vast than the 5-qi thunder. Like a horned dragon, it fell from the sky and rushed toward the barrier. Kacha. A wave-like fluctuation was set off on the barrier. Protrusions appeared on the barrier along with the lightning snakes, blocking the lightning from all directions. Since fellow Taoists have names, I should also have a name for my lightning and thunder technique. Xiao Hua's voice was strange, as if it didn't belong in this world. In my name, I call for thunder. 3 corpses in thunder. Fall. Following the appearance of 3 dark green seal characters in the air, 3 extremely simple and indescribable voices came out from the green seal characters. Kacha. Hundreds of dark green lightning threads appeared out of thin air. It was fine if the lightning did not appear, but once it did, kacha. Whether it was the 5-qi righteous thunder or the 9 heavens divine thunder, they all made thunderous sounds. The thunderbolts that were originally pouncing towards the barrier all flew towards the 3 corpses in lightning. I owe this. Although Xiao Hua's 3 primordial spirits all had the ability to control lightning, he had never used all 3 lightning. Today, in order to break the barrier in a short period of time, he used it, but he didn't expect that there would be such a reaction. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly waited with rapt attention. If there were any changes, he would immediately isolate himself. Rumble. The green light of the 3 corpses in thunder shone brightly and intertwined with the 5-qi righteous thunder and the 9 heavens godly thunder. In the blink of an eye, the green light converged and formed a thunder that was condensed from lightning threads. Then, the 5-qi righteous thunder turned into 5-colored lightning that circled around the green seal script lightning threads. In the end, the 9 heavens godly thunder turned into hundreds of thunderbolts that roamed around the 5-qi righteous thunder like flames. Good. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He knew that the three types of lightning naturally merged together.
As Xiao Hua rejoiced in his heart, the ball of lightning that turned into the size of a wicker basket fell on top of the barrier.
Ka! An extremely low muffled sound rang out. The ball of lightning actually sank into the barrier. Immediately, the barrier gave birth to a strong vibration. Although the sound wasn't loud, it seemed as if the entire space was shaking. Right now, Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He rubbed his hands together and several fiery red brilliance rushed into the air. Caw! The sound of a bird's cry resounded through the entire space. The Golden Crow Execution Immortal Demon Formation was activated by Xiao Hua. Not only was an extremely hot heat generated in the air, a powerful suction force was also generated from the demon formation. Wherever the suction force passed, the heaven and earth origin qi in the entire space was swept away. Immediately, a golden crow that was several zhang in size condensed in the heat wave and origin qi. Although this golden crow wasn't too complete, its desolate and unruly aura immediately filled the entire space. Fall. Xiao Hua pointed his finger. The golden crow, like a setting sun in the vast sky, fell towards the place where the ball of lightning previously set off ripples. Ka! Another bird's cry rang out. On top of the barrier, the light of lightning hadn't faded away, and the light of fire was born again. A several qi deep dent appeared. Hiss. Admittedly, Fu Jiwen wasn't at the side, but when he saw Xiao Hua cast the spell, he immediately came to the side to watch. He saw that Xiao Hua's magic power was practically sky-high, but this barrier was even more tenacious. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In his heart, he became a bit more eager for the Zhonglang Zi's orthodoxy and formation. Good. Xiao Hua's complexion was the same as usual. He wasn't dispirited because his two methods didn't tear apart the barrier. He still followed the prescribed order. With a wave of his hand, the soaring dragon scissors transformed into a golden flood dragon. The dragon's tail flung out. Ka! It accurately chopped at the place where the dent was. Afterwards, without waiting for the soaring dragon scissors to be retracted, the voice of the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua was heard in the air again. Watch me. Woo woo. In the void, hundreds of awe-inspiring qi pillars appeared with a loud bang. A dazzling imperial weapon flew out from the sword light. It was the imperial weapon that was originally called the Imperial Star Stab, but now it was called the Dismal Soul-Injuring Imperial Weapon. The star passing leads the spirit, the star falling injures the soul, the dim injures the soul, the spirit injures the soul with the noble spirit hit the enchantment, the whole enchantment shook again, the impact pulled the enchantment to the extreme, but in Xiao Hua's eyes, the enchantment's tough brilliance was still thin and did not collapse under the three methods of the Confucian soul. Kunlun Mirror. Xiao Hua shouted. Green-robed Xiao Hua was already prepared. He shouted loudly, "As you wish." But then, a light pillar once again descended from the sky and hit the connection of the thin threads with a loud bang. The strange thing was, before the crack on the barrier appeared, the Kunlun Mirror's light pillar had already penetrated through. Good. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua shouted. Thousands of soul threads rushed into Xiao Hua's forehead and followed the Kunlun Mirror's light pillar through the collapsing barrier, and instantly wrapped around the underworld fruit. Sizzle. A strong corrosive sound came from the water of the yellow spring. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's soul threads had already been tempered by the sea of blood in the netherworld's eye of Million Meng Mountains. This was the water of the yellow spring, and it was far inferior to the netherworld sea. The soul threads wrapped around the underworld fruit, and in the blink of an eye, they retreated back into the mysterious dark cloud. Just when the underworld fruit touched Xiao Hua's mysterious dark cloud, the heavenly runes and earth deed of the entire dark cloud emitted a strong brilliance. When the brilliance landed on the underworld fruit, the patterns on the entire fruit and leaves suddenly changed, producing an obscure rumbling sound. In just a few breaths of time, the underworld fruit penetrated through the heavenly runes and earth deed of the underworld fruit and rushed into the mysterious dark cloud. What was even stranger was, just when the underworld fruit rushed into the soul, a thumb-sized root fell off from the underworld fruit. How could Xiao Hua not know that this was the root of the underworld fruit? He immediately sent it into the dark side of the dimension. However, before he could take a look, he heard a shrill sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. The entire mysterious dark cloud was rolling violently. "It's done. I'll go back first." Soul cultivator Xiao Hua's expression changed greatly. The green light on Xiao Hua's forehead disappeared, and he returned to the mysterious dark cloud. As soon as the underworld fruit entered the mysterious dark cloud, it immediately transformed into an infinitely tall tree that soared into the sky. Moreover, through the layers of spirit heavens, the leaves and the fruit produced a heavenly sound that sounded like the green seal script. The heavenly runes and earth deed of the underworld fruit emitted a strange fragrance that penetrated through all the spirit heavens. Amidst the heavenly sound, streams of netherworld water flowed out from the underworld fruit. Runes that were even more ancient and simpler than the green seal script rushed out from the netherworld water and disappeared into the mysterious dark cloud. Under the scouring of these runes, Xiaohua's soul gradually underwent new changes. Soul cultivator Xiaohua entered the mysterious dark cloud. Seeing so many changes, he knew that there was no big problem. Only then did he feel relieved. Ayo! With a dragon roar, the little white dragon swam its huge body and appeared beside Xiaohua. It greedily sniffed the rare fragrance in the world. Xiaohua received the soul cultivator's perception and knew that the underworld fruit was fine. He was overjoyed and said loudly, "Fellow Taoists, it's done. Thank you for your help." Good. Congratulations, fellow Taoists. Whether it was the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua or the soul cultivator Xiaohua, they all praised. At this time, looking at the barrier again, the crack that rushed out from the Kunlun mirror had already been repaired. The depression caused by the joint attack of the primordial spirits was also repaired by the other parts of the barrier in just a moment. All of this was like a white horse galloping through a crack. It was exactly as Xiaohua had thought. Of course, it was only at this moment. Not to mention a white horse, even a white tiger would be pulled down by Xiaohua. The underworld fruit was gone, so what if the barrier was repaired? Ha! Congratulations! Congratulations! Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua and the green-robed Xiaohua both put away the primordial and magic arrays, took the magic tools and imperial tools, and returned to the middle and lower dantian respectively. Seeing Xiaohua talking to himself for a long time, and seeing the sword-shaped Xiaohua turn into true energy and enter Xiaohua's head, Fujiwen flew into the air and bowed. "Congratulations, master." "Haha, congratulations too." Xiaohua laughed. "You don't need this thing. You'd better look at what's in the medicinal field." Disciple knows. With master's support, disciple doesn't need to worry about medicinal pills and cultivation methods. Fujiwen replied, "The higher master's cultivation, the happier disciple is." Right, did master use the imperial tool just now? Yes, that imperial tool was obtained by master at the Jade Pavilion conference. Once used it must kill. Xiaohua nodded. If it's not a critical moment, master won't use it. Haha. Master really has a lot of secrets. Fujiwen understood as soon as he heard this, and said with a smile. "Let's go. Don't say so many useless things. Take away the entire medicinal field, that's the real deal." Xiaohua waved his big sleeves and flew towards Xiaogua and Little Silver. "Take it all away." Fujiwen was shocked. "Won't master leave some here? If others come in later, it won't be a wasted trip. We can't give them the chance to disturb the peace of Senior Zonglongzi's cave abode." Xiaohua said in all seriousness and awe-inspiring righteousness. "Only by cleaning up this place will we not attract the covetous eyes of others." "Yes, master." Fujiwen curled his lip and hurriedly flew after him. The two of them took Xiaogua and Little Silver, and it took them several days to put all the spirit herbs into the space. Then the two of them looked at the clean medicinal field, clapped their hands, and flew back to the cave abode with smiles on their faces. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.